Here.
Commissioner Donaldson. Here. Commissioner Jeffrey.
Here.
Commissioner Martin.
Here.
Commissioner Sherman.
Here.
Vice Chair Flores.
Here.
Chair Hoff.
Here.
All 7 commissioners are present.
Please
Hello,
join me
hello,
in the
hello,
Pledge
hello.
of Allegiance.
These are not on.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hello, hello. Now it's on. Now it's
We seem to be short of
I think there's only 6 microphones on that.
Pardon me?
I think there are only 6 microphones. We're good. Somebody has to share.
That's yours. That's yours, Art.
We're friends.
I'll get my own. Okay. Are there any members of the audience that would like to address the commission on items not on the agenda? If they're on the agenda, you'll have your time when we deal with that specific item. If you are, please come forward, limit your comments to 3 minutes, state your name, and sign in when you're finished. This gentleman here had his, yes, go ahead.
I'm not sure if this is on the agenda. I haven't seen the agenda, so.
Please speak into
Speak
the microphone.
please.
I doubt that it is. I would like to make a request that at the intersection of Frontage Road and Powell Street, where the Shell station occupies part of the parcel there that's designated as regional retail overlay, that overlay be removed.
That is on the agenda.
Excuse me, that's on the agenda. So
That's the
could you
general
please
plan.
hold your comments until we get to the general plan?
Sure thing, sure thing.
Then I'll be glad to listen to your comments at
All
that
right,
time.
thank you.
Thank you. Did you have a comment?
I am unable to stay for the agenda item I'd like to talk about, which is the transit center as a project. And I know it's at the end of your agenda, and I can't do it. Is there a chance that you have so few speakers I could do 2.5 minutes?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm the chair of the Bike Ped Committee here in Emeryville. My name is Scott Donahue, and I'm also a small business owner.
What's your name?
Scott Donahue.
Okay.
We sent the project on with a few minor changes, and we are concerned with pedestrian and bicycle access, and the project is pretty good. We had some suggestions, but I'm concerned about it as an overall project. I know that the toxins are going to be less of a problem than before, so therefore it might be able to be scaled back a little. Because their toxins removal is not such a big deal, is not as onerous, and maybe therefore the project doesn't require to pencil out to be so big. Also, I'm concerned about the parking garage and ugliness as a factor. Parking garages tend to be the ugliest structures in our contemporary building, with one exception, and that is in Emeryville, and that is a part of the Novartis complex right now, and the remarkable architecture on that parking structure, if you're interested in having a parking structure there, should be studied, in my opinion. That parking structure that Legaretta designed really does it all. It has beautiful proportions facing the street. It has great color day and night, and it's just, if you have a parking structure there, the tendency is just to build them as cheap as you can, but it really makes a long-term difference. And also, I think that Wareham is a property owner who's done a lot for our city. However, I think you have to judge each new project for what it is and not for the past of who is doing it. Because there's certain things about this project that I don't think are going to be a winner, like the public, I don't think is going to use the podium public area as it's designed. I think it just won't be seen or available. And it's just, you know, this property owner has done a lot for our city, but at the same time, it's your job to look at this individual project. Thank you for letting me speak on this. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Are there any other the public that would like to speak? If not, we'll go on to the rest of the agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. We have action recap from our planning director.
I have to excuse myself. I left my glasses in the car, and I can't read without them, so I'll be right back.
Good, we could take all the votes while you're gone. Please go ahead.
Well, this is your item. I mean, if you want to, if any commissioners have any corrections or changes or additions to the action recap?
I had one addition on the study session for Ambassador Housing. There's a list of commissioner comments, and there's a concern about massing concerns, that it's too much, but my concern was specifically about the transition to the smaller buildings adjacent to the property, and I just wanted to make sure that that was added as a point that was clear.
Okay.
Are there any suggestions? Do we have to formally adopt that?
Well, usually when you would move to adopt the minutes, it's as corrected.
Okay, well,
I move to approve. That's correct.
second. Without exception, they're approved. Now we have the director's report. Sorry, I got ahead of myself.
That's quite all right. Okay, just to let you know what the city council's been doing, and since you last met, the council met on August 4th and August 18th. On August 4th, they heard the appeal of 3 Triangle residents of the project, of the Adeline Market project that you approved on June 25th. After hearing testimony, the council voted unanimously to overturn the commission's decision and to uphold the appeal and to deny the project. And a resolution to that effect was approved by the council at their August 18th meeting. Also on August 4th, the council appointed Paul Travis to fill a vacant resident seat on the Park Avenue District Advisory Committee. And they set the grand opening ceremony for the Doyle Hollis Park for Sunday, September 6th at 1 p.m. I believe I sent you all an email about that. On August 18th, the council held a study session on the Transit Center project, and later in that meeting, the council approved an environmental escrow agreement, which will facilitate the cleanup of the site. As you know, the commission will be holding a study session on that project tonight. And also on August 18th, the council approved the first reading of an ordinance which would extend the term of the existing development agreement with Madison Marquette for the Bay Street project by 5 years to October of 2014. The recommendation for approval of that was made by the commission at your last meeting, and the final passage of that ordinance is scheduled for the council's September 1st meeting. Concerning the general plan update, well, I'm happy to report, as you know, that it's finally here before you tonight. Later on the agenda, we have the EIR, the draft general plan, and the interim zoning regulations before you for your consideration to recommend adoption by the city council. And the council is scheduled to consider these things for adoption on September 15th. Meanwhile, the general plan and zoning update steering committee is forging ahead with their work on the new zoning ordinance. On July 28th, they discussed the bonus point system for density, height, and FAR. There was no meeting in August. At their September 22nd meeting, they will be focusing on parking issues, and at their October 27th meeting, they will be focusing on sign regulations. That concludes my report. I'd be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Any questions for Charlie? Okay, we'll move along on the agenda. I'm going to exercise the chairman's prerogative to change the agenda slightly. In view of the fact that the general plan will probably take an inordinate amount of time, I've asked to have item B and item C moved up. So we'll do those two first, the BevMo and the Baker Lofts, and then we'll do the general plan. So our first order of business will be a staff report and a public hearing on BevMo. Let me just explain to those of you who are not familiar with the procedures how this works. First, we will have a staff report on the project. Then we will hear from the applicant. And then we will hold a public hearing, and anybody in the audience is invited to speak for or against the proposal. At that time, we will close the public hearing, and the commissioners will make their decision. If you choose to speak, please be reminded that we want to limit your time to 3 minutes so that everybody will have a chance to speak. Please go ahead, Arlen.
And also, if I could remind speakers to please sign in. There's a sign-in board over to the right, so that we have your name.
Thank
And
you.
state your name when you come to the podium.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. This presentation is on a sign for Beverages and More, or BevMo, at the Powell Street Shopping Center. BevMo is located in the southeast corner of the shopping center. It was previously before you in August of 2008 to get a conditional use permit and design review. You approved the CUP as well as their exterior changes and 3 of the 4 proposed signs. The 3 approved signs are labeled existing here, and the proposed sign, as you can see, is on the south side of the building. These are the 3 signs that you approved at that time. There's one facing the freeway, one on the front of the building, and one kind of under the arcade. It's a blade sign. This is the currently proposed sign. It faces south at the east corner of the Powell Street Shopping Center. Here are the sign details. And the pertinent information here is that the sign was denied by the Planning Commission. The following text was added to the conditions of approval at that time. I'm going to go ahead and read it. The 4th proposed sign on the south side of the building is not approved by this permit and will only be considered in the future in conjunction with a master sign program for the Powell Street Powell Street Plaza Shopping Center. No master sign program has been submitted at this time, and therefore staff recommends the denial of this permit application. That concludes my presentation.
Do any of the commissioners have questions?
So I wanted to get clarification. If we were to approve this tonight, is there anything that would stop other business owners that have buildings and spaces that include the south side of Powell Street Plaza from putting up similar signs along the south side of their buildings? That was one of my concerns.
Well,
when
they
we
would
first
all
saw
need
it.
sign permits.
Right,
Everyone would need a sign permit.
right. Okay.
Jim, I recall your comment that night was that the manager or owner of that development would come up with a sign program and bring the sign program in, and then we could just blanketly.
Before we get into a discussion, why don't we hear from the applicant?
Applicant is
Then we
here.
can-
Hello, Commissioners. My name's Eric Marquardt. I'm Vice President of Construction for Beverages and More. Our reason for requesting this is there was a previous sign for Ethan Allen in the same spot that we were requesting just to replace with our sign at the time. One of the problems with Powell Street Plaza, as you may or may not know, is several tenants have gone dark through bankruptcy and whatnot. And why our customers know BevMo and whatnot, they are unaware of us being in the shopping center. We get numerous text messages from customers and whatnot identifying that they didn't know we were in the plaza. What we're trying to do is to help improve the visibility of our business, to ideally increase the sales tax revenue. This building, the store itself, is not achieving the original plans that we had when we initially approved to go forward in the site. And also, there is, if I am not incorrect, no master sign program for this plaza at this time. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them for you.
Do you have any questions for the applicant?
I just wanted to go back to the other slide, or just get clarification. What you're proposing on the south side of the building is the same size as the one that's on the front of the building, but larger than the one that's on the freeway side, is that correct?
Correct.
And I wanted to ask, have you approached the property owner about doing a master
Actually, the
sign program?
property owner has written a letter supporting our request for additional signage.
Of the new stuff that was sent in?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, my question was whether you actually approached them about the master sign program that was recommended by the planning commission.
No, we did not.
Which
It
could
was-
include which could include a monument sign, which would be much more visible from the freeway.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
thank you.
I guess we'll open the public hearing now. Is there anybody in the audience that wish to comment on this item? Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Chris Owens. I wasn't planning on doing this, but I would like to think that in this time of economic distress we're in, BevMo being the great store that they are, and we all need to drink a lot these days, you should give them all the signs that they want, whatever they want them, okay? Thank you.
Anybody else wish to comment? This gentleman over there. Please state your name.
My name is Steve Peterson, and actually, I filed the application with staff on this project, and I've got a couple of notes I'd like to pass on. I've
You
driven
said you
the site.
filed an application with the staff for what?
I filed this application for the
Oh.
sign company.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, I'm not with the Bevmo people, but I've driven this site. I spent a lot of time in the parking lot. It's a challenging parking lot when it's busy. They are located in the farthest corner of the shopping center from the Powell Street Plaza entrance. There are numerous trees and palm trees that do obscure the building and the sign from a distance. The sign posed on the rear of the building does not front shell mount. It fronts there's a driveway and service entrance there. It also fronts, the intention of the sign is for the motoring public and the hotel. There are many guests, I'm sure, would love to know there's a Bevmo within walking distance of their room.
Don't they have a mini bar at the hotel?
And again, it's my understanding that the previous tenant did have a sign there, and of course has been removed. This is an important and valuable sign. It's needed to assist in locating this business and other, it would draw more people to that. So that corner looks like it's nothing. It really needs a freestanding sign like was out front, a monument sign, but that's not why we're here tonight. And just be aware that the holiday season was coming quickly upon us. I thank you for your consideration with this project.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on this item? There's a charming young lady right there.
Hi, my name is Joy Turnipseed, and I'm with Ad Art Sign Company. We're the sign vendor for BevMo. Just so you know, with respect to the staff report, we got our copy of it today and read it before this hearing tonight. We were unaware of the commissioner's request for a master sign program to be developed in conjunction with proposing this rear sign. We had just been told that it was denied, but that, the other 3 signs that we had requested were approved when they originally went in a year ago. One of the things that, as far as developing an entire master sign program for this one sign, as my associate just mentioned, there's a number of trees blocking your question to what other tenants seek signs on the rear of their wall. The majority of that wall is obstructed with trees and the visibility is, except for that corner, is virtually nil. BevMo will have visibility since they are on that corner. So, in essence, I don't see anybody else approaching the commission, seeking another sign, because unless the commission's willing to cut down the trees, which I doubt, there would be no purpose for anybody else seeking a sign. Like I say, the only real visible section on that southern wall is where we're proposing the BevMo sign.
Thank you so much.
Okay?
Anybody else wish to speak? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Normally, the chairman speaks last, but I'm going to take my prerogative to speak first. I drove down Shell Mound, and on the other side of the street, there are almost 20 signs on the Bay Street property, between banner signs, storefront signs. There's such a large proliferation of signs on that street already that it's hard for me to see how this one more sign can do any harm to the character of that street. In fact, I think it might be helpful in terms of doing something to what seems to be on the west side of the street. It's almost like a group of industrial buildings. So I think that, in my opinion, this sign would be helpful, but I'd like to hear from the other commissioners.
Well, I think the point was, we were trying, at least I was interested in avoiding what we're faced with along the freeway frontage of this development, where you've got 30 or 40 hodgepodge signs, and we don't have that on the south side of this complex yet. And I disagree with the previous commenter that that south wall isn't going to be visible or isn't visible now. It is visible. That's why they want to put sign up there. The idea of having a master program could well address this in a collective way, so we don't end up with the mess that we see. If we approve this one, what basis do we have consistently to say we can't put one at the back of Men's Warehouse and every one of those other businesses that are struggling? I just don't, it's not an organized way of addressing this issue. And if this applicant is so interested in getting additional signage in there, he's got some motivation to work with the property owner to do the master sign program and get a monument sign. I'm not objecting to one on the freeway frontage or on Shell Mound. I just want it done in an organized fashion so we don't end up with what we have right now facing the freeway. It's ugly. It's one of the ugliest things in town. And it's not okay, and I don't want that expanded to the south wall here.
Well, the freeway signs are in place, and they are fairly consistent along the freeway at the same size and elevation, and there was a sign in this place before, so I see no reason why it shouldn't go in again. There's no reason that you can't adopt at some later date a general plan, but this was an existing sign here. We've heard that it's important to keep this business in business, and we're anxious to keep all the businesses we can in Emeryville.
I totally agree with Jim. I like the idea of putting a sign here. I think it's a great idea. I think it needs a sign here. But I also think that there needs to be a whole plan for the signage. We can't just haphazardly put signs around. And I think there's potential to do signage that really works for everybody. So I would really like the applicant to go back and work on the master sign program and come back to us.
I agree. We voted to not approve this fourth sign. The whole point was to do a master sign plan for that development. And I understand the challenges right now with the economy. I'll just mention that I shop at BevMo, and I'm really glad that you're in town, and I want to compliment the staff that work there. They're very friendly, they're very helpful, and the store is very well maintained. You're a good neighbor. However, we're constantly dealing with sign applications that are coming before us, and I believe that we need to start looking in these commercial development areas, that we need to look at master sign plans. The folks that live in Emeryville know where you are. I would imagine a concierge can let anyone at the hotel know where they can buy a bottle of wine or whatever. And I couldn't support at this point in time the fourth sign.
You got a comment?
I agree on both sides of the coin. I think a sign is totally appropriate there on that blank wall. It adds some red to the big yellow. And I agree with Jim that the wall is very apparent. You can see it. I drove both ways, and I could see the wall all the way to the freeway. But I think, you know, in these hard times, more signage gets more traffic. Every dollar counts. So I would move this based on it just being a sign that's part of a master sign program, but I recall that we all agreed and voted unanimously that the applicant would come back with a sign program from the owner, and it's unfortunate the owner wasn't even approached. I don't have a letter up here, staff. I don't know if anybody else has that letter. I don't think anybody has that letter or email up
It's
here.
an email.
It's a four-line email.
Okay, so
The le-
maybe I'm
What does
just
it say?
scribbling on it. But I've never put together, maybe the sign company can comment on how long this takes. It doesn't seem like a big deal to me. There must be a master sign program for your neighbors across the street, but maybe for the front of the building, and it just needs to be added to or amended to for the back of the building. And then this goes through really fast. It gets brought to the front of the, yes, come on and answer that question. I think everyone here agrees with the sign. It's just that a program needs to be in place.
As I understand it, there's no master sign program in effect at this time. Each individual tenant went before the city, the staff and planning commission as needed if there was a CUP involved, and got signage based on the city code. So code has dictated what signage is in that center right now, and it's based on frontage and a number of variable factors. To actually create a master sign program for an existing shopping center, we would need to go back and literally determine exactly how many signs are in there, the square footage of each one, the frontage of each building. It would take quite a bit of work. I mean, it would probably be a year before we'd be able to get back here.
Have you talked to the owner? Is he interested in doing it?
I have not spoken. The owner approved what we had proposed.
The owner of the shopping
The
center?
owner of the shopping center approved what we had proposed. And again, since no master sign program existed, then city code dictates what signage is allowed. So in a number of cases, a master sign program is developed well before a shopping center is developed. And then when people move into the center, they conform to the master sign program. In this case, code is always applied. So, again, not being part of the CUP at the last time, we weren't aware that you were seeking a master sign program, and the sign that's being proposed is in accordance with the city code, which is currently mandating the signage in that center. And again, to create a master sign program for a center of this size, it would be quite an ordeal. It would probably take a year before we'd be able to get back in front of you.
Thank you.
So I
My
have a
last
question.
comment is that you should have left the Ethan Allen sign up and then come in here for a replacement sign. It might have gone through a lot easier, and it's funny, but I think it's true.
So is it true, staff, that there's no master sign program, and if so, how did the monument signs get up on Powell and Christie?
The Powell Street Shopping Center is one of the oldest shopping centers in town. It was approved and built back in the mid-'80s, before the existing zoning ordinance was in effect. And as far as I know, there's no use permit for it or anything. We haven't been able to find a record of one. And we have thoroughly searched our files looking for some kind of a master sign program and have not been able to find one. There are master sign programs in effect for the East Bay Bridge Shopping Center, for Bay Street, for the Promenade, for the Andante project up on San Pablo Avenue. Some of you were on the commission when some of those master sign programs were approved. In pretty much all of those cases, the master sign programs were approved before those buildings were tenanted. So she is correct. It would be kind of going in after the fact and doing an analysis of all the signs that are currently in place.
But the owner has no obligation to submit a master sign
There's
program.
no code requirement that they must do that.
I'm not finished. And so, what would it take to get Bevmo up on the monument sign that's on Powell, where Good Guys currently is? It's a vacant space.
That could
And
just,
also
that
on
would just
Christie.
be a replacement sign.
So it seems like strategically it would be even better if the applicant worked with the property owner, if they're not going to do a master sign program, to get, I mean, it's an important anchor tenant, I would agree. And there are opportunities there.
There was actually a change to that, the tower sign that is next to the freeway that has, well, it used to say Circuit City on it. When Circuit City moved in, they wanted a sign on there, and it had said Powell Street Plaza on the north and south sides. And they just wanted to replace that with Circuit City. We felt it was important to maintain the identity of Powell Street Plaza, and we were rather surprised that the owner wasn't concerned about that. But so at our request, the Powell Street Plaza designation got put on the east and west sides of the tower, and the Circuit City got put on the north and south. And I'm pretty sure that came before the commission as a sign permit.
I'm talking about the smaller monument.
I know,
on
but
the
I'm just talking about the
frontage.
process. That
Right.
because there's no master sign program, we just treat each of these things as a separate sign permit application.
But there would be nothing to stop them from getting BevMo on those existing
We could
monuments.
probably approve that administratively if it was the same size and shape as the sign that was there.
Well, and that has greater visibility, as far as I'm concerned, for people coming off the freeway or wherever, than a sign on the backside of the building.
But that sign is full. Why would they?
No.
Good Guys, or Circuit City is a major sign,
No, on the monument sign, there isn't any room for another sign, is there?
because it says Good Guys and Circuit City on it.
On the monument sign.
Pretty sure, yes. Monument.
If I understand correctly, that there's a vacant Circuit City panel right there. Once Circuit City tenancy, where they used to be, is reoccupied by another tenant, I would assume that the landlord would give that tenant first rights to that sign. So once that tenancy is filled, the panel won't be available to BevMo anymore, and they'll be back to having no sign on that freestanding sign either. The problem is there are only so many panels available on a sign like that, and it's typically given out, the landlord's given out based on the square footage. So obviously a Circuit City size, which is larger than BevMo, Joann's Fabrics, which I believe was larger than BevMo, the primary footages that are rented out get first rights to those type of signs. So, I mean, we might be able to get onto that sign during the interim until that tenancy's filled. But again, once that tenancy's filled by another corporation, BevMo again is back to no monument sign, no rear sign, and struggling with the identification.
that
And
would
again,
give-
what's being proposed is within the ordinance. I mean, we followed your code, you know, and we didn't propose anything outrageous. We proposed what the code would allow, and the code dictates the center at this point in time. And like he mentioned, to fill the center, to go in after a center's in existence and create a master sign program is a huge ordeal. We have done it in the past. It's taken 1 to 2 years to do it because you have to go out there. And then in the meantime, as you're developing it, tenants change. So it's a huge, huge ordeal. And in the meantime, BevMo is left with the struggling visibility.
This came before us a year ago. The commission identified that they were requesting a master sign plan. This is not the first time the applicant has heard about this. They heard about it a year ago.
Okay, this is, I wasn't at that was at the CUP hearing, not necessarily the sign permit application. I understand what you're saying, but I just want to point out that I was not, that was the CUP hearing for the conditional use permit, which is.
It included the signs.
Correct, it included the signs. It was a package deal at that time, I understand that.
Thank you for your
Again, but I
comment.
didn't know.
Thank you for your comments. Did
Chair
you
Hoff?
want to weigh in on this?
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is an incredibly ugly wall the way it is now, but we had I think it will be a problem to have a plethora of signs up there that looks like the other sides of it, and I think that there needs to be some kind of organization and order to it, and I think there should be an improvement all along that wall so that it looks like a retail place all along rather than looking like the back of a warehouse. But I do have a problem with the applicant asking for approval of exactly the same thing, not having taken any steps towards the conditions of approval that we put on them last time.
So I'll make a motion that we deny the request.
I'd like to make a comment.
Oh.
In my mind, that BevMo sign, just looking at the sign itself, is not inconsistent with the amount of signage on that street. I think it actually adds something to the street rather than detracts it. I think it's really bad for us to hold this applicant hostage for something that we want the owner of the property to do. We should have done that when he came in with his application. But because we have no means of enforcing a regulation for a sign control, we're going to hold all these individual store owners hostage and make them do it. Why would the owner do it? The owner has no reason to do that. So I feel strongly that we should definitely approve this sign.
Counter motion?
Jim has made the motion.
I'll second.
You're moving the motion to deny.
Well, there are 2 seconds.
I have one other question. Charlie, what triggered this being in front of the council rather than administratively approved? Was it the sign of the commission, I'm sorry, was it the size of the sign? If it had been a
This
smaller sign?
particular sign?
Yeah, If it had been a smaller sign, would it have been administratively approved?
Actually, this sign is small enough to be administratively approved, but we felt that I have the discretion under the zoning ordinance to refer any administrative approval to the commission for approval. And since you previously denied this sign and adopted a condition of approval that said it would only be approved in the future in conjunction with the master sign program, and they didn't give us one, I kind of felt obligated to refer it to the commission. It's less than 50 square feet, which is the threshold for staff level approval.
You could have approved the sign administratively.
Well, I could have, but I sort of value my job.
I would like to make a substitute motion that we approve the sign.
I'll second that.
Would you call the roll on the substitute motion?
Okay. On the motion to approve this sign, Commissioner Cardoza,
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson,
No.
Commissioner Jeffrey,
No.
Commissioner Martin,
No.
Commissioner Sherman,
No.
Vice Chair Flores,
No.
Chair Hoff.
Aye.
2 ayes, 5 noes, the motion fails. So we're back to the original motion, unless there's another substitute motion.
Can we have a roll call on the original motion, please?
Okay, and just, so this would be on the staff recommendation, which is to adopt the resolution that is before you denying the sign. And just to make it clear, an aye vote is to deny the sign. A no vote is not to deny the sign. So yes is no and no is yes. Okay? Got that?
Let's see.
All right. Commissioner Cardoza.
No, I think.
I think that's right. Commissioner Donaldson. Commissioner Jeffrey.
Yes.
Commissioner Martin.
Aye.
Commissioner Sherman.
Aye.
Vice Chair Flores.
Yes.
Chair Hoff.
No.
5 ayes, 2 noes. The motion is approved. The application is denied. This decision may be appealed to the City Council within 15 days.
Thank you for your patience in coming to visit with us. So now we'll move on to our next item, is the 65th Street Lofts, known as the Baker Metal Building. And we'll have a staff report, please.
And I live within 500 feet, so I have to recuse myself, but I'm going to sit in the audience.
Good evening, Chair Hoff, members of the Commission. This is the Baker Metal Reuse Project, which is also associated with the Ocean Avenue Townhomes. This is a project that is familiar to, I think, almost all the commissioners here. The first time the Commission looked at this at the study session was almost 2 years ago in 2007. At that time, the unit counts were 21 live-work units for the Baker Metal Building and development of 6 townhouses on the vacant Ocean Avenue building. After that, there was a community meeting, and subsequently there was another study session in October of last year. At that time, in response to various comments that the applicant heard from the member of the community as well as the commission, they revised the project to essentially reduce the total number of units, as well also redesign the project on particularly regarding the townhouses. So at that time, the unit count for the Baker Metal was 6 live-work and 11 residential units, and on the Ocean Avenue side, it was 5 townhouses. at this study session, there were two main outstanding issues that remained unresolved. That was regarding the fire lane access and treatment of the greenway along the project sites. This have been addressed at this point, and therefore it is back to the Commission for consideration of the entitlements. So the current proposal is 7 live work units on the Baker Metal building and 10 residential units. And on the Ocean Avenue side, it is 5 townhouses. This is the Baker Metal building, the reuse, just to get you oriented. It's 65th Street right here and Greenway. Peabody Lane runs to the rear of the building. It's about a third of an acre, and you have 2 live work units facing the Greenway, as well as a cafe, which is about 600 square feet, which would also work as a community space. The bottom floor will be used for parking. The lobby to the building will be through the Greenway, which is indicated right here. What you see this is the way the fire lane access has been resolved. This is to the satisfaction of the fire department, and essentially it's a hammerhead that will be using the Baker Metal building and then going out. This is the second floor plan of the Baker Metal. At this level, there are 5 live work units, 2 residential units, and on the east side, you have small storage units. And this is the third floor, an addition of 8 residential units, and again, you have some storage spaces. This is sort of the elevations that are proposed. You have essentially glass and aluminum windows, you have corrugated metal, and at the bottom, you have concrete. This is the Greenway. This is the elevation as seen from the Greenway, and this would be what would be seen from Peabody Lane. And this is the perspective. In terms of conformity to zoning standards, the uses are permitted in the IL zone with the conditional use permit. In terms of density, 45 units are permitted by right, which can be increased to 60 units with a conditional use permit. They're proposing 29 units, and therefore the project complies regarding the density. In terms of floor area ratio, what is allowed is 0.7, what is proposed is 0.69, so it falls right under what is allowed. In terms of height, the allowed height in this area is 30 feet. However, the proposed, or really the existing height is 43 feet 10 inches, and this is not changing, and it's considered as a legal non-conforming. Again, the required setback is 10 feet, and because this building exists, it maintains no setback at all, but is considered legal non-conforming, and that is not being changed. In terms of parking, the way we are calculating parking is in front of you, and the required is 25 spaces, which includes the visitor parking spaces, and what they're proposing is a couple more than the required. This falls under the North Hollis plan, and there is a setback requirement regarding 15 feet average from the Greenway. There are small portions. This is the existing building, and what you see in red is what exists. And as you can see, it's sort of some of it spills over the property line, and it's right along the property line. The green areas are going to be demolished and replaced with this additional new floor area, so to speak. So technically, the new floor area needs to maintain the 15 feet setback from the Greenway. However, given our desire to see the reuse of the Baker Metal building and the fact that they're not increasing the total floor area from what already exists, I think a certain amount of flexibility to the guideline may be needed here. Moving on to the Ocean Avenue side, this is a vacant parcel. It's about 8,500 square foot. What they're proposing is 5 units. It faces Ocean Avenue here and Peabody Lane here. So essentially the vehicular entry for units 1 to 4 will be from Ocean Avenue through the driveway here. This is a garage for the first unit facing Ocean Avenue, which is a 1-car garage. And the other, these are 2-car garages which will access through Ocean Avenue. And this is again a 1-car garage which will be using this driveway. The unit 5 here is a 2-car garage and will be using Peabody Lane for entry and exit. In terms of pedestrian entries for the units, Unit 1 and 2 will be accessing through Ocean Avenue. There are gates here. And whereas 3, 4, and 5 will be using Peabody lanes. This is the second floor plan. The unit size varies from a little over 1,200 to a little over 1,400. It is 2 stories. In terms of height, the way the building is designed, it is lower facing the Ocean Avenue, which is at about 19 feet, and it increases as it goes to the north and reaches just below 30 feet. These are the elevation. This is the elevation showing the Ocean Avenue. What you see in yellow would be wood siding. The remainder, this is the east elevation, would be corrugated metal. The unit facing Ocean Avenue, this is the garage door, and that would be frosted glass. This is sort of the remaining elevations. And this is the perspective of the Ocean Avenue townhouses. In terms of landscaping treatment, what you see here is essentially portions of pavement and a building that will be removed, what you see in blue. There will be 3 trees which will also be removed, and the circles are the trees which are remaining. This will be treated with this landscape plan. The more this overhead doesn't really give you all the various details, but essentially the landscape plan has been designed by the same architect to design the greenway, and that was the whole idea, so that there should be a seamless treatment of the greenway with the area here. In terms of Ocean Avenue townhouses conformity, the uses are allowed by right in the RM district. This is in the RM district, or medium density residential district, where the density that is allowed is 20 units per acre by right, which can be increased to 35 units. The proposal is 5 units, which calculates to 20 units per acre, which is allowed by right. Floor area, this is within the 0.5 floor area, which can be increased to 0.75 with a conditional use permit. What they are proposing is just little under 0.74. In terms of the floor areas along Ocean Avenue, there's a range. There's a minimum of about 0.14 to a high of about 0.72, and it averages out to a little over 0.3. In terms of height allowed, it's 30 feet. The proposal varies from 19 feet facing the Ocean Avenue and increases to just under 30 feet. The proposal complies with the parking requirements as well as with the setback requirements as shown on the slide in front of you. So with that, the staff is recommending approval for the use permit. The use permit is needed for use, which is live work, multifamily residential, and the cafe retail space. Design review for both the buildings, as well as removal of 3 street trees. I do have a material and boards for the project, which I'll just bring it in front of you.
What she said?
So if you have questions for me, I'll be happy to answer. The applicant is here as well. If you have,
Any questions for the staff?
Maru, you said on the front elevation, you were looking at the frosted glass, saying that was a garage door. It doesn't appear to be a garage door from the plan view. Can you?
This one right here?
Yeah, the upper one.
This is a garage door. It's a 1-car garage. And here's the plan view.
That must be the back of the garage, because I think the door faces north.
Right. Okay.
I don't have any other I have questions of the applicant for some of the specifics, but.
Does that finish the staff report?
Maru, what was the FAR? I think you did some analysis on the FAR for the total project, townhouses, and the reuse of the Baker Metal building. Did you?
We did not lump those two together. First of all, they're in different zoning districts and they're
Sure.
separate buildings.
Sure.
I do have one other question. You looked, I mean, obviously, there's not a 15-foot setback average. Do you know what the average is? Because it does pull back at a certain point.
It's marginal. I mean, let me, sorry. It's right at the property line. If you look at this building, it's almost maybe a couple of feet.
And it looks like, from my measuring on the plans that we had, it looked like those entries where it looks like there's a walkway in front of entries along the greenway. They don't look like they are more than 2.5 or 3 feet wide, but I think the applicant probably has more information. I'll wait.
So we'll hear from the applicant now.
Planning Commissioners, my name is Phil Banta. I'm the architect for the project. And I want to start out by thanking the staff, planning staff, for the many hours they put in, providing us guidance and assistance in this process, and also thank the community for the input that we've received from them over this long process of arriving here. We are really pretty excited to be here, finally, and we are happy to be presenting you a project that uses the heritage of Emeryville to reinvent something into a product that will work for this century. And at the same time, we think is going to really activate this stretch of the Greenway. So we're very happy about that. I know you're very familiar with the project at this point. Miru gave an excellent presentation. I have no major items to add to that. I would prefer to respond to questions that you might have to me, just to keep the process moving along.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for the applicant?
Yeah,
John?
a couple of questions. One of them is that the garage, there seems to be a question whether it's a garage door facing ocean or if that's just translucent glass on the back end of the garage.
The access to that garage is from the interior drive court there, and the door, or rather the window, is a translucent window properly described. We will probably purchase a garage door because it's less expensive to do that, and that's designed to allow sunlight to come through, but not visibility necessarily, to hit the concrete floor and use it as a way to just get a little bit of passive solar heat in there, because we're looking at using a thermal radiant floor system.
Okay, and then can you describe how the trash chutes work? I look at the ground floor plan, and it doesn't seem to line up with the chutes. And it looks like there are two separate chutes, so there's one for recycling, one for trash.
We're talking about the metals building, obviously, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Well, the room into which these two chutes deposit is larger than the rooms at the floors of the occupied floors. So I think that may be why it looks like there's a difference. But they should align otherwise. And yes, there would be a recycling chute and a regular garbage chute. There would be two carriages down below, or two bins down below on wheels that would receive the garbage from above.
And there is sufficient space for that? It's hard to tell without actually scaling out the drawings. It seems...
Based on our discussions with the waste management company, that should be sufficient. There should be
like your normal rolling dumpster.
They have narrow dumpsters which are designed for this purpose, and that's what we'll be using here.
Okay. One other comment is you've got the bike room with the bike racks. Maybe a suggestion might be to investigate looking at actual bike lockers. And then there seems to be like a dead space adjacent to the main entrance off of 65th. And I'm looking at page 6 of the site plan, next to the first handicap parking. And what we've done at Pacific Park Plaza is have bike lockers, and we put them kind of any place that we could actually fit them. And that might be an area that you could actually put some bike lockers. And I would encourage you to use bike lockers instead of the bike racks, because I think it really, for me as a biker, it gives me a sense that my bike is secure and all the lights and paraphernalia that hang off the bike are secure. So, and I don't really think that the bike lockers take up a whole lot more space than what you've got allocated there. So if you could maybe cut out a couple of those hanging racks and incorporate some bike lockers in other space, it might work out.
I think that's a good suggestion.
Otherwise, I really want to say this is I really like the looks of this. I really like that you preserved this building in such a cool way. I think this is really a fantastic project.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah,
Question.
I do. Could you talk, please, a little bit about the relationship between the entryways and the greenway there? It looks like there's some pedestrian access that is going to further impinge on the greenway because it doesn't look like you have sufficient room for ADA clearance. It looks like you have some structural columns that are on the pathway there, where the entries to the entries are.
Yes, we have the live-work unit to the north and the live-work unit to the south.
Mm-hmm.
We do have, our plan is to access, for the one from the north, would require an access from the greenway. Very, very similar to what the units are across the greenway from us, where you have pathways leading to those front doors. So that would just be for that one unit. And then the other live-work unit down to the south actually will have a walkway large enough to access, not on the greenway, but within the property limits of the project.
Mm-hmm.
Can the live-work units access the garage from inside the unit? I don't see doors.
We don't have an access set up for that now.
I think it's a great project. I do have one question, and there is a little cafe on the ground floor, which I think is wonderful that you've incorporated that. How are trucks that are coming, UPS, trucks that are coming to serve the cafe, where are they going to park?
Well, I think probably like a lot of restaurant facilities around Emeryville, which are small, they'll be necessarily parking in the street to make their deliveries. This is a 600-foot cafe. There's probably not going to be a lot of trucks for this particular cafe. It's not to say that there won't be some. But it's really, it started out as a larger cafe, and we kind of brought it down in size in response to community input. And now it's also going to double as this community space.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, because with the number of units and the lobby, which I like having the lobby off of the greenway, I think that does a really nice job to activate the greenway. But I know in my building over at 1500 Park, UPS or FedEx, they've got a load, and they've got their dolly, and Park Avenue is a nice wide street, and it's a little bit easier in terms of maneuvering your cars around.
Right.
And 65th isn't as wide, and I don't know, maybe this is more of a staff question, because I didn't really see anything mentioned in the staff report about it in terms of, does staff have any concerns about truck service, UPS, trucks, any other truck that's going to be servicing this project? I mean, it is an issue in many other areas of the city, like Horton Street, for example.
Right. Not particularly. I mean, as Mr. Banta points out, the cafe is only 600 square feet, and I would think that the trucks could just pull up to the curb. They won't be that many or that frequent, I wouldn't imagine. They don't have they have, what's the dimension of the frontage here? Can't be more than about 30 feet at the most, and most of that's a driveway, so.
There's about 4 or 5 cafes within 100 yards of this cafe on 65th Street that don't have loading zones.
But my point is, there are a number of residences also that are, the trucks are going to be servicing the residences more than they are the cafe. So, I mean, the cafe is just another, I don't see that as a major problem, but it's just an issue that we that we have in the city, and I think we need to be cognizant of it, and to the extent that we can. I mean, the trade-off is we're having the renovation of a wonderful old building that sort of represents Emeryville's heritage, but it's just something that I would like everyone on the commission and staff to be aware of, that we really need to be sensitive to, as we infill and develop, that we're making sure that we have adequate and safe pull-out areas for trucks.
I think it's a good point. Actually, Commissioner, on sheet 4A, the vicinity map, it shows how the greenway bulbs out into the road, and then it recedes back to the sort of the normal sidewalk curb width. So there, it seems like there's a kind of a built-in narrowing right there for that guides traffic, and perhaps some extra room on the shoulder for those trucks to pull aside.
Okay, well, that'd be good, or some proper signage.
Yep.
You know, and that's probably more of a city issue in terms of curb striping than it
The
is.
bike lanes on 65th Street, I believe, stop at the Greenway.
Mhm.
They go from the Greenway west to Shellmount Street. So east of the Greenway, which this just happens to barely be, there are no bike lanes.
Okay, well, it's just something to keep in mind. Thank you.
Can you tell me what, there's a little structure that's at the driveway off Peabody Lane towards the townhouses, a little rectangular box of a structure. What is that? This little thing. It's right at the end of the line of buffer planting.
What sheet are you looking at?
I'm looking at, well, it shows up on L4, it shows up a little bit on the sheet that's on the screen, a little piece of it. It's on the other side of the driveway from the Unit 5.
It might be the garbage.
Oh, okay. No, it's not a garage, it's,
The long, the narrow, the
Yeah.
small narrow
Oh,
one,
that's the
that's
trash.
for the trash enclosure.
yeah, okay. Can you speak a bit about the infiltration planters, the plan for that? Because you've got 435 square feet on a 1,000-foot deck that's supposed to be planters for the stormwater, and I'm wondering, one of my concerns is that with a single-story building with another 4 feet of solid frontage, we've got a 15-foot wall going up along that part of the greenway, and I would really like to see the railing be something more transparent, but if there's going to be 400 feet of planter right there.
Well, that planter was located there because in all of our elevations previously, it was a solid rail up to there. So that seemed like a logical place to put that runoff capture. We felt that actually affording some privacy to those decks right there, in both ways, privacy to the public from people up on the deck and privacy to the people on the deck, was something that was of interest to us. So it doesn't add anything. It actually was just a continuation of what we had there, what we've had there from our very first presentations.
Is this sheet 8 you're talking about?
Sheet 20, if you have this in your package, shows an elevation, or rather a perspective of that area that you were talking about. I think it steps down, because the building is so high already, the existing building. This is kind of a step down, so I think it works well with the existing height.
I don't have any other questions at the moment.
There's in the conditions of approval, the project's going to be asked for an art piece. I would argue to say, reusing this building should be part of that art piece. I haven't heard the applicant complain that maybe that would be a burden for them to do it, but reuse is greatness in the city, and this project especially, it's taking quite an undertaking to take on this building, which doesn't look salvageable by the untrained eye. And so I don't know how the other commissioners feel, but I'd like to let the developer do more with the building and take the art piece out and call this the art piece.
We'd certainly welcome that kind of flexibility if it's possible.
Yes, Charlie.
Well,
Thank
is that a question to the applicant? I mean,
Not
that's,
a question of the applicant, that's a.
Let's
Okay.
reserve the
statement.
rest of the comments until after we have the public hearing. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Is there any member, we'll open the public hearing now on this item. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak on the Baker Metal proposal? Please come forward. Please state your name.
My name's Marie Bikert. I live at 6450 Doyle, which is the Doyle Street Lofts, the terracotta buildings abutting the ocean townhouses. And I'm just intrigued by the fact that there is no EIR requirement on this project. I spent 2 years during the Pulte construction with a layer of dust and my windows closed all the time. And I know there was serious remediation done just a block or two away from us at the UC Berkeley warehouse. And I'm concerned mostly for my neighbor who has serious asthma. And I'm just trying to get some explanation as to why there's no EIR required here.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Ma'am, would you please sign in? Right over there, on the desk.
Hi, my name is Keith Bodwee. I live at 1254 Ocean. I hadn't planned to speak about this. I hadn't seen the plans, but I just have to say, for you guys to sit there and pretend that this is such a great thing, that this building is being saved, I mean, it's a joke. It's essentially a new building. I can look at the plans, it looks like a new building. It vaguely mimics the existing form, but it's not preserving the integrity or the character of that building, that neighborhood. So I just want to say, as someone who lives there, I think it's a joke that everyone's saying, it's so great, like you're saving the building or you're being true to the building. I mean, look at the plans. It's a new building. So, I mean, we should just call it what it is. You know, making the roof line mimic what's already there. It's a small concession. So, I mean, other than that, I don't have anything to say. But,
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else? If not, I'm sorry, please.
Hello, my name's Lee Steinmetz, and I live on 1250 Ocean Avenue. I wasn't planning on speaking about this on this subject either tonight, but since
Please
we're
get
here now,
closer to them.
I had a question about the easement on Peabody Lane. There was like some question as to whether or not the people that gain access to the back of their residences on Ocean Avenue via Peabody Lane will still be able to use that easement after this project's completed. I actually kind of like what you've done with the Baker Metal building, and as far as the way you've changed the look from Ocean Avenue of the new.
Please speak into the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think that the look of the new townhouses as viewed from Ocean Avenue, it's kind of a harsh transition from the new style that you've got compared to the existing buildings directly to the east of it. But other than that, I think you've done a good job of respecting the current residents on that side's privacy by setting it back and such things. So anyways, I wasn't really prepared to speak about this, and my main concern is about the people getting access to their garages via Peabody Lane.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else wants to speak? You look familiar.
Yeah, I couldn't keep quiet. Jim Martin, 64th Street. So, I'd like to acknowledge all the hard work the applicant's done in this application. I haven't talked to Zan Walker, who's got the little cottage to the east of the townhouse units. I assume everything was resolved to her satisfaction. I think the mass of that part of the project works now from Ocean, which was a big concern. What you're really going to see from Ocean seems to be a single-story building that has a wood front and actually landscaping, which is, I think, great. And reuse of the building, I have to agree with Keith, it's probably going to be a new building, but they have mimicked it, and I think it actually will be an outstanding building. I think people are going to look at it and say, wow, that's a really interesting building. A couple things, I'm glad Lee brought up the issue about Peabody, because there's very little about that in the staff report and clarification. That was a big issue that neighbors had all along. It'd be nice to understand whether they're going to be allowed to have access to that. And I'm a little disappointed. I mean, there is a guideline in the North Hollis plan about a 15-foot setback, and there's very little, if anything, in the new building that's being added onto the existing building, provide some relief there. And so we're going to have that building pressed up. He's actually got additions that right where the bocce ball court, the bedroom to unit 301 is going to be right over the bocce ball court. I guess they're going to be aware of it when they moved in there, but it would be nice to get some kind of a relief there between the greenway, that it actually complements the greenway. Then the last point is about, well, 2 points. One, the landscape plan along 65th Street. There are actually at least 3 other oaks that were planted as part of the greenway improvements that are right near the building that aren't on the map. They have to be, I think they can be preserved, but they're not recognized on the plan. It's important that those be protected as well. And then finally, the addition in the southwest corner where he's got the live-work unit, there's very little, it appears to have very little window space there. And if we're going to have a 15-foot wall on the greenway, I'd like to see at least some more window space. If we're not going to get some distance from the greenway, at least get something other than stucco on that wall and have more glass, or as much glass as possible, that would complement the idea of it being live work and people can see what's going on in there and feel invited into the space. But overall, I have to commend the applicant. This is going to be a really challenging project in challenging times, and I'm glad to see that they're sticking with it and want to try to reuse at least the design of the Baker Metal building.
Thank you. Anybody else? We'll close the public hearing. I have a question for the applicant, Phil. Could you remind me about Peabody Lane? There will be public access maintained on Peabody Lane. I understand it's now a private street.
The answer is yes.
Pardon?
The answer is yes.
And people will have access to their units along Peabody.
You want to comment on this? Why don't you tell who you are?
Speak in the microphone, please.
Good evening. My name is Sashad, last name is Shamzad. There are 6 parcels on Peabody Lane, for which 4 of them have a garage that used to be a garage, but people live there. There's one legal entrance to an open parking area inside their place. Currently, we are negotiating and talking to 4 of these people, giving them an easement to egress and ingress.
To their unit.
We are, and beside is really a public, is a fireway. You can park there, so you can get into it or out of it. So if you don't have a garage, you have no reason to drive in there, but you can walk in there and walk out of it. So.
But the simple answer to my question is people will be able to drive to their garage on Peabody Lane.
If you have a garage, of course,
Yeah,
then you
okay.
have to get an easement to do it, and we're open to all the proposals.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other comments or suggestions? Can I have a motion to approve this project by somebody?
I will move to approve. I think it's the best project I've seen this year.
I just have a comment about the reuse.
Maybe we should have a second first.
No, we don't need a second.
Go ahead.
I just want to comment about the reuse. I live in the bakery lofts at 46 and Adeline. There's quite a new development that happened when we reused, when that building was done some years ago. And it's the only national landmark here in the city. And I don't see how the changes that were made to it really disrupted the integrity of the history of the building. I look at this and there's a lot of new add-ons, a lot of new materials, a lot of glass, but we want transparency and eyes on the greenway. So I've got to really applaud this this applicant and this project, which went through a great process. 2 study sessions, multiple community meetings, and it reduced density based on community input. It's a beautiful project, and I got to echo the community member Martin's comment that in these times, taking on a project like this is commendable and a great project. So I would still like to add to that motion that restoring this building could be the art piece and would help to put hopefully some more money into the building and reuse of salvaging pieces from it. I've walked around it a lot lately, and there is a lot of salvage that can be done, but taking away the art piece and putting it back into the building. So I would add to that motion that Buzz made, if I might, to put the art piece, to take the art piece out.
Where is
Or
the
maybe
art-
it's a substitute motion. I approve this project, but in the art piece, in the conditions of approval. Yes.
What's
What
the art
piece
piece?
are you talking
That
about?
the developer has to, let's see, where is it?
No, I understand about the art fee, but you're
The art
saying.
fee
Oh, you're saying the building would be the art.
is the art.
So basically,
Well-
you want to waive the art fee.
I want to waive the art fee, and I think
would
this
agree
is
to
the
that
art.
amendment in my
Pardon?
You would agree?
You want to waive the art fee because the building itself is an art?
I think the building itself is providing to the art fee.
Well,
Can we do that?
with all due respect, only the city council has the authority to waive fees, and the Art in Public Places ordinance has some fairly specific provisions about what constitutes public art, and personally, I'm not real familiar with it. It's generally, this condition is put in there as just a reminder that they're required to comply with this program. They would be required to comply with this program, whether it was listed in the conditions of approval or not. And that program is administered by the public art coordinator in the Economic Development and Housing Department in consultation with the city's Public Arts
Okay.
Committee.
You
And
don't have to go on
I
anymore,
bel-
Charlie.
Let me just say, I believe there's something in the ordinance that says that if it's something that is required, then it doesn't count as art.
Will you
As a-
remove?
So,
Well, just, I guess my comment might be, I looked up the building on the historical roll. There is a lot of information out there on the building and the use. Putting that into the art piece in the lobby, I would urge the applicant to do that. Pictures, renderings of what the neighborhood used to look like, how the building was used.
I think
make
that
it-
would be up to the art committee, Frank,
so-
to make
something-
that
yeah,
decision.
Yeah,
you
but
could certainly
Patty,
make-
I'm just making a suggestion.
certainly make that suggestion.
Okay, but you're going to withdraw that as an amendment.
I'm going to second Buzz's motion.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Please call the roll. Oh, are there any other comments? Okay. Please call the roll.
I'm not hearing any amendments to the conditions, so,
No amendments.
all right, on the motion, Commissioner Cardoza,
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson,
Aye.
Commissioner Jeffrey,
Aye.
Commissioner Martin is recused, Commissioner Sherman,
Aye.
Vice Chair Flores.
Yes.
And Chair Hoff.
Aye.
6 ayes, the application is approved. This decision may be appealed to the city council within 15 days.
Charlie, on the previous item, the sign, the decision we made on the sign is not appealable to the city council?
Yes, it is.
It is?
It is. I announced that.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it.
Yes.
So they have the right to appeal the sign
Yes,
decision to the...
within
okay.
15 days.
I must have been asleep. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll get into the heart of the matter. Sorry to interrupt your social hour, but we want to reconvene the meeting.
Michael had those, and I was like.
Hello, Deborah.
Hello. Let me know when you're ready.
The next item on, are we all back and present? All back, present and accounted for. On the next item on the agenda is the Emeryville General Plan. And we will have a presentation by the staff. Deborah, please proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Hoff and Commissioners. Deborah Diamond with Planning Staff. And I just have to say I'm very pleased to be here tonight to present this large body of work. I understood it took 2 envelopes to get the packet to you. So we have 3 action items that we're asking of you tonight, acting on the general plan, certification of the EIR, and an action on interim zoning regulations. And these have to be done in a certain order. So we've devised a framework for the proceedings tonight, starting with a presentation by staff and our consultants. And then we'd like you to open the public hearing on the general plan, and then close the public hearing, have a discussion on the general plan. And you may recall that the comment period for the draft EIR was from May 15th to June 30th, and the Planning Commission did have a public hearing on the draft EIR on June 25th. Then we would like you to act on a resolution to certify the EIR. That has to be done before you can act on the resolution on the general plan. Along with the resolution on the general plan, there are 2 exhibits as required by the California Environmental Quality Act. One is a statement of findings of fact regarding mitigations and impacts, and the other is a statement of overriding considerations that is required when there are impacts that are considered to be significant and unavoidable. So once you get through the actions on the EIR and the plan, we've separated out the interim zoning regulations to come at the end, and there will be a staff presentation on these regulations, and then we'd like you to open a public hearing on them, and then have a discussion and then act on those. So that's the plan. I'm going to start with a brief overview of the process. And as you know, we've been working on the general plan starting it's the inception in 2003 when the City Council decided to update the city's general plan. The steering committee, the General Plan and Zoning Update Steering Committee, was created in March 2004. And the steering committee has 16 members that are broadly representing the community, and I'd like to just take a minute to acknowledge the steering committee members. There are those of you who are on the Planning Commission, and then we have several in the audience tonight, and I would like to publicly thank you for all your hard work, although you're not done yet because we still have the zoning regulations to do, but it's been a great experience working with you, and I want to thank you for your hard work. There was a high level of consensus throughout the years of the steering committee deliberating on the long-range plan for the city, and I think that says a lot for the committee itself. Over the process, we've really pushed hard to make it a very public process. The steering committee meetings were public, they were publicly noticed, and there were lots of them. We lost count at over 50. I think before the City Council sees this, I'll go back and actually count how many meetings there were. But we also had a slew of stakeholder meetings and surveys and a number of newsletters. There are 18 reports in all, and then at the bottom of this list, you'll notice the most recent publications. The public hearing draft of the general plan, which is produced this month, and is the document that you will be acting on, and then the draft and the final EIR. We had community workshops. I believe there were 7 of them total at key stages in the process, and there were 3 joint City Council and Planning Commission meetings on the plan. Just in the more recent past, there was a publication of a draft general plan for public review in January 2009, and it was broadly distributed. We had a workshop, an open house, and a planning commission and city council study session on that draft plan, and over, in the months since then, we've received comments and made some changes to the plan resulting from comments, and also some of the changes were resulting from the environmental review that was taking place during the spring months. And in May, we published a draft environmental impact report. And so in August, here we have a modified public hearing draft of the plan that includes changes to the draft that came out in January. And when we present the plan to you, we'll be highlighting what those major changes were. And then we've also developed the final environmental impact report, which includes the comments that were received on the draft plan and the response to comments, and also an appendix that spells out the changes that were made to the plan as a result of the environmental review. So at this point, I'd like to introduce and turn it over to our consultants. Rajiv Bhatia of Diet & Bhatia will be presenting the plan to you, and Jeannie Eisberg of Diet & Bhatia will give a presentation on the EIR, and then I'll be back.
Thanks, Deborah. So we have a short presentation for you. As Deborah said, for the general plan piece, very sort of a quick overview of the different chapters, focusing a little bit more on the changes that have happened in the plan since the time you last saw it. You had a fairly detailed and extensive presentation by actually Deborah earlier this year on the plan itself, so I'm not going to belabor every element with you here. And on the EIR, we'll sort of briefly touch on the purpose, the topics covered, and focus really on the significant impacts that are outlined in the EIR itself. So first, I'll move right along with the general plan. The general plan has 8 chapters. The first chapter is the introduction. This outlines the guiding principles, which really were emerged from the community dialogue and the visioning process we had very, very early in the process. These include items such as creating a connected place, having diverse and livable neighborhoods, enhancing the open space network, having a diversity of transportation modes and choices. And I'm not going to get into all the principles here at this meeting, but if you were to sort of step back and look at the guiding principles that are drafted, 4 years or so ago now, I think you can really trace them through the goals, policies, and actions in the individual elements. And I think that says a lot about the inclusive participation process we've had in the plan. And I think the plan really holds together and carries out these ideas really well. And I think the plan doesn't just lay out dreams or a sort of a hollow vision for the city for the future. I think the plan is organized, has a sort of a structural framework, and all of these goals, policies, and actions are marshaled or directed toward attaining this vision and aspiration we have for Emeryville of the future. And I think we need to keep that big picture in mind as we sort of roll along and look at the various elements. Sorry, I'll also sort of step back just for a second here. This chapter also explains the overall structure, the development structure in the city and how the general plan fits in with that. It explains what the overall build-out in the city would be. So for example, Emeryville can expect to have about 16,600 residents, 9,800 housing units, and 30,000 total jobs in approximately 20 years' time. And finally, this chapter also addresses fiscal sustainability, prioritizing really a range of land uses and tax revenue sources to ensure that the city is flexible, resilient, and can be responsive to changing market trends and opportunities that may present themselves. The second chapter is the land use chapter. It establishes a framework for the future. For many people, the land use element is the heart of the general plan, and if there was a heart within the hearts here, I mean, those would be the three drawings that I think everybody spends so much time deliberating over, and those regulate land use, building intensities or FARs, and building heights. Now, in a typical or a traditional general plan or a zoning ordinance, those heights and FARs would be built on top of the land uses, but by us having those three separate maps, we've been able to combine them and orchestrate them and really customize those three components to meet the needs of individual districts, neighborhoods, and sites in the city. So I think we have a very, very detailed and good foundation for decision making in the future as well when you have development projects come through before you. There is really a lot to look into the general plan for approving or denying those projects. Also, it outlines the overall development potential in a little greater detail, about 3,000 new housing units and about 3 million square feet of new non-residential development space. Building on the fiscal sustainability described in Chapter 1, this chapter, the land use element, also explores the relationship between economic development and land use to somewhat of a greater detail. It talks about the jobs housing ratio in the city. I think we need to recognize that given Emeryville's history as an employment center, we will not be able to attain a jobs housing parity in the next 20 years that this plan will be enforced for. However, this plan will get us closer to that goal. So I do believe we are marching toward a sustainable goal, toward a target of ultimately at some point in the future having this parity, but I think we'll certainly get closer to it than where we are today in the future. And finally, this element also outlines a topic that has been of great interest to many people, which is the bonus density and intensity program, which would allow developers to receive additional building area or additional building height if they can provide certain community amenities, such as more open space, more sustainable development techniques that go beyond the baseline requirements that all developments will have to meet. These will be carried out in greater detail in the zoning ordinance, and some of you who are members of the steering committee have already seen a presentation of the first round of that at the last steering committee meeting. In terms of the land use diagram, it really calls for a largely mixed-use city. There are only sort of like 3 or 4 areas of single uses in the city, conserving the medium-density residential neighborhoods on the eastern side, and a protected industrial area on the northern end, and Watergate again, would be a single use. But pretty much everything else in the city would be mixed use. Some of the changes that we've seen since the last time you saw this area here, and those gentlemen here who was speaking right at the outset of the meeting itself, this was changed from a mixed use with residential to a mixed use with non-residential. This is the change since January, since when you last saw it. Also, just given the heavy investment in infrastructure at the level 3 communication side on the north side of Hollis Street, and this park, this is the big park on the south side. This used to straddle Hollis Street. It's now been moved to be just on the west side of Hollis Street. That's another sort of a big change. And finally, I think we've also recognized in this diagram the potential for park opportunities at the AC transit site, perhaps in conjunction with the Center for Community Life in the future. This is the map that shows floor area ratios. This has, each one of these colors has a base designation, which is the amount you are sort of automatically entitled to go up to, and the higher number represents the level of development allowed with the density bonus program that I previously explained to you. What has been done since January is that these categories have been streamlined. We actually didn't really have these categories in the at the time of the January meeting that you had. So now we've streamlined these into these 5 categories here. The darkest colors represent the highest intensities. So you can see how it's sort of almost like a wedding cake. The densities or the intensities increase, and they reach their apex at the the Powell Christie core area over here, where the FARs would go up to 5.5 at the base. Now, these FARs do include any substantially above grade parking. This map represents the final version approved by the steering committee. However, as you may recall, at the meeting on the draft EIR that we had, several of you planning commissioners, including Commissioner Martin and Chair Hoff, were interested in knowing about the suitability of the base FARs for the eastern neighborhoods, and staff did a fairly extensive analysis, including looking at what's existing out there, projects that have been approved and projects that have been denied. And that analysis is one of the reports that was given to you in your packets in advance. This map here shows a base FAR of a 0.75 and a maximum FAR of 1.0 in these areas. Now, what staff is recommending is that base FAR be lowered to a 0.65, but the maximum remain at 1.0. This is based on the more fine-grained analysis of the conditions that staff has done in this area. Also, in this map, we have highlighted the PUDs with approved FAR, so there is no confusion about where they came from. This map here shows maximum building heights.
Rajiv, would you go back a moment?
Sure.
Because did we not also reduce the FAR over to 0.065 to 1 in the eastern residential neighborhoods, for example, the triangle?
Yes, I should have pointed the arrow in both places. This is applicable to this color, which applies to both of these areas. This map is as approved by the steering committee, but what staff is recommending is that number be changed to a 0.65. We didn't want to prepare a new map that the steering committee.
So I guess my point is, why isn't there a little correction on this map?
You can make it as soon as we go.
That's in front of us now.
Yes.
This is reduced from 1.25, which it was before. So,
That's right. It was 0.75 to 1.25. The
25.
steering committee voted to reduce it from 0.75 to 1.0. No one has ever voted yet to reduce it to 0.65. So that's before you tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one of the items you can actually take up right after we're done.
Deborah will be talking more about that.
Okay. Just want to make sure it's not overlooked.
No, okay. Thank you for watching out. Yeah. This map here shows the maximum building heights, and it aligns with the FAR map in terms of stepping down of building heights, streamlining of some of these categories, and provision of the base and the bonus values. Again, taller buildings would be focused in the same areas where we have the highest FARs, and the heights would be lower in the residential neighborhoods, both in the east side and in the triangle area. We also have a map that shows the maximum residential densities. Actually, residential development would be included and counted off against the FAR, the overall FAR of the site, but we've also established maximum residential densities, so there is a greater clarity in terms of how much residential development is allowed. And again, as you can see, the various colors, they increase in height as one goes to the highest FAR areas. Now, residential development would only be, of course, allowed in the residential-only areas, as well as the mixed use with the residential designation. Residential development will not be allowed in the industrial areas or the mixed use with non-residential areas. This element also has various drawings and diagrams. These are some of the illustrations showing in 3 dimensions the kind of development that could possibly result. A 3-dimensional computer model was prepared of the entire city. You can see in there all of the new buildings that are in this blue color. Here are the existing buildings. And a substantial amount of change could result as a result of the general plan, but obviously development will happen as a result of people bringing development proposals before the city to a large extent. This is a view looking south down I-80 over here, and this view is, if you sort of at the Bay Bridge, but I guess at a higher elevation than where you can really drive, sort of a helicopter above the Bay Bridge, and it's a view looking down from there. And there are other views in the general plan as well, and some of you have seen the animations of this computer model previously as well. Chapter 3, Transportation. The emphasis of this chapter is to establish a multimodal approach to transportation planning, which accommodates the automobile, but also includes streets, walking, bicycling, and public transit. It identifies the major transit hubs at Amtrak and along the 40th and San Pablo Avenue, where transit and pedestrian amenities, as well as transit-oriented mixed-use development is prioritized. The element also takes an innovative approach to measuring levels of service, which traditionally is associated only with automobile movement, is to really support and evaluate the quality of service that will result for all of the travel modes. The chapter also includes policies for parking, goods movement, the marina, and transportation demand management strategies. Here is the overall circulation diagram where all of the various modes are included. I know it's a complex diagram to follow here on the screen, and the element actually does break it down by various components. So if you're just interested in bikeways and what the connectivity is, you can see it a little easier there. The steering committee had directed us to include a map that showed regional retail access routes to some of the major regional destinations to make sure that there is connectivity from the freeways to these retail destinations, and those are shown on this map. This is the new map that was not there in the January version of the plan you had. Then we have Chapter 4, which is the Parks, Open Space, Public Facilities, and Services element. Parks, as you know, are a major area of emphasis for the general plan. The general plan will increase the city's park availability from approximately 15 acres presently to almost 44 acres in 20 years' time, a tripling of the park acreage in the city, which is huge. And this is to make sure that we are creating a livable city, livable neighborhoods as we're increasing population. So overall, parkland is one area of emphasis. The other is also locating these parks in a manner that everyone can get to a park in no more than 5 minutes from where they live. And then there is an overall system of greenways and connecting streets and green streets that link these park amenities to the neighborhoods. And all of those specific locations, the sizes, the green streets have been debated and deliberated upon extensively, showing how critical those amenities are to people in Emeryville. This chapter also addresses other items of public facilities and services, such as educational facilities, the Center for Community Life, police and fire services, and so on. There are several simulations, photo simulations in the plan. This is one of the ones along the 53rd Street East-West Greenway. This illustrates how in future the utility lines, for example, would be removed. There could be landscaping and lighting improvements, a bike boulevard along 53rd Street, as well as a proposed creek feature that'll celebrate Temescal Creek, which will actually continue to flow in the culvert below it. But this is just an example to show how these kinds of connections will be generated, connecting the neighborhoods to the parks. Here is an illustration showing the park, the big park in the north side along Hollis Street. This is across the street from, this is the recently completed park. This is across the street from it. This is 62nd Street, I believe, over here. And so, removing the utilities again, extending, putting new streets, new trees, new lighting along the street, extending this park for 2 of these big blocks all the way to 64th Street, putting bus transit lanes, signage and other improvements, showing, what the overall eventual form of this area could be. This is the overall diagram for the parks, open space, and public service. As I mentioned to you previously, we are looking to add 2 new large parks, one in the north side and one on the south side, with the goal being that practically everybody should be able to walk within 10 minutes to one of these parks, a big park, and within 5 minutes to smaller neighborhood scale parks, which will result from development, individual development, such as if the Powell Street Plaza is redeveloped, then we're looking to get a park out there for that. What we have done in this map, as I explained to you, this park used to previously straddle both sides of Hollis Street. It's been now moved to the west side of Hollis Street and made a little longer. We have acknowledged the park opportunity in the AC Transit site. I mentioned that to you previously. And we've also added community gardens, which people asked us to include on this map. So those are some of the changes. And also, just to emphasize, these have not really changed from previously. These are the green streets and the connectors linking the open space network together. Chapter 5, urban design. It's not a state-mandated general plan element, but it's very critical to Emeryville to attain its ideas for creating a livable community. And also, improving overall mobility around the city. This chapter describes the city in terms of its overall structure and identity, its division into districts, neighborhoods, the street grid and other connections, the relationship of buildings to the skyline, the streetscape, and the cultivation of neighborhood centers to promote walkability. We have 4 neighborhood centers in the city, which will serve as focal points for retail, community services, and other amenities. Pedestrian priority zones will be located around major activity centers, including these neighborhood centers, schools, and parks where pedestrian safety and mobility will be a top priority. We have some other examples of the kinds of changes that could result. This is the East Bay Bridge Shopping Center, and this shows how this area could unfold over time by allowing, for example, landscaping and a new plaza here on this side, replacing the surface parking with a parking structure with retail at the ground level below it, keeping the streets safe and interesting for pedestrians. Then there could be additional residential and non-residential development, and keeping some of those stores, including a big box store like this out there, perhaps by even having some additional development adjacent to or even above it. But really capitalizing on the possibilities that might exist in the future by allowing new development, but creating a more connected, livable neighborhood, a mixed-use neighborhood in that area that will also be close to our transit hub. Similarly, there are examples along Sherwin-Williams side. What could happen? This is the idea of taking a linear park a la South Park in San Francisco, having different types of development around it, including having new sort of small cafes to provide vitality to the streets, having different kind of a street paving and configuration to create a pedestrian-oriented zone in this area, and showing how ultimately this area also could be transformed in line with now these heights, these FARs, these bulk and so on, they all precisely match the designations in the general plan. So we worked very hard to make sure that they do indeed reflect that. This is not a specific development proposal. You can get a different design for the area, but our goal has been to simulate or try to capture the essence of those policies and relay those in the form of these diagrams here. Chapter 6, which is the conservation, safety, and noise, it covers a lot of ground. Typically, those are 3 separate elements in the general plan. The conservation element, the conservation component of this element is designed to protect, preserve, and enhance natural resources, including air quality, water supply and quality, and habitats. Cultural resources address both historical and archaeological resources in the city. And the safety element addresses the geology, soil, seismic hazards, flooding and drainage, fire hazards, and also state-required evacuation routes and safety standards. As a compact mixed-use city with multiple transportation corridors really traversing through the city, Emeryville presents a challenge in locating residential development, for example, adjacent to these major noise corridors. So noise is sort of a big issue. And what we've done as part of the general plan process is we've mapped both existing noise based on surveys, sound surveys that we did in the city, as well as looking at traffic volumes, and did a future noise contour projection. Now, this is critical because these noise contours, which describe different levels of noise, will be used as a basis by the city to approve or deny projects. So if you are in a highly noise-impacted area where there's a matrix in the general plan that says you cannot have residential uses in that high noise zone, then if your site traverses different zones, even though you may have a residential designation, you will have to locate your residential component outside of the noise zone, as well as there are requirements that are actually state mandated requirements of having more specific noise studies that should be done if you have a noise sensitive project located in an area of high noise. Now, what has changed in this drawing since the last time you saw, I believe it was Commissioner Martin who specifically requested that we relook at the noise contours from the railroads, and we did. And what we found is that we had failed to penalize the nighttime noise, which is typically penalized by 10 decibels. So our noise sub-consultants, they went back and they've corrected this map. So there are sort of higher levels of noise now reflecting along the railroad corridor. What we've also done is, since the distance to 70 decibels increased substantially from the railroad line, we've also now drawn in a 75 decibel line so you can see where that lies. That's the sort of the big change in the noise element. Finally, of the topical elements, there is Chapter 7, which is sustainability. This identifies ways in which Emeryville can reduce its contribution to global climate change, minimize its reliance on fossil fuels, and decrease consumption of natural resources. This chapter references and provides a summary of the city's leadership in these directions. It also, in both in sustainability, brownfields remediation, stormwater management, things like Emeryville Go Down, and the climate action plan that was adopted by the city actually in November of 2008. As a multi-dimensional concept, sustainability is actually woven throughout the general plan in the various elements. So when we talk about transportation, we talk about sustainable transportation. Sustainability is not a standalone idea. However, this element provides a centralized reference place for the goals and policies that pertain to sustainability throughout the plan. So this sustainability chapter examines all of the different topic areas and which are listed over here: energy, waste, land use, and water, and so on, and describes both existing and proposed strategies that the city will pursue in the future. Finally, we have an implementation program, which is Chapter 8, which includes actions for implementing the general plan. It lists agencies responsible for implementing the general plan, describes the regulatory system, the zoning and subdivision regulations, and building and housing codes that, for example, need to be consistent with the general plan. Most importantly, this chapter includes a complete, comprehensive list of every implementing action that the city will need to take to implement the general plan. There is at least one action for every policy that there is in the general plan. It identifies responsible agencies and the schedule and timeline for completing of that action. This may include large and new items, such as preparing design guidelines, which, as you know, will be forthcoming with the zoning ordinance itself, or a new parks master plan, which is the city's already initiated. Or there could be smaller action items, such as urging transit agencies to provide bike racks and vehicles. But we've captured all of those implementing actions, grouped them by themes, and put this in the implementation program. This is one of Charlie kept wanting us to do it, and we did do it. And it was very interesting to us that, as we were working through it, several city departments wanted to take on more of a responsibility for more of the actions. So to us, it showed a sort of a buy-in happening from city departments in the general plan as well. That's the general plan presentation. I'm going to very quickly introduce the EIR first slide while Jeannie is walking up here. The overall purposes of the EIR are to really meet the CEQA requirements by evaluating physical impacts of the plan, the general plan, and its alternatives. It's really about, the EIR is an informational document. It is meant to inform you as decision makers, the public, about the consequences of acting on the plan. So it's a helpful guide to you for reviewing and adopting the plan. And it also allows you as decision makers to weigh what may be significant impacts emerging out of the EIR and see if you need to make any adjustments anywhere in the plan to minimize those impacts, or look at the totality of the goals that you're seeking to achieve and make sure that you're balancing the environmental considerations with other considerations that may be economic development, livability, or whatever else.
Okay, so briefly, these are the topics that were evaluated in the EIR. CEQA presents a series of topics that might be appropriate, and these are the ones that were deemed salient for this project in Emeryville. As Deborah mentioned, the draft EIR was submitted on May 15th. The Planning Commission held a hearing, as you know, on June 25th, and the 45-day review period ended soon thereafter. And we collected comments that were received from various public agencies and companies, organizations, individuals during that 45-day period. So the most essential component of the findings that came out of the draft EIR were these significant and unavoidable impacts. And these are impacts that couldn't be mitigated to a level that was not significant for a variety of reasons. So we identified significant and unavoidable impacts in these 4 topic areas. In terms of traffic, we found unacceptable level of service at 10 intersections at various times of day. 8 were in Emeryville, 1 in Berkeley, and 1 in Oakland. And this included 2 intersections that were already operating below acceptable conditions. Unacceptable LOS was also found on freeway segments, including Interstates 80 and 580 and Highway 24. Increased automobile congestion that would lead to increased travel times on transit, such as AC Transit buses and the Emery Go-Round. So general plan policies sought to reduce these impacts through increasing alternative modes, creating transit priority streets, but they weren't able to rectify them to a point that the impacts would be less than significant. Basically, there still will be congestion. Second, in terms of noise, there will be an increase in ambient noise, mostly as a result of this increased traffic on roadways, in particular on I-80. And again, general plan policies such as siting residential portions of mixed-use projects away from the highway improve but do not eliminate this potential impact. And as you notice, in the final EIR, additional noise policies were added to try to mitigate this impact further. Third, in terms of cultural resources, development could result in demolition of historic resources, and the state court has ruled that such impacts cannot be mitigated to a less than significant level. So that's how that impact ended up as significant and unavoidable. Lastly, air quality is really a consistency issue. Air quality impacts are evaluated based on the Bay Area Air Quality Management District's Air Quality Plan, which is the 2005 ozone strategy. And that strategy uses ABAG's 2003 projections of population, and those population projections are lower than the population projections that the general plan has identified. So essentially, because of that inconsistency, we had to identify this as a significant and unavoidable impact. And actually, going forward, in ABAG's 2009 projections should help rectify this, because those projections are higher. So in response to this, staff have prepared a statement of overriding considerations, which is required for these significant and unavoidable impacts. This is shown in Exhibit B, and this describes the findings where specific economic, legal, social, technological, or other benefits are seen to outweigh any of these unavoidable adverse environmental effects. The second set of significant impacts are significant and irreversible environmental changes, and these may include impacts to non-renewable resources, meaning physical features that can't be renewed, such as land or waterways, which can only be used once. So air quality fits into that category, as well as energy consumed during construction activities. And again, these impacts can be reduced through general plan policies, but they can't be eliminated. So the final EIR represents the draft EIR and the response to comments that we received during that 45-day period. And the purpose of this is really just to refine the environmental analysis in response to the comments that we received. So the final EIR contains the 5 chapters listed here, an introduction, the comments on the draft EIR, which are numbered, and then responded to in Chapter 3, the response to comments. Subsequent revisions to the EIR are shown in Chapter 4, and then the revisions to the general plan in an appendix, and also in the hearing draft that you have today. So I'm going to send this back to Deborah.
Thank you, Rajiv and Jeannie. Nice job. And I also want to compliment your firm on the way the plan looks. The photography and the layout is really nice. So before we move into the public hearing, there's a couple of issues that I wanted to bring up that are in the staff report, and Rajiv alluded to them in his presentation. These are, three areas that have generated some specific interest in development of the plan, but also I wanted to call your attention to some correspondence that we've received in the last few days outlining some other issues. There were 8 pieces of correspondence from agencies and individuals, and I'm just going to say who they're from. A comment letter from the State Parks Department, from East Bay Regional Parks District, from the Sierra Club, the Audubon Society, a letter from George Martin, and email from Barbara McQuitty, and then 2 letters from the firm of Cassidy, Shimko, Dawson, and Kawakami, one representing Wareham and the other representing Safeway. So those are before you. This issue regarding the northwest corner is the one and only area where the steering committee couldn't come to an agreement. Basically, the question at hand is whether or not what the height and the land use should be for this northwest corner. There were some on the steering committee who felt that the 55-foot height limit with up to 75 with bonuses would be appropriate for the area, and that it wasn't an appropriate site for residential development. And then others felt that a 75-foot base height up to 100 feet with the bonus would be appropriate in the site, and also that residential development would be appropriate here. The steering committee developed a compromise position that they're putting forward in the plan, and that is that it be the 55 to 75 foot height limit, but with a note that it could go higher for a hotel, and that it would be that the land use would be mixed use without residential. And so that's that issue. And Rajiv discussed the kind of the reconfiguration of the large park on the south side of Powell. And one of the key concepts in developing the plan was this idea that the city needed some large parks that could have fields that could be activated for sports. And so the steering committee recommended that there be a large park on the north side of town and a large park on the south side of town, and have identified the locations. And as you can see on the left, in the January draft of the plan, the park on the south side of town straddled Hollis Street. And after the draft plan was produced, we discovered that there was a significant telecommunications facility on part of this park, and that would be this piece right here. That would be very impractical and problematic for it to relocate. And so the steering committee came back with another recommendation, and that would be to extend the park on the west side of Hollis. But also there was a strong feeling for having the AC Transit site at some point be considered for a park if it ever is available to the city. And so that comment is in there as well, and there's a policy to that regard. And then the third issue that's been discussed, and Patty brought up, thank you, regarding the FARs in the eastern residential neighborhoods. And the draft plan that came out in January included, the FA recommended that the FAR for these areas be a base FAR floor area ratio of 0.75, and through a conditional use process, it could be approved up to 1.0 FAR. There were some questions about that number, and the Planning Commission asked staff to go back and take another look, and we produced a paper analyzing a number of different projects that have been developed in the Triangle and Doyle Street neighborhoods in the past 10 to 15 years. And the trick was to try and determine what the appropriate FAR would be to maintain the scale and character of these neighborhoods, but also to include parking within the FAR as is proposed for the rest of the city. And so we went back and took another look, and at this point we are recommending to the Planning Commission that the FARs in these areas be a base FAR lowered to 0.65, and then with a CUP up to 1.0, and that would include parking in the calculation. And we're also recommending an amendment to a policy in the Urban Design Chapter, policy UDP-15, which says infill residential development should be incorporated, should incorporate the scale, character, and identity of adjacent existing development, and then added, to avoid a continuous row of garages along the street, the lot frontage should provide a minimum of 30% of active non-parking related uses, because once we got into it and we realized that it really was the design that mandated parking be in the front that was problematic. So here's that amendment to that policy and our recommendation on the FARs. And that concludes the staff and consultant presentation on the general plan and the EIR, and we are available for questions. And then it would be appropriate to open the public hearing on the general plan.
Can I, before we open the public hearing, if the commissioners have questions as opposed to comments, please save your comments till after the public hearing. But do you have any questions of the staff at this point?
I have one, and this pertains to the statement of overriding considerations for traffic and transportation. And I was wondering for the intersections that were identified as, exceeding the LOS level of acceptability, was there any consideration to incorporating TDM? And if it was, did that not successfully reduce any of those intersections to an
Was this in
acceptable
terms of
level?
mitigation?
Right.
Can you speak to that? Did we talk about TDM? I can't remember.
Actually already had, to a certain extent, some TDM policies, and once we went through the analysis, we identified certain other things that needed to be done. For example, one of the things that came out was that the city should be doing a very focused transit study, to be looking at transit-only kind of lanes, and those could be parking lanes that may switch during the peak hours to being transit-only, and then other times be. So there are a slew of recommendations like that have been made and now incorporated as general plan policy. Because our goal, as Jeannie explained to you, has been to create a self-mitigating plan. So to the extent we found these so-called mitigations, we incorporated those as general plan policies. But despite doing all that, looking at TDMs, looking at specific land uses around these, we could not for those intersections. This still would remain at an unacceptable level of service.
Okay, I guess then this is a question for staff, and it'll only be a little bit longer, Art, because I really want to understand this as we move forward. And I guess this is probably an Abby question. If it is likely that TDM will not effectively reduce some of the traffic impacts at these intersections, can we still support a nexus to require that a TDM be prepared on a project-by-project basis?
Well, project-by-project basis, really the EIR is a program EIR.
Right.
So when individual projects come up, they will have individual environmental, whether it's CEQA or EIRs.
Yeah, but I understand that, but I guess I'm just sort of wondering, we're looking at TDM as a comprehensive TDM program as a bonus.
Right.
And, it's just something I'm throwing out there that perhaps now isn't the appropriate time, because I think we need to.
Maybe I can try to
consider
address
it.
that question just a little bit.
Because I'm
a little
just wondering,
clearer.
if we're
Okay,
identifying this as to
TDM
give a bonus and it's really
TDM
not going to do
yeah.
any good, why are we doing it?
TDM is a complex subject because the state also has a law that actually restricts local agencies' abilities to do certain things over and beyond. Things like parking cash-out programs and so on, you have to find and make a nexus with the conditions we have. What this general plan will not lock you into any position that you otherwise would not already be in. In other words, this general plan does not limit your abilities to be doing anything else that you otherwise may want to do. In effect, it goes through what would traditionally be considered like a TDM approach, such as requiring bike parking spaces and shower facilities and so on. The general plan actually has policies to require those, and the zoning ordinance is building those in. So those are the softer TDM dimensions, but you certainly have the full ability as projects come forward. Certainly if there's a discretionary approval that a project has with you, and most of the projects in the city probably have some discretionary approval, you have full rights to require whatever you want to require as far as TDM goes in those projects.
Yeah, I understand that,
Yeah.
but what my point is, if it isn't, I think it's important, regardless of whether it effectively reduces traffic at those key intersections. However, I'm thinking of it in terms of we are considering for the zoning, and this is jumping ahead a little bit, but it does relate to what we're talking about tonight. If we are considering bonuses to allow additional FAR and additional height, those bonuses, the whole intent behind the bonus was to give more to the community in order to allow the additional height and the additional intensity, and for residential, the density. So, I'm perhaps TDM isn't one of the bonuses.
Well,
we should be
actually,
giving.
the TDM will have an impact. Just because it doesn't reduce it to below a significant level doesn't mean it's not actually helping to alleviate traffic congestion. And if you were to impose a requirement on a development, you may well impose it on the entire development and not just on the bonusable piece. So in effect, by somebody trying to claim a bonus and having a TDM measure with it, you may have effectively tried to address the overall issues related to the entire development. So you have to balance that as the time comes for granting or not granting the bonus at the time.
Okay.
I would
I'm not
also point out
satisfied
that
yet,
the
but-
bonus system concept is when the developer voluntarily provides things that would not normally be required. It has to be over and above normal requirements. So if there...
So it'd be a super TDM plan as
Well,
opposed to a regular TDM
If
plan?
a particular project didn't require a TDM plan, and they provided one anyway, then that would be eligible for a bonus. Or if we said the TDM plan had to include X, Y, Z, and they included a bunch of other things as well, that could potentially be bonusable.
Yeah, but I mean, as a commission, we have been looking towards the larger projects
Okay.
to prepare a TDM.
Let's move on.
Okay, you're going to rein
Can
me
we
in.
move
All
on?
right, I'll be quiet now. But
You
I
could-
do think this is an important issue that we
You could
need
bring it
to
up again
deal
during-
with.
You could bring it up again during the discussion period.
Okay.
So I have a couple questions.
Go ahead.
So the first one is, in looking through the final EIR, I've noticed a number of corrections that staff acknowledged in terms of recommendations for changes to, say, the block bound by Peabody, Vallejo, 65th, and the Greenway. So there are a number of changes there. I'm just questioning how we're going to capture those tonight, if we're going to actually move forward tonight. Does staff have something in writing that the commission's going to be able to use as the, quote, corrected corrections? And then while you're thinking about that, we received a number of substantive comments tonight. And, at least some of them appear to be substantive. And for the record, has staff prepared responses to those for us to digest as we go through the issues?
We've prepared responses on some of those that were received yesterday and earlier today. The latest comment letter was received less than an hour before this meeting began. So we have not been able to prepare a response to that. We, reviewed it, and we can give you a verbal response.
I guess my question is, how were you going to present that information we got today and your recommendations to the commission on how to deal with it?
I would say that the comments that you received over the last couple of days via correspondence should be construed as comments for the public hearing. People can comment at the public hearing either in writing or verbally. You're not required to respond to every comment. These comments, or any comment really, you may. They're for your information. They're for you to take under advisement. You can deal with them as you see fit.
Weren't those comments having to do with the
Jim,
general plan rather than the EIR?
There were a mix. Some of them were, and some of them were about the interim zoning regulations.
Yeah. Which we're acting on tonight as well.
Right. They are all, I would take them all in the vein of, just as you take public testimony at a hearing before you make a decision on the project before you, you take into account the comments you've heard verbally and things you've received in writing. I would say it's the same thing. You just take those
that
comments into
acceptable?
account when you make your decisions.
Yeah, I think it might be useful to the commission as the evening wears on that you actually perhaps summarize those and give us, for the record, your position on how we should deal with those.
Well, it's kind of hard to pay attention here and be reading and responding to letters at the same time, but we'll do the
Jim,
best we can.
I don't
know you'll do a good job.
I don't quite follow that because the staff is not required to respond to all the public comments. I agree with the planning director. If any of the commission members feel that any of those letters or comments are worthy of comment on, then you should bring it up as part of your comments.
I will.
And we can discuss them.
Yeah, my point is that I'm not sure the entire commission's had a chance, and so if staff could summarize those and
Well,
give their recommendations.
staff hasn't had a chance to digest them all either.
Okay.
And some of them just arrived.
Okay, I wanted to raise that.
Okay.
So we'll,
Oh, concerning your other point about the changes to the final EIR, to my knowledge, we have not identified any corrections other than the ones that you have identified. And do you know where they are? They're on page A-3 in the EIR. And this is the summary of the revisions to the general plan that were made between the January version and the August version. And the attachment to your staff report, attachment 6, which is also the same summary of changes, is identical. So you'd make the same changes in that as well. And that was where Commissioner Martin refers to the block bounded by Peabody Lane, Doyle, Vallejo, and 65th Street, the block that the Baker Metal project that you just approved is on. On page A-3,
well, I'm sorry, where are you in the, what page?
page
are you on?
A-3.
It's in the final
it's
EIR.
Final EIR, page A-3. The building heights, page 216, which is the second big section on that page, it says that the building heights on that block were increased to 55 to 75. That's incorrect. It was increased to 30 to 55. It was increased from a straight 30 to 30 to 55. And then similarly, two sections below that, page 218, the updated residential density figures on the same block. It says there, it's the middle bullet, the third bullet down there, that the density on that block was increased to 85 to 100 units to the acre. That's not correct. It's 50 to 60 units to the acre. And I would note, though, that the maps in the general plan are correct. It's only this update page in the EIR, and that's a separate handout that is not correct. So the plan itself is correct. I'm not aware of any other errors.
It's the area on San Pablo, between San Pablo and Adeline. There was a, yeah, is it this? I think this is incorrect. Right?
Increasing the FAR.
Hang on,
page
we may
on
have
page
another- No, the FAR is correct. The FAR on that block is correct.
On 214? Okay.
Yes.
The density is correct.
That's the only
Yeah,
reference there. I see.
that's right. I think that area's right.
Okay, okay.
As far as we know, that's the only error.
Are we good to go?
why I brought the brownies, Art. I know.
I'm sure we'll have some other comments from the commissioners in a little while. But right now, we want to open the public hearing on the general plan and the EIR. And I want to remind the public that we are not discussing the zoning ordinance. The zoning ordinance will be taken up as a subsequent matter after we approve or disapprove the general plan. So if you have comments, the comments should be addressed to the general plan and the EIR.
And if I could just make a minor correction, the public hearing is on the general plan.
I'm sorry.
Not on the EIR. There was a
Me.
public hearing on the draft EIR. The final EIR is before the Commission for certification, but that's.
We already had public.
You already had a public hearing on the EIR.
Thank you for the correction. So again, I would remind anybody who would want to speak to come forward. You're limited to 3 minutes. Please state your name, and after you've had your comments, please sign in at this sign-in board to the left there. Yes, sir.
Yep.
And your name is?
Hi, my name is Mark Welther, and I'm the Executive Director of Golden Gate Audubon. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Golden Gate Audubon represents 10,000 members and supporters throughout the Bay Area. And our mission is to protect Bay Area birds, other wildlife, and their habitat. Many of our members live in and around the Emeryville area. And like the East Bay Regional Park District, the Sierra Club, and the Citizens for East Shore Parks, we're gravely concerned about the construction of a portion of the Bay Trail along the Emeryville Crescent. The San Francisco Bay is a stopover for the Pacific Flyway, which is one of the most important bird migration pathways in the world. And tens of millions of birds migrate through and overwinter in San Francisco Bay. And they rely on places like the Emeryville Crescent for roosting and foraging and nesting. And in fact, the Golden Gate Audubon spends much of our time identifying small pockets of land like the Emeryville Crescent for preservation and restoration. The EIR itself points out that the crescent is already habitat for endangered California clapper rail, California black rail, and the salt marsh harvest mouse, as well as many species of concern. And in 1978, the Golden Gate Audubon ourselves commissioned a report from the Bodega Bay Institute, a study of the area which demonstrated that any trail along the Emeryville Crescent would cause significant harm to birds in the area. The EIR failed to acknowledge that filling wetlands, destroying habitat used for special status species, and destroying nesting habitat are very significant impacts that must be avoided and at least minimized or mitigated. And also, the EIR conflicted with the East Shore State Parks General Plan, which states that the Bay Trail will not go through the Emeryville Crescent. Existing laws such as the Endangered Species Act, the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, and others do not provide a basis for finding of no significant impact for destruction of wetlands and other habitats of special status species. These impacts must be considered. And one other thing of note is that the lands of the Emeryville Crescent are subject to the public trust. As such, they cannot be filled in or otherwise used for industrial or residential development. Therefore, we believe that this proposal contradicts the City of Emeryville's own stated policies: 1, to protect special status wilderness species and plants; 2, to protect the natural environment from destruction during new development; 3, access will create a minimum. Okay, is that my time? Okay. I just want to conclude by saying we ask that the city remove provisions from the general plan and the EIR related to placing the Bay Trail in the Emeryville Crescent, and we also ask that Section 3.4 be reviewed and rewritten to fully consider the impacts of to sensitive species, wetlands, and bird nesting habitat.
Thank you.
And I've been authorized to say that the Sierra Club also opposes this.
Thank you very much. Yeah, please come forward. Would you sign in, sir?
Betty Burry, and I'm calling to ask you to consider an amendment to your plan, specifically for Horton Street. I already live on the Horton Street, which is a one lane in each direction, already crowded with trucks because there's no room for them to park, and we already have an 800-car parking garage on our street, plus the Amtrak station, plus the parking beyond
What part
that.
of Horton Street do you live on? At the terraces?
The terraces.
Okay.
Yes. And in the plans that you have, it appears to me that you're not considering that as an area of potentially high congestion. It already is. High noise already is. And the project that's being planned for that is going for the other side of the Amtrak station, of course, is going to be given a special over 100-foot height limit. And it's not going to be a 100-foot height limit for a theater or a library or a hospital or something very useful to Emeryville. It's going to be for a parking garage. And we don't need another parking garage on our small area.
You
And
know,
so if the-
excuse me.
Yes?
We're going to specifically talk about Emery Street West.
Mhm.
So, you know, if you wanted to be more specific, you could comment at that time. You should limit your comments now to the general plan and not to
The
the
general
specific-
plan
and not to
in-
the specific project.
I think she
Certainly,
is
I
talking
am.
about, she's talking about the height
I'm
limits in
talking
the general
about the
plan.
height limit, which is zoned just for that area at 100 feet.
All right.
No other area on that street. And
So you're objecting
so
to the height
I'm
limit.
objecting to the height limit, which is a special height limit just for that area, much higher than the previous plan and out of character with the area that we have, and will increase traffic, congestion, noise, and all the things that your plan is supposed to try to work hard to prevent. So thank you for listening, but consider us at
Thank you.
Horton.
Would you please sign in?
I already have.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, my name is Patricia Jones. I'm the Executive Director of Citizens for East Shore Parks. Thank you for allowing me to speak. As you may know, Citizens of East Shore Park was instrumental in the creation of the East Shore State Park. So any development that would impact habitats in the park are of great concern to CES. We and fellow environmental and agency stakeholders such as East Bay Regional Park District and the Sierra Club are disappointed that we were not included in the aforementioned stakeholder outreach. When questioned, we'd been told that the general plan would not impact East Shore State Park. In our brief and very last-minute review of the general plan, we must oppose the proposed spur trail that will be in the tidal marsh area of the Emeryville Crescent. I'd like to say that one more time, in the tidal marsh of the Crescent. While CESP is a strong proponent of trails and shoreline access, and I personally ride my bicycle to work, this trail, as presented, would be detrimental to several endangered species and other species of concern. We do not feel that the general plan or the EIR addresses concerns mentioned in the Bodega Bay Institute that was conducted by the Golden Gate Audubon. We also oppose this trail due to the proposal to fill wetlands to create the trail. This would be a significant impact. CES concurs with the letter you received from East Bay Regional Park District stating the many ways in which this plan conflicts with the East Shore State Plan, General Plan, and with various BCDC regulations. We ask that you remove the proposed spur trail in the East Shore State Park from your general plan. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Douglas Flock from Watergate Condominiums, and I would like to request that the parcel at the intersection of Frontage Road and Powell, where the regional retail overlay is, that be removed, because of considerations for noise and traffic, particularly in that regional retail might entail extended hours of operation in that area. Also, I'd like to suggest referring back to the earlier presentation about the general plan in relation to the Home Depot area, that maybe you might put an underground connector from that to the parking garage if there's enough room underground to allow the contractors to move back and forth. Because otherwise you may kill off that business without that. They do need to move a lot of heavy stuff and bulky stuff. So, thank you.
My name is Craig Windsor. I too live at the Terraces, and I have a great concern with the traffic that is going to most likely come from several projects that are planned in the future. And I also have a concern with the noise factor because of the heights on the west side of the railroad tracks where the current hotel, the Woodfin Suites, resides. Because I feel like if you're going to allow on the east side of the height limit of 100 plus feet and 100 plus feet on the other side, you're going to create a corridor for that train to make it further noise. It's just going to make very loud noise, which is already loud enough, and then on top of it, the traffic noise and the traffic congestion. So I really think you need to look at that and consider that there are residents in that area, because that seems to be a problem a lot of times that the residents aren't considered.
Thank you. Would you sign in, please?
Hello, everyone. My name's Jean Robertson, and I appreciate all the work that everybody does sitting through these meetings and trying to figure all this stuff out. I'm particularly interested in two issues and have some concern about two things. One is the general density, and I know that you're looking at it and you do all the studies and you measure stuff and look at things that have been built, and I appreciate the science that goes into that. Walking around my neighborhood lately, and I've been in the area for about 15 years, and I worked actually in the area.
Where is your area?
I live on Fremont Street, which is one block into Oakland from the Emeryville border.
Okay.
Fremont near 59th and 61st. So that's the area I'm around in a lot, walking around in. It's the height limit thing on that little special place near the Amtrak station. And I know that we're going to look at that in detail, and I will comment then, but I want to say I'm definitely opposed to having a special, we don't have to abide by the height limit over here kind of thing, especially near that beautiful architecture of the train station. What I was trying to get at before is that there's a general feeling in the neighborhood, even of projects that are thoughtfully planned, they're bigger and they're bigger and they're bigger and they're coming in closer and closer. And, you know, like the one that Mr. Banta presented, it was thoughtful and all that, but right up to the edge of the Greenway, which we fought so hard to make, not a little extra added to the Greenway. But it's like, okay, the Greenway is now front yard for a massive building project. So not massive compared to the other ones that are being proposed, but anyway, just it's all relative. Anyway, the main thing is the density, the issue of density. So I'm not sure what all the formulas mean and how they play out, but everything that I see that's coming in just feels like more, bigger, more cars, you know. So I'm very concerned about that, and the special exception being considered for this very tall building at near the train station. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nick. You have a conflict of interest.
I guess I might. Vanessa Coomerly, I'm on Ocean Avenue. I'm on the General Plan Update Steering Committee, as some of you know, many of you know. And I still have not wrapped my brain around the FAR for the residential neighborhoods. And so I was glad to see that it was reduced to 0.65, but I'm concerned that it might not be enough. And I know, Deborah, you were saying that it was the projects in the last 10 years you were looking at?
There were about 16 projects that we looked at, most of them within the last 10 years, but there was one that went back into the 90s.
Because that's good. However, there's also all the projects that were done a lot longer ago than 10 years that are the bulk of the neighborhoods that need to be considered, so that there's, you know, the scale and the bulk is in keeping with the neighborhoods that are there. So, yeah, I don't feel comfortable with even 0.65. I'm worried that it's still going to be and one with a bonus. I'm not really sure exactly in the residential areas what kind of bonuses we're going to get. So, you know, I'm just mentioning that. And also, I too, and I said it during, you know, our meetings, am not excited about this 100-foot designation for the transit center. So just wanted to say that. Thank you all.
Good evening. My name is Debbie Cardigainer. I'm with the law firm of Cassidy, Shimko, and Dawson and Kawakami. You've received 2 letters from us today. I'm here on behalf of 2 different stakeholders in the Emeryville community. One is Wareham Development, and one is Safeway. And with your permission, I'd like to take a full 3 minutes for each of those 2 clients. May I? Thank you. First of all, we'd like to compliment the city and the staff on a really great, well-thought-out plan. It's clear that it's going to be a very ambitious and wonderful blueprint for future development for the next 20 years in the city. The staff did a great job, and obviously a lot of work has gone into it. That being said, we also have submitted 2 letters. I have copies of those letters, additional copies here. You all have them. Okay, great. We apologize for the late date of submitting those letters. It's been a long few days since Friday when the additional documentation became available for us to look at. So most of our letters have been responding to the documents that were made available on Friday. Just to go through our letters so that you do have a general idea of the concerns that we have. First, I'll start with Safeway. The first thing that Safeway is requesting is actually a continuance on this consideration. This is not only because there's a new draft of the general plan out, but also because the interim zoning regulations. I realize there's a separate comment period on that later. But really, they're where the rubber hits the road for the general plan. And the fact, and I kind of cringed a little bit when they were talking earlier about the letters coming in late, but that kind of illustrates our point. You know, it took us this long to digest what the city had presented, and we're now just getting our comments back to you. We think that there's still dialogue to be had on a lot of aspects of these plans. Second of all, in terms of particular comments, Safeway's first comment is that we'd like to suggest some additional new language to the general plan. The concern is, as you may know, Safeway is considering upgrading the existing Pack and Save in the East Bay Bridge Retail Center. It'd be changing it to a Safeway and doing some significant upgrades to the exterior and interior of the store. But there are many general plans and policies and goals that would make it very difficult for Safeway to proceed with this, because if they go for design review and that triggers the general plan provision that the buildings have to be X feet tall and there has to be structured parking, it's going to really discourage them and other developers from working on this issue and from doing the upgrades. So if you look at page 3 of the letter that I wrote on behalf of Safeway, we have suggested text in 2 different paragraphs. The first paragraph has to do with proposed upgrades. When proposed upgrades are on the table, that if it's an existing building, that the general plan policies and goals actually are not invoked. It's only if there's a new building that's being proposed or a new development that's being proposed. That would encourage people who have existing buildings to still go ahead with those buildings, but not penalize those who want to just upgrade their buildings. There's also another paragraph regarding possible deviations from the general plan in situations where there are economic infeasibilities of complying with the general plan's goals and policies. The city would remain in the driver's seat, but it would have a little bit more flexibility about what types of development could go forward. Finally, in terms of Safeway's development, the general plan currently shows a pedestrian pathway straight through the Pack and Save site. That could could pose some serious problems and conflicts with pedestrians going for, and cars. If it is imposed at this point, it should really only be imposed in connection with future development. On behalf of Wareham, Wareham, as you know, is a long-term stakeholder in the Emeryville community. They are developing several projects right now, including the Transit Center, Heritage Square West, and the Emeryville Greenway. They have been involved in this process for a long time now and have made a lot of comments along the way. Probably their primary comment with respect to the general plan is the calculation of FAR. That calculation has been changed to include parking, and so our concern is that in making that change, it's effectively camouflaging what the true increases in FAR are going to be. For instance, we expect that there will be a 1-to-1 correlation of every square foot of parking needed to every square foot of occupiable space. So if you double an FAR from 1 to 2, effectively, you're not doing anything to the FAR if you were now including structured parking. So that's a first major issue. The general plan does exempt out certain public parking uses, but is not very specific about how that would work. So we have some concerns about that, which we'll raise later. Another concern is the multiple height and density districts that are applicable to various different large lots. The general plan provides that FAR may be averaged out among the lot, but that height cannot. This makes it very difficult because FAR is actually quite correlative to the height. So even though in theory you could distribute the FAR among the lot, in practice it's very difficult to do. So it's effectively constraining the entire site. So what we would suggest is instead having the multiple height density districts averaged for whatever parcel to which they apply. Another comment that we have on the general plan on behalf of Wareham is the fact that it requires active frontage streets, meaning, and the definition of that is basically commercial uses along the entirety of the street. That actually has some possible ramifications that Wareham has experienced and seen in areas in Emeryville, including San Pablo Avenue, which is, a lot of times if you have commercial space, it's not going to be tenanted. And if it's not tenanted, that's kind of a rotten pedestrian experience. So clearly that hopefully won't always be the case, but we'd like for Wareham to have, and other developers to have the opportunity to create this pedestrian experience in other ways. For instance, perhaps having the option of putting more extensive landscaping or water features in instead. So I think that's I'm almost out of time. I appreciate your consideration. I'm here to answer any questions, and I'll be back to talk about the interim zoning regulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Frederick Schrag. I work in Emeryville, and I'm speaking here on behalf of John Nady, who owns 2.2 acres, the northwest corner of Emeryville. The Nady building was built in 1960. He purchased it in 1990, and of course the tax revenue are based on the assessments on those figures. Currently it's zoned mixed use, which would allow the 2.2 acres to be developed in 300 residential units. Mr. Nady would like to develop that lot for residential uses with offices and retail on the ground floor. And of course that would result in increased tax assessments to the city of Emeryville. Now the draft general plan, as you know, the committee is divided on whether it should be residential or non-residential in that area, and also the height limits. As submitted to you by the director, or the planning director, it's right now submitted as non-residential mixed use with a height of 55 feet or 75 feet with bonus, except if there's a hotel there, the recommendation by the staff is a 75-foot limit or 100-foot with bonus. The rationale for having non-residential there is noise from the train tracks and the highway. This site is west of the train tracks. However, the general plan makes accommodation for mitigating noise by things such as double or triple pane windows, closed windows, with air conditioning, etc. So to have a general plan that eliminates the possibility of residences in that area, it doesn't allow for mitigation, it eliminates mitigation by eliminating the residences. That doesn't seem accurate analysis to me. Also, Another rationale was that the staff wanted to have a hotel in that area because of the increased taxes from the hotel tax. Well, it would be nice perhaps to have a hotel there. In the 20 years since Mr. Nady has owned his 2.2 acres in the northwest corner of that northwest corner, he's never been approached by anyone who wanted to build a hotel there, but he has been approached by people who wanted to build residences there with commercial and office use. So the city is more likely to have increased revenues from a new higher tax assessment from residences and office use in that area than just the bare hope of a hotel being constructed there. The best and highest use for the Nady site would be a high-rise residence with commercial on the ground floor. May I go on briefly? Yes. It would have world-class views of the Golden Gate, and it's just adjacent to the Berkeley Aquatic Park. That would be the best and highest use for the site. I urge you not to adopt the general plan as it is submitted to you currently, but rather to change the use designation for the northwest corner, or at least for the Nady site, which is only about 13% of that area that's designated non-residential. Change it to mixed use with residential, with a height of at least 75 feet or 100 feet with the bonus. Just the same height as is already being recommended for a hotel.
Thank you so much. Your time's up.
Thank you.
Anyone else care to speak?
Good evening, Chairperson Hoff, members of the commission, staff, audience. How many people at home are watching tonight, I wonder? I think it's time that somebody thanked the steering committee. We have Patty, we have Gail, we have Art, we have John, we have Vanessa. Is Vanessa still here?
Miguel?
We have Miguel, we have Chris. They've all been working for over 5 years. I was able to take the first bus ride to San Francisco many years ago, and it's gone on from there. Everybody's worked extremely hard. Many of the issues you had to reach a consensus on, and I think you did a terrific job, and I think each and every one of you need to be thanked. And for me personally, thank you.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Could you identify yourself, please?
I never do.
Oh. That's Jim Golden.
I'll sign in, Charlie.
Please.
Oh, and staff did a terrific job, too.
Do you have some more? Well, at least we got one compliment tonight. But ma'am, did you want to speak?
Yes, my name is Julie Murphy. I live in Emeryville for 4 years now on 64th Street, 1281 64th Street. And I just wanted to echo the concerns that Vanessa, I think is your name, brought up. I came here because I was very interested about the whole business of the FAR, and I'm glad that it sounds like that number is going down, I guess at least to 0.65, if I heard correctly. But I mean, I live right within a stone's throw of a project that's happening on our street in a lot where I guess if it's currently set at 0.5, and it's the project's really tight, and I'm already concerned, and they've only put the foundation in. I live next door to an empty lot, and you know, I'm just concerned about keeping it lower than 0.65, and I just wanted to echo that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would care to speak on the general plan?
It's hard to remember everything, and so I just have a little comment to add. Named Jean Robertson. Just wanted to emphasize how much use that neighborhood gets, and the greenway and the park, and there's a lot of people walking their dogs, and every single big project that goes in with more cars and more density, There's more people using that little threads of green space left. So I do have a lot of concern that that as we allow for more density, we have some parks. I don't think the amount of parks is, it's good that it's increasing, but I don't think it's increasing in terms of the amount of density we have. And it's just the use of the greenway. It's and the park around there. It's going to get a lot more. So I think if it seems to me that so often projects are approved with bonuses and with extras and with conditional conditions. So if we're raising the bar of what's it's being lowered from 75. Pardon?
Could you please shorten, because you really had your turn and we
Okay,
have to
thank
move
you.
on.
You want more parks.
I want the issue of the density to really be reviewed and maybe reduced from 0.65.
I think they've done a good,
Thank you.
thank you. Now you gotta make this short because you've been here once before.
Yeah, I'll be really quick. I just forgot to mention last time about, I wanted to bring up again about trucks and trucks parking and things like that, that planning be done so that diesels and buses and things don't wind up under people's residential windows and in, bad places where they're running their engines and things like that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Seeing nobody else, we'll close the public hearing. Now, it's up to the commission.
There's a request for a break, and I think we've already started the break.
Well, let me just say something before the break. So the commission, what I would like the commissioners to consider is I would like each commissioner in turn to comment on the general plan, make general comments, and if they have a specific question or want a change in the general plan, I suggest that they make it at that time, and we will take a vote on each suggestion as we go through the meeting, rather than letting accumulate to the evening. So when you prepare, when it's your turn to speak, make as many comments as you want, but if you want to change, let's be specific, and we'll vote on that change, and then go on. Is that all right with everybody?
Sounds good.
Okay, we'll have a 5-minute break, and then we'll get going on the general plan. Thank you. We'll reconvene the Planning Commission meeting, and Mr. Bryant has some comments he wants to make.
Thank you, Chair Hoff. I'd just like to briefly respond to some of the comments that you've received this evening. As Deborah indicated, you have received letters or emails from the State Parks Department, the East Bay Regional Park District, the Sierra Club, the Audubon Society, Barbara McQuitty, George Martin, Cassidy Shimko, Dawson and Kawakami on behalf of Wareham and Safeway, and you've also heard a number of comments tonight. I do want to, where is it? I do want to briefly address the issue of the trail along the Emeryville Crescent. As you know, I prepared response emails to those letters that you received, and you have received copies of those emails as well. And I just want to hit a few of the highlights of the response that I gave to those issues about the Emeryville Crescent. First, the city and you all are well aware of the history and the issues and the controversy concerning that trail, and many of you and other elected and appointed officials in the city and staff have been involved in the East Shore State Park general plan process, and several people on the council and commission were in Emeryville in 1987 when the Shoreline Protection Ordinance was adopted. So we're certainly well aware of that. But concerning the issues about that, and also the woman from the what's it called, Coalition for an East Shore State Park, mentioned. I think it's important to note that that trail is simply a line on the map at this point. It's not necessarily in tidal area. It's not necessarily on landfill. It could be on the freeway shoulder for all we know, if we can get Caltrans to give us a little land. We don't know where it's going to go, We're just saying there is a desire to have a trail in that vicinity. And I would like to point out that there are some specific policies in the draft general plan that address this issue. And to quote from my email response to these letters, we certainly have no intention of pursuing such a trail along the Emeryville Crescent if it would in any way harm the adjacent wildlife habitat. In this spirit, I would like to point out two policies in the draft general plan, one in the transportation chapter and the other in the conservation chapter. TP18 in the transportation chapter says the city's Bay Trail alignment is as set forth in figure 3-3. The spur trail along the Emeryville Crescent shall only be constructed following an environmental study to ensure that any impacts on the adjacent wildlife habitat of the mudflats are adequately mitigated. And then policy CSNP 22 in the conservation, safety, and noise chapter says provide visual and where practical physical access to the Emeryville Crescent in a manner consistent with the protection of this fragile ecological system. Improvements to the Bay Trail and the Emeryville Crescent must be consistent with habitat protection. So just to point out, we don't intend to do anything that would be detrimental to the Emeryville Crescent. But we still feel, or at least I should say the steering committee feels, that that is a valuable link in the Bay Trail. We recognize that it's inconsistent with the East Shore State Park General Plan, and I think in implementation of our general plan, we would work to try to rectify that inconsistency.
And Charlie, if I can also add, we actually added two new policies, which are CSNP-23 and 24. Those are mentioned on page A8 of the final EIR. Those also specifically address the trail issue and how to avoid impacts to the habitats.
Okay.
They also appear in this document on page 6-29 on the general plan itself. You talked until 22. There is 23 and 24 also not that were inserted in there.
Oh. Okay, let me read those. CSNP 23, where new trails, this isn't specifically about that trail like the other two policies are, but 23 says where new trails or other improvements are proposed in the vicinity of the baylands and essential habitat for special status species require adequate avoidance and mitigation necessary to protect sensitive resources. And 24 says the city shall explore opportunities for habitat restoration and enhancement, particularly in larger parks and open space areas. So that I just want to sort of set the record straight on that issue. In addition, some of the commentors tonight talked about concerns about noise and traffic issues, and I would like to point out that those issues are thoroughly analyzed in the EIR, and it has been acknowledged that there is a potential for impacts that may not be able to be reduced to less than significant levels in those areas, and a statement of overriding considerations explaining how the benefits of this new general plan for the city of Emeryville outweigh those adverse impacts has been prepared and is before you for your consideration in conjunction with hopefully the recommendation of adoption of the plan tonight. Finally, on the other letters, from George Martin, Barbara McQuitty, Wareham, and Safeway, I'd be happy to respond point by point to those various issues that they raise if you want me to, but I would just say that those are primarily policy issues, and that's for you to decide how you want to go with those policies.
That the commissioners all have those letters, and I prefer that when they do their comments, if any of the comments they feel they want to bring up, they should do it at that time.
Chair Hoff, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention one thing about the trail, the Emeryville Crescent Trail, and this is concerning the analysis of the EIR, where at least some of the commenters alleged that our EIR was deficient because it did not address the potential impacts of such a trail on the Crescent. And our response to that is that the general plan EIR is a program EIR, and as noted on page 1-3 of the draft EIR, as a program EIR, this document focuses on the overall effects of the proposed general plan in the planning area using results of development assumptions on opportunity sites. Individual development projects, including any city projects such as the Emeryville Crescent Trail, will continue to require individual environmental assessments that will need to focus on project scale impacts. So in other words, the general plan EIR is not the place to analyze in detail the impacts that a trail may have on the wildlife habitat of the crescent. This would be covered in any future detailed planning for the trail.
So we'll leave it at that. As I said, any of the letters that we received, each commissioner has the right to bring that up and discuss it at that.
Absolutely, and we'd be happy to respond.
Yeah. So based on my previous direction, we'll ask each commissioner to comment on the plan and offer any amendments. And the honor at first goes to Pat. Patty has the honor to be the first person to speak.
Well, I'm going to keep this really brief. I appreciate the letters submitted by the attorney on behalf of Safeway and Wareham, and whereas many of these points are food for thought, I'm just not prepared to really address them one way or the other. I printed them out at 5:30 this afternoon, and I haven't had a chance to really read them. So I'm not going to comment on that, except to say that they do seem more policy directed, and it appears that many of these comments are getting into some of the zoning and site-specific issues, and I don't think that that's what we're here to discuss tonight. I do want to speak to 2 points. The first one is the FAR in the residential neighborhoods in the North Hollis and the primarily the North Hollis and the Triangle area. And several of us, myself, Jim Martin, and Gail Donaldson, met with staff to calculate out the FARs at the 0.75 base rate, and we all concluded that 0.65 was the way to go. I think we need to go lower than that, and that the base should be at 0.5. That's my own preference on this, and I'll just sort of leave it at that. I believe there might be others that feel that way, but that's all I will say about that at this point for the Commission's consideration. And then the other point is the transit center site. I do not support that site, specific site, being carved out for a higher FAR and higher height than what that ribbon is generally proposed for. We had lengthy discussions about this during the steering committee sessions. There were a number of people that strongly supported carving this area out, and there were a number of us that did not. I think it defeats the purpose of what we're trying to do in terms of a gradual step down to show sensitivity to the neighborhoods. And I strongly recommend that we change the height and FIR to be consistent with the rest of that area. With that, I'll pass it on to Jim.
Now, wait a minute.
Well,
Based on my suggestion, are you prepared to offer that as an amendment, and we can discuss that as a specific change in the plan?
Yes.
Okay.
The first one is FAR.
Well, which one?
Well, let's do the FAR in the neighborhood. 0.65 to 0.5.
So you're making a motion that we change the FAR to 0.65 and 1.0.
A recommendation for consideration of the commission.
But
I don't think it's a motion at this point.
But it has to be. That's the way we're going to go through.
We're going
Okay,
to-
then I'm making it as a motion.
So we can amend the plan as we go along. Is that?
No, but you said
Yeah.
0.5. Chairperson said 0.65.
0.65, I'm sorry.
I said 0.5.
He wants it lower.
I want it
0.5.
lower.
That's what it is now.
No.
That is what it is
If I may
right now.
clarify, the 0.5, the FAR currently does not include parking. Maybe I should explain this a little bit. Currently, the FAR in the eastern residential neighborhoods is 0.5.
Right.
It can be increased by 50% with a use permit, which essentially is your bonus. So that means it can be 0.75. That's 50% more than 0.5. So currently, the FAR in the eastern residential neighborhoods is 0.5 to 0.75. What staff did when we analyzed it and looked at all these projects is we concluded that parking adds about 30% to floor area on average. It's kind of variable, but on average, it adds about 30 to 33, 35% to floor area. So .65 is 30% higher than .5. And 1.0 is about 33% higher than .75. So therefore, our conclusion was that .65 to 1.0 with parking is the same as the current FAR of .5 to .75 without parking. So if your proposal is to reduce it to .5, including parking, that would be the equivalent of about .38
Be lowering it.
without parking.
Well, but I just want to raise this as a, yeah.
I'm not
okay.
arguing.
Okay,
I'm
no.
just clarifying for everybody what it is that's on the table.
And I want to say, Art, as you well know, many of our long evenings have been due to infill development that's coming in that is out of scale for the neighborhood. And I'm concerned that I don't think with what staff has recommended, reducing it to 0.65, I just don't think it's far enough. I think we're gonna continue to disrupt the character of those neighborhoods.
You understand that by going to .5, you're actually lowering the FAR, because now it includes parking, so
Yes.
the effective FAR is 3.5.
Yes, I understand. that.
You understand?
I understand that.
0.38.
Now, this is my motion.
All right, I just want to make sure.
The other commissioners can consider it as they will, but this is what I'm proposing.
If I may comment on that? My concern is really the maximum value of 1.0, I think is too high. And I look at this whole plan, I think we've done a really good job of balancing things out. And in the back of my mind throughout the whole process is how do we maintain the balance in the city? And everybody that has been watching me knows that I don't have a problem with density and height in the change areas and specific places. But I also feel as part of that balance, the other side is that these neighborhoods are really very special places, and they really do need to be preserved and protected. And I feel like some of the stuff that's been built there recently has really been overbuilt for the areas. And I think of places like Santa Cruz and the Oakland Hills, post-fire Oakland Hills, where the same footprint was used, but these massive structures have been built on them. And I think it really does destroy the character. So I did some modeling on my own prior to getting the white paper and looking for a magic number. And what I found the magic number to be is a maximum is 0.75. And it's kind of interesting.
Does that include parking?
That includes parking. And I guess I'm not as concerned as what the lower number is, but I really don't want to see us exceed that 0.75 as the maximum number. And interestingly enough, the project that we approved tonight, if you look at the townhouses there, the FAR was 0.75. To me, that is like, I wouldn't want to see any more
Right.
structure on that lot than what that was. So I think that's a good example of.
But that did not include parking.
The FAR?
Right.
That did not include parking.
In the current zoning ordinance, FAR does not include parking. That project you approved tonight was approved under the current zoning ordinance. So the .75, .74 of those townhouses did not include the garages.
So what would that FAR be with the garages? Does staff know that?
We didn't calculate that. About 30% higher.
So it'd be
But I think in other areas that I've looked at and
It'd
done
be
the
1
modeling,
point.
the 0.75 was the number that. that
Well,
really-
30% more than .75 is about
little over
1.0.
1 point.
It's about .975. 33% more is 1.0.
It seems to me that under our present requirements of .5 and .75, we've had reasonable development in the area. It hasn't been excessive, but it hasn't been restrictive. To make it even more restrictive, I think it would not be wise. So by going to .65 and 1.0, we're really maintaining the same FAR as we have there now, but including parking.
But my point is, Art, is it's creating problems now.
You think
We
because-
have problems with
All right.
infill development, and as I said, we're here till midnight sometimes because of that concern, and there's privacy issues.
May I make a
and-
suggestion? May I suggest that you seek a second to Commissioner Jeffrey's motion? If there is a second, that you vote on it?
What's the maximum value?
Well,
for yours?
I would amend it to also say that the maximum is 0.75.
I would second
Those
that.
both
So it'd be
include-
point,
So-
including
So basically,
parking.
it'll be the same as it is now, but it would include
Exactly.
parking.
How
Right.
about .75 with,
Art?
Would you, I would appreciate if the audience behaved themselves. No cheering or whistling. So let's clarify your motion. You want the FAR to be not more with parking.
The base to be 0.5 with
With parking.
parking, and the maximum to be 0.75.
Okay, is there a second?
I second that.
Second. Does anybody want to weigh in on
I
any
would make a
discussion?
substitute motion of .75 with no bonus.
With no bonus?
Just .75 FAR in those two neighborhoods.
With parking.
With parking, no bonus.
I'll second that.
Wait a minute, that's even worse than we had. What is
The
this?
I'm not sure I understand. You're saying, so there's no conditional use at all? Someone just is allowed to go up to 0.75?
.75, that's right.
So no
That's-
conditional use?
That's a little higher than the proposed base now of 0.65, but there wouldn't be any bonus above it.
But there'd be no bonus.
Right.
Well,
So you're saying a higher.
That's not dissimilar from the height. The 30-foot height limit in this area is the only district that has no bonus height. It's just 30 feet, period. Can't go over that.
All right, well, let's do this for me. You made a motion? And
It
you-
was second.
Let's vote on the substitute motion. Let's clarify, it's .75.
with no bonus?
Some reasoning?
Well, yeah, I'd like to get a little bit more clarity on what the bonus is in the residential area,
Exactly.
because what's the public benefit we're talking about? I'm looking
Private
at it as
residence.
sort of a substitute for the
What?
conditional use that we do now, where we're looking at
Still a
design
bonus.
and harmony with the neighborhood, and basically whether it fits or not.
Yeah,
Okay, well-
I just want to clarify on page 2-19 of the general plan. It clarifies. I mean, it's 2-19 or yeah, 2-19. It's the second paragraph. This is not a bonus in these areas for public benefit. This is to be based on a conditional use permit process, for which you would look at a variety of considerations of, such as neighborhood design compatibility and so on. And the reason it was done in that manner is that it's really difficult to be providing public open space and things of that nature for developments that may only have a few units.
Right. So, yeah, so if let's say your outright permitted density is 2 units and you need a conditional use permit for a third unit, which is often the case in these neighborhoods, would you have to provide a public plaza, or would you have to provide a TDM program, or, whatever, in order to get that third unit? So the steering committee made the decision that in the medium density residential area, public amenities would not be required to get the bonus. So I think we need to be clear on the terminology. Bonus refers to the additional increment that is permitted with a conditional use permit. Public amenities are the things that you need to provide to get that bonus, except in the RM district where you get the bonus simply with a conditional use permit and a whole lot of findings. So what you're saying, basically, whoever is saying it, Commissioner Flores is saying, is that there would be no bonus for FAR.
Right.
And there's already no bonus for height, so the only bonus would be for density.
And I agree with John that 1.0 is too high, but I disagree that .5 or going down is the wrong way to go. I mean, .65, I agreed with .65 with, and I'm glad John brought up that 1.0 was a bit high, but these bonuses don't make sense for these small lots in general. And I live in the Triangle neighborhood, and there's not a lot going on there. Salem Court is something I don't necessarily like, but in general, I don't see a lot
Let's
of.
see where we are. What is your suggestion?
I just made a substitute
made a
motion for
substitute motion.
.75 with no bonus.
But I'd like to make a comment on that motion. And I understand your concern about the fact that there really isn't an appropriate bonus. But what it gives us as a planning commission, this conditional use process, it gives us the opportunity to hear from the applicant, to hear from the residents. And it has, as a practice, forced an applicant to meet with the concerned neighbors and develop a solution. And setting a single limit there with no conditional use eliminates that process. And I think that process actually, it's a compromise, but it's comes up with sometimes anyway, it's come up with an innovative design that people can live with. And I think the application we saw tonight was one of those things. When you look at what happened with the townhouse component to the Baker Meadow project and how it shifted over the last 2 years, that would not have happened with what you're suggesting. And I think it's a mistake to get rid of that conditional use process before we take the vote.
I agree
I'd
with
just
that.
like to, well, that's not entirely correct. I just want to point out that the FAR bonus is not the only thing that triggers a conditional use permit. At least under the current zoning and the interim zoning regulations that we'll be presenting to you later this evening is based on the current zoning. Any residential development of 3 units or more requires a conditional use permit. And it doesn't matter if it has bonus FAR, bonus height, bonus density. It's just the use of 3 units or more requires a conditional use permit. So you're still going to have the conditional use permit no matter what you decide about FARs and heights and density.
That was not the case for the Maroney project on 64th Street, which is, as far as I'm concerned, it had an FAR of 1, which is completely out of scale
Well,
with
that's
what's proposed
true.
on
That was a
FAR.
2-unit project.
2-unit project, and it was completely out of scale with the neighborhood.
Well,
The one
okay.
was too low?
For projects that
two
are of
units.
1
The
or
FAR.
2 units that are, would seek a higher FAR, that is true.
Yeah, and that's part of
All
what
right.
we face in the infill
Let's
project.
see if we can get some order out of this chaos.
So we have a,
We have a substitute motion that says the FAR in the residential area shall be .75,
Including parking, no bonus.
including parking, no bonus.
That's correct.
Right.
Let's take a vote on that substitute motion.
Commissioner Cardoza,
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson,
No.
Commissioner Jeffrey,
No.
Commissioner Martin,
no.
Commissioner Sherman,
No.
Vice Chair Flores.
Yes.
Chair Hoff.
No. Now we can
2
go-
ayes, 5 noes.
Good.
So I'll
Fails to
make another
pass.
substitute motion. And I don't think there's anyone who's been more critical of infill developments in Emeryville and the challenges with trying to come up with a reasonable compromise. And given the extremes that we're facing on this commission here, I'm suggesting that we have a lower end set at .6 and an upper end set at .9. That still gives us the 50% increase that allows for the bonus. It's not what Patty's suggesting here, but it does give the commission, continues to give the commission flexibility. And it's a little bit less than what staff's recommending. I've done the calculations, as John has, for trying to fit a garage space in there. The increase to .75 is excessive. .65, you're at the threshold there for somebody who just wants to develop something on their
So
lot.
you want .65 and a bonus?
No, I'm suggesting
.6.
.6 and a bonus to .9.
0.6 to 0.9.
To point
Which
I'll
is consistent with, the reason I'm using those numbers is because it's consistent with the increased math that staff has used in determining this number.
I agree with that, and I'll second the motion. Does anybody else want to comment?
Vote.
All right, let's take a vote on the motion.
Okay, substitute motion to change the FARs in the eastern residential neighborhoods to 0.6 to 0.9. Commissioner Cardoza,
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson,
Aye.
Commissioner Jeffrey,
No.
Commissioner Martin,
Aye.
Commissioner Sherman,
No.
Vice Chair Flores.
Yes.
And Chair Hoff.
Yes,
Okay, it looks like
so we got a 4-3
five,
vote?
I think it was 5 to 2. No, wait a minute.
4-3.
How did Commissioner Donaldson?
She voted yes. It's
5 to 2.
5 to 2.
No, wait a minute.
Commissioner Sherman and I voted no.
Okay, okay.
Oh, we
So
did-
that is the decision, 0.6 to 0.9.
All right, now, your second,
Now we're moving on to the
Proposal.
second one, which is to change the FAR and maximum heights for the transit center parcel to be consistent with the rest of that district, which is at 55 base with a 75-foot bonus for
Patty,
the
can I have
heights.
can I interject a point of
Sure.
clarification back to the FAR? There was one other recommendation that staff had
Is this on
around
the
the
residential?
infill, yeah, the infill development. And part of the problem, what we're trying to avoid is garages along the entire
Correct.
frontage to those lots. So
Right.
staff had a recommendation to change another condition or policy in the general
Yes.
plan. I'd like to get that out of the way before we move on to the transit center. And
Oh, good idea.
that,
Yeah,
they
if you
set-
go to your, if you go to your PowerPoint printout, you'll see it on slide number 43.
I move that we make that change.
I second it. Without exception, it's done.
All right.
Good. We got two things done.
Okay, so back to my other motion is
Right,
to
Patty.
change the FAR and the height limits for the transit center parcel to be consistent with the rest of that zone, which is 55-foot base with a 75-foot height with bonus. And the FAR, what was that one?
It's at 5, isn't it 5?
75 to 100.
Yeah,
I have it
It's,
right
it's
here.
at 5.5 and 8, and to reduce it to 4.0, 5.5.
Right.
Okay.
thank you, Rajiv.
This is for transit center?
Yes.
So before we have did you make a motion on that?
Yes.
Before we have a second, can I ask a question of staff?
Just a minute, it's 4.0 to 5.5?
Yeah, from
Yes.
5.5 to 4.0 is the motion, yeah.
Okay, fine.
And, excuse me, the height, you're saying bump it down to 75 to 100?
No, to 50, what it is for the rest of the district, which is the 55 to 75.
Well, there's a
Actually, in that
band.
ribbon, it's 75 to 100, yeah.
No, it's 75 to 100.
There's a band adjacent to the
Oh, I'm
railroad that's
sorry, 75 to 100 foot.
Okay, so
I
75 to
really
100
give Jeff a
feet.
heart attack.
And 4.0 to 5.5 FAR.
Right.
and,
Right.
75 to 100 height.
And there is no residential density on that site. Okay.
So I have a
Do you
question
want to
to,
include residential density?
No.
Well, no, because
There isn't any allowed.
the land use there does not allow residential.
The what?
the
The
toxic-
land use designation there does not allow residential.
But that can be changed.
So well, that would be.
I'm not proposing
That would
to
be a
change
change to
it.
the land use designation.
All right, fine.
So can I have a question to staff before we have a
Please.
second? So, in looking at this general plan and thinking back through the history the last couple of years, and the reason the majority of the steering committee was allowing what I saw as an exception to this transition, we heard two explanations for why this was appropriate. One was the cost of the remediation, and two was the fact that it was going to be a transit center, and you'd have the first floor 20 to 30 feet height, accommodating buses and uses that weren't necessarily related to the rest of the development. In looking through the entire general plan, I see two references to transit center. One is on the figure 2-2 on page 2-11, where there's a map of land use that identifies the transit center. And then the other is a single policy that calls out on page 2-22, policy LUP19, under policies for specific areas, that calls out the area around the Amtrak station shall be developed with pedestrian and bicycle amenities and transit supporting uses. But there's nothing else in the entire general plan that I have found that speaks to what the transit center is, what we're trying to accomplish there, and the expectations the city has in this special designation. So my question to staff is, am I mistaken in what I've looked through in the entire general plan? Is there a definition for what the transit center is and what we're trying to accomplish there, other than giving this applicant the extra height, FAR, and development potential?
Well, backing out the second half of that question, I would say I don't believe there's any further discussion in the general plan of the transit center than what you've identified, unless Diet and Bhatia folks can correct me.
I can't find it readily. I
No,
don't know.
I
yeah.
think you've hit it.
Yeah.
That's what there is.
Okay. And so then again, the assumption is we were going to get something which is why the steering committee was allowing this higher building height and higher FAR in relation to everything else east of the railroad tracks?
I think that's accurate.
I think
Okay.
at the time, Jim, there were comments that there was extensive remediation necessary, and apparently that's changed.
Okay. Okay. Well, with that, go ahead, Deborah.
Well, there was also the amount of parking that would be required of the transit center, replacement parking.
For the current
Park-
surface parking area there.
Well, I would be willing to modify my motion to something where we have like a footnote, a star, like we did with the northwest corner, where define what the transit center is, and if the the proposed transit center complies with that definition, then they're allowed the additional FAR and the additional height. That's providing a benefit to the community.
But
I would be willing to make that compromise.
But defining that similar
We need to define what the transit center is and is not.
And as another example along that same line path, Patty, we've now identified an option for the larger park sites, larger southern park site on the AC Transit Center site. So there is this idea of doing something more with the land use plan and identifying something particular with a location, but doing that with no definition for what the expectation is there, and at the same time adjusting the building height and FAR, in my mind, is inconsistent planning. We need to we need to think about how we're being consistent in this plan. It's one of the things we tried to avoid in the last general plan, this idea of trying to understand, well, why did they stick that out over there and why is this over here? This seems like we're doing the same thing without any definition in the plan for what the city's going to get out of it. So your suggestion that there be some further definition of what the transit center is as an option for that location, recognizing the history of discussion that's gone into it, I think is a good one. But I will second Patty's motion that we adjust the building height and the FAR to be consistent with the rest of the designation on the east side of the railroad tracks, and include an additional designation for the identified transit center site, identifying what it is that we want to accomplish there and see as a transit center, and if the applicant presents those things, that they be eligible for that increase that's been suggested so far.
What increase are you going to suggest?
What's
Leave
proposed
that.
now? Leave it as is.
No, but if
Oh, over 100 feet?
Well, the footnote that we would, what is now identified in the FAR and the height, there would be a footnote that would allow that if it meets the definition of what a transit center is. Otherwise, I am recommending, my motion is that we reduce it down to be consistent with the rest of that area.
During this, the steering committee deliberations, some of the discussion related to we should not have a disincentive for example, public parking on that property, and if the height limit is too low, we may not get the public parking. But that's moving in the same direction that Commissioner Martin is saying. There was some reasons articulated as to why higher heights would be desirable, and you're asking those to be brought into the plan so there is clarity in those ideas. Yeah.
And what I would like to suggest, Patty, as an amendment to your motion, is that rather than defining a height that exceeds the adjustment we're talking about up to 75 feet, that be part of a specific development proposal there. Because right now, it's wide open over 100 feet. I'd rather that it be left, quote, wide open over 75 feet with the conditional use. No, I wouldn't specify a height there, and I wouldn't specify a limit there.
But she's suggesting changing it to the district, which is 75 and 100.
Correct. But that we have a notation that if the applicant addresses the transit center goals for that site, that they be allowed to exceed that height limit. And we don't define what that height limit is. They come up with a proposal that demonstrates financially, that demonstrates to the redevelopment agency what's necessary to accomplish the parking, the cleanup costs, whatever it is, that we don't specify a height any more than really we have with anything over 100 feet.
So basically, you're suggesting a new height designation, which is 75 plus.
We're identifying.
No, it's
75 to 100?
It would be the 100
50
foot plus.
No, I think the proposal is to leave the map as it is, but
Right.
add an asterisk with the clarification that that height is attainable only if the development on that site meets
No, that's
objectives
not-
of a transit
that's not
center, right?
right. She
No.
wants a
No, I
change.
want it,
Oh.
I want it to be shown as the 75 base height, 100-foot height, for example, and the,
Oh, it's like the hotel, the
or-
northwest area where you have a hatch over it to show it can go to the higher if you do a transit
right,
center.
and that's the
Exactly.
footnote
Sure.
or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, so, okay, so the base would go to 7,500 with a hatch over it.
Let's
Yeah,
make
so
it-
we can crosshatch it, that's
Let's be
fine.
clear, your motion is to make it a 7,500-foot height area.
With the
More
crosshatch
if
that-
they can justify it for the transit center.
Right, if it is a true
Okay,
transit
And you're
center.
seconding that.
Yes,
Okay.
What if we put some definition to what the transit
I
center
think we
is?
should.
We
and,
should.
And that being the ground floor has to have the bus bays and, you know, other amenities. Could be cab parking, could be,
Well, what he's saying is they have to prove a whole complex of improving the transit center, so it could be many things.
well, I'm saying let's put some definition to that right now.
Yes.
Right.
That's.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
we
I think
have
what
to
we
do
can
the
do is, you know, meeting objectives of a transit center, including but not limited to amenities such as a bus bay or public parking.
Right, within the structure.
Yeah,
Alternative transit facilities,
Right.
I mean, a bicycle storage area. I mean, there are lots of things that could be
Bridge over
incorporated.
the train tracks.
sure.
Right,
Yeah.
All right, is any other discussion?
Zip car parking, you know, with
And-
maybe a kiosk where people can have easy
So-
access.
So we have a
Car
motion.
parking, is that what you said?
Yeah, zip car, or, you know, city, whatever.
Shared parking.
Shared parking,
Okay.
Car share.
car share.
Yes. So,
We have a motion and a second.
I-
Are you clear on it, sir?
No.
I'm not
we're
clear
not
on what
clear.
the current motion is, I'm sorry.
Charlie, will you review it, what it is?
well, I'd like to review what I think I've heard.
Okay.
Memo.
Using the northwest corner as a model, the northwest corner is designated 55 to 75. It has a crosshatch pattern over it and then a note that says 75 to 100 for hotel only.
Right,
This site would be designated 75 to 100, and it would have a crosshatch pattern over it and a note that says 100 plus for transit center.
right, and then
That
as-
meets these criteria.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay, and
Which is
now we need
John's
to know what the
modification.
criteria are.
Right, which we started that list.
Yes, could you finish it?
John, why
for
don't
us?
you, why don't you delineate it, and we'll add it as needed.
So, the potential in the future, but bus bays, certainly bus bays. I think the city car share or car share is another one. Bike facilities is another.
Public parking
Public parking,
for the Amtrak station.
right?
Connection across the tracks.
Pedestrian friendly.
Improved,
The Nelson Nygaard memo goes
That's-
over a lot of that stuff,
Yeah.
and I think can be a pretty good starting point. I mean, it talks about
you want
everything you just mentioned. Pardon?
summarize those things, Frank.
Bike
Get it done.
station. It talks about passenger picks up and drop offs. It talks about bus plaza, the sawtooth not working, but having buses underneath. What is else? The overpass. I wasn't prepared to talk quite about this, but enhanced sidewalks, widened sidewalks, taxi stands. Help me out here, John.
Alternative transportation facilities like bike storage and, I don't know, recharging units, I don't know, whatever alternative transportation facilities are.
I think these would be listed in like such as opposed to being
That's
presented
good.
as a comprehensive
Such as
list,
dot,
yeah.
dot, dot.
So it's
And
such,
it may not all go on the map. I think there may have to be the map may be too cluttered. We may have to find a place in the general plan where we can explain
As
that,
an
yeah.
additional
Yeah.
policy.
Policy.
As a
Yeah.
policy, yeah.
But I don't want the bus bays to be such as. I'd like to add those
Oh.
as a requirement.
Okay.
Well, it's still gonna come through here, so you can such as it all you want.
Okay, are you
Including a
comfortable?
bus space and other
Charlie, you
transit-related
look- Charlie,
facilities
look
such
worried.
as.
Oh, no, I'm just trying to get clear here. So it has to include bus bays on the ground floor of the building, is that what you're saying?
Right.
Yes.
And in addition, it should include some of the following.
Well, I'd like to insert, in addition to the requirement of bus bays, improved pedestrian circulation and activation.
Is that another
mean,
requirement?
I would suggest that as a requirement, because right now, well, we'll talk about that later. But I'd like to see that as a requirement there.
That's a very good point.
That's a little bit hard to quantify, but okay. Okay, so bus bays on the ground floor and improved pedestrian circulation and activation would be required, and then some of these other things would also be necessary. Car share, public parking for Amtrak, connection across the tracks, bicycle parking, storage, bicycle station, passenger pickup and drop-off zones, taxi stands, and recharging station for electric cars.
Car share?
I said that.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Are we happy with this?
I'm happy, not only happy with it, but I think that this really is in accordance with the conversations that we had, and this was debated
Good.
and debated and
Exactly.
debated.
We have
And I
a-
think this is really consistent with,
We
this
have
was,
a
this was
first
the
and-
compromise that we talked about.
We have a
That's right.
first and a second call. roll.
I have another clarifying
Oh,
question, if I may. Are we going to do the same cross-hatching pattern on the FAR map?
Yes.
Yes.
So the FAR map will be 4.0 to 5.5 with a crosshatch that says 5.5 to 8.0 if you do the transit center with all this stuff.
Correct.
No, just more than, you didn't specify.
No, yes. She said yes.
She said yes.
She said yes.
The second said yes.
Now, explain that to me.
Explain it.
With the height, you said you wanted 75 to 100,
Right.
but you wouldn't specify the higher height.
No, it goes to the
No.
100-plus district,
The 100
the next higher
plus.
district.
Oh, it
So,
does.
and that's
Yeah.
no limit on that. It's as it is
All right,
now.
And with FAR, it would go
Sorry, I missed
same
something.
thing from the second highest district to the highest district.
All right, good.
Okay. Running out of places to write the votes down. All right, are we ready to vote?
Yes,
Yes.
please.
Commissioner Cardoza,
I know. Let's
Aye.
go to
Commissioner Donaldson,
Aye.
Commissioner Jeffrey,
Aye.
Commissioner Martin,
Aye.
Commissioner Sherman,
Aye.
Vice Chair Flores.
Yes.
Chair Hoff.
Aye.
It's
Great.
unanimous. So we
Okay.
made that change
You're
to the
doing
transit
great.
center site.
Okay.
Do you have,
Commissioner
other
Those are two
com-
my recommendations.
Jim Martin, you're
Okay, now the
next.
trouble started.
No, we're-
So, what I'd actually like to suggest, I like this approach, Art, and I'd like to suggest us getting through the final EIR as a first step, because we've got to make sure the EIR is adequate before we can start to really talk about the general plan. So, I'm going to first focus on the final EIR, and along that same path are the findings of fact regarding impacts and mitigation. So I'm just going to go through a couple changes. If you remember, when we were commenting on the draft EIR, I had a number of comments. I think, I guess the first thing, since I'm talking, is I do want to acknowledge the great work that the steering committee did, everybody who participated in that. It's a pretty amazing process, and staff and our consultant have been very diligent. So I want to thank everybody who's been involved in this exhaustive process, and hopefully we'll get through this and everybody will be at least comfortable, if not happy, and we end up with a document that's consistent and supportable. So that said, I'll go into the specifics. I'm looking on,
What are you looking?
Jim, just as a point of information, shouldn't we make whatever recommended changes to the general plan because they might impact the EIR discussion?
well, what I'm gonna do is talk about the EIR and the changes I wanna see it's all interrelated, the changes I wanna see.
But she's
to the
saying
general
if
plan.
we finish the general plan first, then you'll have more impact on the EIR.
It's all tied together. I didn't feel like staff really fully addressed my comments in the final EIR, so I want to get those out of the way first.
So, what page are you on?
I'm on page 3-11, where I had a comment about one of the significant impacts that's been identified in the draft EIR is the impact on significant architectural and historical structures in town. And it's been identified as a significant impact. We're probably going to lose them. Some of them, we're going to have modifications to some of them. So I still,
Could you,
response, I'm talking about page 3-11.
What's the comment number?
Comment is C-1-8.
It's
Okay.
top of the page.
Okay.
Oh, that's
The
on-
top of
oh.
page 3-11, where basically staff explains, well, we have all these wonderful city ordinances. My suggestion at the time is that we have a policy that says we are going to implement our ordinances, and as necessary, we reconsider them if they're not effective. That was my suggestion at the time. Well, the response in the final EIR was basically, we have the ordinances, and that's good enough. We don't need a policy that acknowledges that it's important to recognize those things. So I would like to go back and say that's not enough. I think we need a very clear policy in the general plan that acknowledges our ordinances and where necessary calls for refinement of those. And I'd like to suggest on page 6-29 of the general plan that we include the following additional policy, which would be 6-29, which is all the policies on resource conservation. And in the middle of the page on 6-29 is cultural resources. I would like to suggest the following additional policy. I'm adding a new number. This is a whole new policy. So it'll be CSNP-26A that staff can renumber when you get to that, but it's under the cultural resource policies, and I'd like to suggest that we have a policy that reads, the city shall continue to implement ordinances pertaining to historic and architecturally significant structures, comma, and as necessary, refine and update these to ensure adequate recognition and incentives for reuse. We don't have anything about that in these policies, and I just think it's really important we acknowledge what we have and the idea that in the future it may be inadequate if, as development moves forward, we lose one after another. I didn't say that it ensures adequate protection. I basically said it ensures adequate recognition. So those who are concerned that we're talking about something that's overly restrictive, all I want to do is call attention to this as a policy, and that's my suggestion.
Okay.
So I'd like to hear from everybody else about that.
So doesn't CSNP 29 sort of deal with that?
Well, we're talking about demolition for safety reasons, so there's a wide range of why the ordinance is possible. Somebody may just want to demo a historic structure because they want to put something bigger in what they consider is better. The city shall continue to implement ordinances pertaining to historic and architecturally significant structures, comma, and as necessary, refine and update these to ensure adequate recognition and incentives for reuse.
If I may just weigh in, staff has no problem with adding such a policy, but obviously it's up to the commission.
Jim, should we vote on these one by one? Because I'm
Well,
afraid
I
I
think
might
so.
forget some of
Yeah.
them
Yeah.
before you get done, okay?
Okay.
I'll second that.
Is that gonna take a vote?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it's a
All
new
of it.
policy.
Then, let's take a vote.
Commissioner Martin, do you have that language written down that you can give to us?
Scratch, but Deborah's used to reading it, so I think she'll be good.
Okay,
I
Okay,
move
we had a-
to adopt the new policy.
I think it was already moved by
Frank did.
Commissioner Martin and
Oh,
seconded by
okay.
Commissioner Flores. Okay, on Commissioner Martin's new policy, Commissioner Cardoza,
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson, Commissioner Jeffrey,
Aye.
Commissioner Martin,
Aye.
Commissioner Sherman,
Aye.
Vice Chair Flores,
Yes.
Chair Hoff. 7 ayes, so we have a new policy.
So then, under the findings of fact regarding impacts and mitigation, I'd like to suggest 2 changes to that. They're on page 15 of 51, under impact 3-2, 3.4-2.
You have to wait till we get there.
Okay.
Where
Sorry, the page number again?
15 of 51, and it's this findings of fact regarding
Oh.
impacts and mitigation.
It's over in your resolution.
So impact 3.4-2 reads, new development under the proposed general plan could have adverse effects on nesting birds and nesting raptors. And I think that was one of the issues that we heard tonight, at least with regard to what might happen with the Bay Trail along the shoreline. But if you go through the policies that were listed in supporting the conclusion that this was less than significant, the actual idea of addressing potential nesting isn't addressed in any of those policies. It's about habitat protection. So I'd like to suggest an additional policy that pertains specifically to nesting birds and making sure we've got conformance with the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, among other things. So in the general plan on page 6-28, under resource conservation, I'd like to include the following additional policy, which would be CS9-P-24A. I'm on page 6-29, under the habitat policies. And what I'm trying to do here is actually provide a policy that addresses this particular impact, so we can say it actually is mitigated to a level less than significant, because currently I don't think we've got a policy addressing this impact specifically. So my suggested language for this additional policy is appropriate avoidance measures will be implemented to prevent the loss of nesting birds during new construction, period. This can be accomplished through timing of vegetation removal and building demolition during the non-nesting season, or through pre-construction surveys where there's a potential for where the potential for nesting remains on proposed development sites. So I'm not suggesting that a site that's already completely developed has to do anything, but where there's a potential for nesting, they should go out and make sure that, in fact, they're not destroying a nest during the active nesting season. That would address one of the concerns that was raised about the Bay Trail. It's not only direct impacts, but there are indirect impacts as well that need to be addressed as part of this impact. So that's my suggested change. I don't
I
think
would
that
second that.
No?
I would second that.
Any objections?
No.
Okay.
we're gonna do a vote.
It sounds like you just did.
Okay.
It was without objection.
Okay. And then for clarification, on page 16 of 51 of these finding of fact regarding impacts and mitigation. And under impact 3.4-4, new development under the proposed general plan could result in harm to or removal of street trees. The policy that was listed there doesn't really address street trees, but we already have a policy, CS9-P-19, which if you go back to page 14, reads, the natural environment, including mature trees and landscaping, shall be protected from destruction during new construction and redevelopment. Adequate replacement shall be provided where protection is impossible. So I'd like to suggest that we insert reference to that particular mitigation under that fact of finding, so we actually have a specific support for why we're addressing the impact of development on street trees and other trees in town.
Sorry.
Not a new policy, it's just making sure under our fact of finding, we refer to that particular policy. Is there any objection to that?
Read it once more and then we'll take a vote on it.
So I'm suggesting on page 16-51 under impact 3.4-4 that we insert, in addition to UD-P-47, we insert CSN-P-19, which reads, "The natural environment, including mature trees and landscaping, shall be protected from destruction during new construction and redevelopment. Adequate replacement shall be provided where protection is impossible."
Staff have any objection?
No, you're simply taking an existing policy and putting it under this finding, which is
Is there
fine.
a second? Did you second it?
We don't need
We need a second.
No, we don't.
We don't?
No.
Somebody second it.
Objecting.
I'll
Without
second it.
Okay.
Without objection.
Without
it's
objection,
approved.
thank you.
You don't need a second if it's without Anyway, fine, good.
And it seemed like, I don't think we need a vote on it, but staff acknowledged some corrections to the Appendix A of the final EIR and to Appendix 6.
Those were typographical
Right,
errors,
so
so
I'm
that's not a
assuming there's no
policy
correction on that,
decision, it's
okay.
just a clerical correction.
So then my last step is to actually go through the draft general plan and the changes there. And some of them related to the transit center. I'm glad we resolved that. But let's start on page 2-12 of the general plan and 2-13, where we're talking about industrial development. And we had a comment letter from George Martin, I think, about this issue. Under industrial on page 2-12, there's a sentence, the second sentence that reads, "Live work is appropriate east of Hollis Street and south of 65th Street." And then continues, heavy live work use. Welding assembly will only be allowed west of Hollis Street, north of 65th Street. And then continues with the statement, "Existing general manufacturing uses can continue as conforming uses with performance standards for noise, air quality, and truck traffic to safeguard adjacent residential uses." And I'd like to ask,
Are you reading from the same way?
yeah, on page 2-13, the top partial paragraph, I'm reading in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth line. Existing general manufacturing uses
Right.
can continue as conforming uses with performance standards. These are existing uses. I'd like to ask staff how you intend to accomplish performance standards for an existing use. I frankly don't think this sentence makes sense unless you're expecting to go out to someone who's got an existing use and then apply new performance standards to their use.
Well, I think the goal was that if they were to come to you for an expansion or a change to a facility while remaining as a conforming use, then they would be subject to these performance standards. But if you're an existing use and you're not applying to the city for any permit,
Well,
I mean,
isn't
you
it-
will continue staying as a use, as
Well,
an
you-
existing use.
My read of this is you're implying that there's going to be some crackdown on existing industrial uses. And
No, I think we can add clarifying language in there suggesting at the time if a change that requires a city, permit or something like
Right.
that, yeah.
Right.
So that would be for change or expansion of an industrial use in
Of an
that
existing
area?
conforming use, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So,
Excuse me, I'd like to add some clarification, or ask for some clarification. Currently, this language is silent on the issue of expansion of an existing conforming general manufacturing use east of Hollis Street. One possible way to deal with that would be to allow such expansion with a conditional use permit subject to such performance standards. And then the commission would look at them on a case-by-case basis and decide if you want to allow the expansion or not. It would be subject to the performance standards, but no new general manufacturing uses would be allowed to come in. Would that be to your liking?
It would be to my liking.
Would this meet the requirement that he asked for?
Well, we'd have to ask Mr. Martin about that.
Will you explain that again, Charlie?
The current language doesn't indicate whether it says east of Hollis Street, new general manufacturing is not allowed. Existing general manufacturing is allowed, and furthermore, it will be deemed to be conforming. So it's not non-conforming. It's allowed to stay, it's deemed conforming. But what this language doesn't say anything about is whether it can be expanded or not. So my question to the commission is, would you be happy with language that allowed such expansion with a use permit, so it'd come before you on a case-by-case basis and subject to these performance standards.
And then we'd have an opportunity to look at these performance standards.
I
That
think-
makes sense.
I think that's a very important suggestion.
Okay, with that in mind, I have taken the liberty of rewriting this paragraph.
Okay.
Because this issue has been discussed.
Okay.
And I would like to pass that out to you now.
Jim, I think that was generally the intent of the steering committee when we had many discussions about the
What to do there.
industrial, yeah. And so I think that was the intent, but we never really articulated it.
Just not clear there,
Yeah.
right.
Well, there's another issue too. I want to, just if I can digress for a minute and go to the
Good.
overhead.
What time is breakfast served?
Or when are drinks served?
After 11:30.
They're all gone.
All right. Back to the land use map.
No, I don't.
You will note if you look at the land use map, well, first of all, the existing language is a little confusing, and it's a little ambiguous about what areas we're talking about because we say north of 65th, south of 65th, east of Hollis, west of Hollis. If you look at this land use map, there are actually 3 industrial areas. There's the one up here that is north of 65th Street, and it's divided into west of Hollis and east of Hollis, and those are 2 of the 3 areas. The third area is down here, where the old brick buildings are along Horton Street between Powell and Stanford. And when we said in this paragraph south of 65th Street, we were talking about down here.
Oh.
And I think that confused a lot of people.
Certainly did.
It's not very clear. So all this red line stuff in this paragraph, most of that is simply to clarify that. And what we're saying is there's 3 industrial areas designated in the diagram. First, west of Hollis and north of 65th, which we will refer to as west of Hollis. Second, east of Hollis and north of 65th, which we will refer to as east of Hollis. And third, along Horton Street between Powell and Stanford, which we will refer to as Horton Street. And then we go on to simply modify the existing language to reference each of those areas. Light, and we've also added the word light live work here to distinguish it from heavy. Light live work is appropriate in the east of Hollis and Horton Street industrial areas. There's no change in the meaning there. It's just clarifying where we're talking about. Heavy live work uses will only be allowed in the west of Hollis area, and general manufacturing uses are only permitted in the west of Hollis area. In the east of Hollis area and the Horton Street area, new light industrial uses are permitted, but new general manufacturing uses are not. Existing general manufacturing uses can continue as conforming uses. Now here's where we've added some new language to address this expansion issue. With performance standards for noise, air quality, and traffic to safeguard adjacent residential uses, and may be expanded with a conditional use permit subject to the same standards. And then it goes on to what it said before about unrelated commercial uses and so forth. What I'm hearing you say now is that the performance standards should really apply to that expansion. So this now should be revised a little bit further to say that existing general manufacturing uses can continue as conforming uses and may be expanded with a conditional use permit subject to performance standards for noise, air quality, and truck traffic to safeguard adjacent residential uses.
Good. Perfect.
All right?
And the conforming uses that are existing can expand with the conditional use permit.
Subject to the performance standards.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, that's what we want.
So,
That clarifies my concern.
Is that everybody okay? Do we need to vote
That's
on
great. I move
Without
approval of
exception-
that.
Without exception, that's approved. Removal.
Okay. So onward here. So we've addressed the transit center issue and the building height map. I guess for the record, I'd like to express my objection to the maximum building height in the southwest corner of the city. I've said all along, I don't think it captures the idea of creating a building height core And I didn't buy the argument that the freeway overpass is already close to 80 feet, so what's a high-rise there? But I don't think I'm gonna be successful in that, so I'm just, for the record, expressing my objection to that. And I'll let it go at that. Transit center, we've addressed that issue. On page 5-4 of the general plan, it's a city structure map. And part of that map, and in the explanation by text, is under the urban design guidelines, is the idea of acknowledging gateways into Emeryville. If you look at this figure 5-1, city structure on 5-4, we only have shown on this map 1, 2, 3 gateways. And I'd like to point out that Emeryville has a lot more important gateways to it. And I would like to suggest that we add a gateway at 40th and the vicinity at MacArthur as people enter the city from that direction, that we include an entrance into the city at the Ashby interchange along Shell Mound. That's going to be a huge entrance into the city. And that we also include a gateway treatment at the north end of Hollis as you enter the city. That's also a really key entrance into the city. And then on the Greenway, the Emeryville Greenway in the very northeast corner of town, that we have a bike ped gateway acknowledgement into the entrance of the city. There's no clear policy about what's accomplished there, but I just like all of what I consider anyway to be the major gateways into town to have a similar treatment, whether it's a cohesive sign treatment or whatever the city ends up deciding. I just like all the major gateways into town acknowledged as part of that gateway designation under city structure. I don't know whether anyone else feels there's additional I guess Powell Street, as you enter westbound on Powell Street, there's another major gateway where you leave Oakland and come into Emeryville there. And
Jim, you're going to end up designating
Every street in
no,
Emeryville.
well,
Yeah,
well, I would disagree. I mean, we're talking about the major arterials into town. The off-ramp at the Ashby interchange on Shell Mound, the entrance on Hollis, not all the small street, Folgers and Vallejo and the others, Powell, which is a major arterial, and 40th, which is a major arterial. Those are all the major arterials into town that aren't acknowledged in the 3 current designated areas. And frankly, I'd like to do the Greenway as well, because it's the green, we want to encourage people to use alternative transportation. I think we should announce to people coming down that Greenway that you're coming into Emeryville. There's nothing wrong with it. I think it's part of reinforcing us as a town, whether it's by vehicle or by foot.
I'd just like to ask for one point of clarification. You mentioned 40th and MacArthur.
Yeah.
MacArthur is actually a freeway on-ramp that just goes straight to the freeway, although it does have a little side ramp that goes over to San Pablo
No, I'm
Avenue.
sorry, I meant 40th.
You meant
not
40th.
McCarthy.
Yeah, okay.
Just 40th, which is the connection to BART. So people heading west on 40th enter Emeryville there.
40th, you want the east end of Powell Street?
40th at east of Adeline, Powell at Vallejo,
Hollis at the
Hollis
north end of town,
at the north city boundary, Shell Mound at the north city boundary,
and the Greenway at
and
the
the
north
Greenway
city
at the north
boundary.
city boundary.
Well, Hollis gets a lot more traffic than Shell Mound, doesn't it?
It does? That's a freeway off-ramp.
So
It's
Jim, you're
only one
suggesting
way.
5 additional gateways?
The Planning Commission actually, there was a program for entrances into Emeryville. The Planning Commission reviewed several years ago.
You're talking about
And-
the wayfinding sign
Right,
program.
and
Yeah.
there was a subset, well, I think eventually something will happen, but there were some great suggestions on sort of artistic monuments into town. They were, having artists design each of these
Clocks, and I
entrances.
wanted to put up
Well,
clocks.
clock, whatever. But I just like it to be on all the major entrances into town. Whatever it ends up being, there's no policies around it. I just like the map to really reflect all the gateways into town.
I want to add 47th at Adeline. where a greenway meets a major arterial.
40th at Adeline?
47th.
47th. In
Oh,
the,
okay, sure.
I just want to point out a little bit, first by way of context, at one time it did have several more gateways and they were taken out in the compromise that was established is on page 5-35, which distinguishes between what are gateways and additional signage that may be appropriate at other locations. So in some instances, the greenway entry points may be signage more than monumental kind of gateways that are being referred to. Is that correct?
Well, what policy are you talking about?
It's not a
on
policy, it's a
335?
description, a second paragraph on page 5-35. The very last sentence says additional signage may be appropriate at other entry locations. So there was some effort made to distinguish between like a gateway versus just some signage.
More
Yeah.
architectural with
Yeah.
massing and everything.
So,
Is there a policy around that?
I'm not sure if it carries through somehow to
I
a
don't think there
policy
is
or
any
something.
policy.
there's a policy about
There is a
gateway.
policy about
Well,
gateways,
Page
yes.
543.
Yeah.
There's identity and gateways.
The city will create visual gateways through streetscape design, signage, and building massing to establish identity at key entry points to the city.
Good, which I think includes all those that I suggested, so I like to continue to suggest we modify the map. And I don't see anything in the language regarding gateways that would preclude us from doing that, whether it ends
No.
up being a monument sign or an entrance sign.
So let's review, go over the ones you want to add.
Remember, what was that one?
Hollis Street?
43,
Hollis on the
5-43.
north end of town, the Greenway at the northeast corner of town, the Shell Mound off-ramp,
That's actually off there.
the Ashby off-ramp there, Powell
Powell, East Powell.
at Vallejo,
I'll put it on the overhead.
40th, Adeline at 47th, and 40th.
Fine.
And put them up.
Does staff have any objections with that?
I think we got it.
We have it. All right, is, any objections from any of the commissioners? All right, without exception, that's approved.
Okay, then on page 5-32, figure 5-10, under neighborhood centers, under the public facilities, it shows the Amtrak station as a big purple or blue public facility, but it doesn't acknowledge the park opportunity at that location. And I'd just like to emphasize the importance. It shows the southern park site along the west side of Hollis, but it doesn't show the park opportunity there, which is a repeat of the land use map. And I just, in my mind, I see that as probably a more viable park, and it's.
Oh, you mean the
I'm talking about, right, there, on figure,
Hang on.
it's so, I think it's the land use, is it the open space or land use? Which figure is that?
Page 2-11.
211?
The land use map? Is that what you're looking?
Mm-hmm. 211.
Yes.
Figure 2
Right. I just, as a city a neighborhood center, I'd like to continue to acknowledge that treatment. Right, and that same location.
I'm sorry, can you,
Okay, so on the land
Clear.
use map on page 2-11,
yes?
there's an overlay zone designation that says public park on the AC Transit site.
Right.
I'd like to carry that forward. We show all the other
Oh.
large parks on the map on figure 5-10, but we did not continue that option as, on the transit center site.
Oh, I see.
So
He wants
I
to
want to be consistent and show that option on
Okay.
all the relevant maps, so people don't assume the southern site is just west of Hollis, that it includes that option. I'm trying to be
I
consistent.
would classify that as a clerical correction,
Okay.
if you don't mind. It's simply,
You can just correct that.
Simply
And
to
Commissioner Martin, there may be other places where the same base information
There's
appears.
another
You'd like
map.
us to go through and correct that.
Yeah, that
Okay.
includes figure 5-1, the city structure map on
Sure.
5-4.
We'll comb through all the figures to make sure that
Great.
they're consistent, yeah.
Cool.
Okay. I'm getting close to the end of my list here. Thank God. So I've made those changes.
Makes us believe you don't have a list.
I got my post-it list. And that's it so far, unless I hear something that comes out of one of the other commissioners' mouths.
Shall we move on?
And again, I'd just like to thank staff and the consultants and the steering committee for a job really well done. It's been a long haul, and Deborah, I'm sure, has spent many hours fretting and pulling everything together. So I'm glad we're here, and I'm glad that staff's done everything they've done, and the public continues to be participating, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. In the January draft of the general plan on the block between Peabody and Vallejo Doyle 65th and Peabody, we had that listed as medium high density residential, but on the height and FAR maps, we had them in the medium density residential height. We had it as 30 feet, and we had it as the lower density and the lower building intensity. And I would suggest keeping it that way. The Baker Metal is 43 feet. Everything else around that is lower, and I would like to see that as medium density residential with 30 feet as the height limit and 20 to 35 units per acre as the density and
Isn't that what it is, though, Gail?
If I could, you're speaking about the Baker Metal property?
And the
the adjacent
And
one.
the adjacent property between
Mhm.
Peabody and 65th?
Right.
And between Vallejo and the Greenway?
Right. The disparity in the January one was that we called it medium high density residential, but the height density and intensity FAR were all for low or medium density residential.
Right.
And it has been corrected to move the height, density, and intensity up to medium high. And I am saying that I would like to see the land use down to medium density, as is the adjacent block.
And is that consistent with?
This change was approved by the steering committee after staff pointed out that it was inconsistent with the treatment of the other areas that were identified as medium high density residential. And actually Commissioner Martin asked me about this as well via email, and I responded to him, and unfortunately I didn't print out that email, so I don't have it in front of me to refer to. But as I recall, what I said to Commissioner Martin was that if you take into account that the new FAR will include both parking and residential uses, and the current FAR, which is 0.7 in that area, does not, that the development potential is about the same as it is now. And the current height limit there is 30 feet, period, with no increase. Currently, our next increment of height under the existing zoning is 40 to 55. In the new general plan, it changes that. The next increment from 30 with no bonus is 30 with a 55-foot bonus. And when Mr. Harlan Beatties had a proposal for a project on the central parcel there, it was denied by the Planning Commission. He was requesting a height variance, and it's my recollection that the commission at the time told him, we will consider a height variance of up to 50 feet or whatever above the allowed 30 feet, provided that all that additional height is kept at the north end of the site to have a transition. The problem with that approach today is that you can't give a height variance anymore, because the height limits are now in the general plan, and you can't grant a variance from the general plan. So the only way to allow a developer to go above 30 feet, if that's what the general plan says, is to do a general plan amendment. And the amendment would be to the 30 to 55-foot height district, in which you could grant him a height of up to 55 feet with a use permit. And in order to do that, you'd have to make findings that the project was consistent with the neighborhood and so forth. And I think one of the other things I pointed out to Commissioner Martin was that you have quite a bit of protection or discretion, shall I say, when you approve, or not approve, consider a project that needs even just design review or a use permit, to deny it if you feel it doesn't fit. If it's not an appropriate project, you can deny it. Mr. Harlem Beatty's project was denied on those grounds. I don't believe it was appealed to the city council, so the commission's denial was final. There was a 2-unit monster house on Ocean Avenue that was proposed. That project met all the zoning criteria for density. We didn't apply FAR at the time. That's why we apply it now, but we didn't then. That project is why we do now. But
Height.
it met the density, it
Height.
met the height, it met
Right.
the setback, it met everything. All it needed was design review.
Yep.
The commission denied it unanimously on design review grounds only.
Mhm.
It went to the city council on appeal, who also denied it unanimously on design review grounds only. It's the only project that I know of in probably my whole career as a planner that was denied unanimously by 2 bodies, and the findings were just design review. So my point is,
It was.
you have ample ability to
Cruise ship.
not allow projects that you don't like. So we feel that having the FAR on that block and the height limit be the same as it is on the other sites that are zone medium high density residential is appropriate. And the steering committee approved that.
Okay, I'll withdraw that
Well,
one then.
I'd like to clarify something. One of the reasons the 30-foot height was established was to make sure there was a reasonable transition from the old neighborhood to what was happening in the north end of town.
Right.
And I think by maybe just coincidence, it also helped basically to, at least short term, ensure the potential for reuse of the Baker Metal Building. Baker Metal Building extends up to 45 or 50 feet at the top of the Belvedere's, and there would have been a strong incentive to take that thing down if you could get something higher and not have to redo the building. And I know we had an approval tonight for that use, which was my primary concern for keeping that transition. I just don't know where that's going. And I'm still a little, I don't know what will happen with that application, whether it will ever get built. And so I'm still reticent about allowing this change in building height, because it is a change. I understand the predicament a property owner would have in having to get a general plan
Well, let me
amendment.
point out one other thing that I'm not sure if I included this in my email or not. Because this parcel or this block is not in the RM district, it would be required to provide public benefits for any bonus height. So in addition to making all those findings of compatibility with the neighborhood, the height limit is still 30 feet.
Sure.
But in this area, we would allow you to go a little bit higher with a bonus, but you'd have to provide the public amenities. The planning commission would have to make a finding of excellent design, and neighborhood compatibility. So it's,
And it would be conditional use, so we would hear from neighbors.
yeah, the height
Okay.
limit is 30 feet, period. But this, in this area, it could go up with your discretion.
Yeah, okay, I'm all right with that after all. Most of the stuff that I had my little Post-its on has been addressed already. I do want to make a change on page 540 in the urban design policies there's urban design policy number 36, where large floor plates are permitted, buildings shall be required to adhere to height, setback, and step-back standards as required for view and sun access, but less stringent bulk standards shall be permitted. And I'd like to strike that last clause there, because I don't know why we would be less stringent on our bulk.
Will you repeat that? Which one? And
I'm looking at, on page 540, UD P36.
what's the change you want to see?
The last clause on that says, where large floor plates are permitted, buildings shall be required to adhere to height, setback, and step-back standards as required for view and sun access, but less stringent bulk standards shall be permitted. And
What's a bulk standard?
Exactly.
I don't know what it
Let's
is,
get
but
rid
it
of it.
doesn't sound good.
I'll second your suggestion.
Rashif, can you remind us why that language is there? I kind of vaguely recall this discussion at the steering committee when they talked about the urban design chapter, but that was a long time ago.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to remember as well, we had discussion about fine grain areas and large floor plate areas, and I'm just not sure if there is a place in the plan currently that's designated for large floor plates. I don't think there is one. I think the goal was just simply in the industrial areas where you do have properties that have larger floor plates, they may not have the same kind of setback and so on requirements that you would require in other areas where there is more commercial activity or where people live. That was the basic goal. So we didn't want everything to be having setback and light filtering through, recognizing that there are some areas where that's not.
But it says you're required to adhere to those standards.
This sentence is internally in conflict.
Yeah, let's just get rid of it.
It says you have setback, but you're not gonna have bulk.
Right. I second
Yeah.
Gail's suggestion.
I'd just get rid of the whole thing. The last clause or the whole thing.
Anyone object to that?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay.
Is that unanimous, Buzz?
Sounds like it is.
Are we
Okay.
deleting the whole policy or just the last
No,
sentence?
just the last
After
clause.
but.
But.
But and beyond.
Period is at access.
And are we looking at the resolution attachments, the findings of fact and
I
regarding
did.
mitigation?
Sounds like you are. That's fine, because the next action for you is to vote on these two resolutions. So
Okay.
if you want to discuss those, this is the time to do it.
On the findings of fact regarding impacts and mitigating policies, on this page 4 of 51, there's a finding that's regarding displacement being less than significant, and the second to the last sentences say, the overall proposed plan will significantly increase the number of housing units, with new housing development reaching 3,767 units, indicating that any displaced residents would be able to find new accommodation in Emeryville. And I would like to just change the would to may possibly be able to find.
Why don't we just
Becau-
get rid of it, the whole thing?
Yeah, that, and also the sentence that says the plan will accommodate relocation of new businesses within Emeryville, because that's also not happening. I mean, we try, but Semi-Freddy's is out of here, and so I'd like to see those. I can't make those findings.
Is that a finding that's required by any outside agency?
No, it's required by us.
Well, these findings on the displacement issue relate to a physical ability as opposed to necessarily economic viability. The goal is to point out that we are not actually just displacing people, but there will be alternative opportunities for them to remain in the city. Obviously, if the land prices go up, they may not be able to.
Well, I'd like to suggest some edits then.
Sure.
To address Gail's concern. After 3,767 units, delete indicating that any and substitute providing opportunities for any, and then continue displaced residents and delete would be able, and then continue to find new accommodations in Emeryville. So it would read, after reaching 3,767 units, comma, providing opportunities for any displaced residents to find new accommodations in Emeryville. Doesn't say they will or could.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the point is that there are opportunities with the new residents.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Martin, can you say that all
Well, first,
again?
does that make sense to everybody?
That makes sense.
Make sense to you?
Yeah.
I just didn't get did you get the language?
I got part of it.
Well, should I is everyone agreeable to that change? Buzz?
Well, I didn't quite get it.
Yeah, just read it again.
Okay, so the full sentence reads, however, the overall proposed plan will significantly increase the number of housing units, comma, with the net new housing development reaching 3,767 units, comma. I'm suggesting deleting indicating that and substituting providing opportunities for, and then continue any displaced residents, and then deleting would be able, and then continuing to find new accommodations in Emeryville. So basically it says
Okay.
we're making new units, there are opportunities for them to use those units.
Okay.
Does that address your concern.
Because this sounds like we're guaranteeing.
Right, and it's not accurate.
Yeah.
So I understand Gail's concern there.
Changes are acceptable to everybody? Good.
And I think the same thing could be made with regard to the redevelopment of office space. And
Right.
instead of, after, on the last sentence where it says 641,263 new net square feet added by the plan says will accommodate, we can insert the word could accommodate relocation within Emeryville, which
That's
achieves
okay.
the goal.
So could, so will becomes could.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then on page,
So everyone's agreeable to those
that was a
changes and
yes?
those findings? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And on page 42 of 51, the very last findings in italics don't actually, the sentence, it says, the city also finds that the economic, legal, social, technological, or other considerations, including provision of employment opportunities for highly trained workers, make infeasible the mitigation measures or project alternatives identified in the final EIR. Well, we didn't identify any mitigation measures, and I'm not clear about the language about employment opportunities for highly trained workers.
This
I
comes
think
from CEQA.
That's a straight out of CEQA
This is a direct quote from
requirement.
CEQA. It says, "These are the findings that you shall make."
Okay. If these are the findings we shall make, I
Yeah,
guess
we
I
didn't
can-
write this.
And I think,
It really is saying we are not able to offer mitigation,
Right.
as
Right.
opposed to we don't have mitigation, yeah.
and I think to go back to the whole approach in this process for the EIR is that this is a mitigating plan. So
Right,
we've captured any mitigation we could have in the adjustments to the policies.
right,
So-
okay.
I'm okay with it.
All right, yeah, my other note was a question about, is this CEQA language? So I guess you answered that one.
What else could it be?
That's it for me.
Okay, most of mine have been addressed. The big one for me is the northwest corner, and I am proposing that we up the height there and allow mixed use. One of the comments about the mixed use,
What height category are you suggesting?
to the next step up, which is the 75 to 100 foot, and then, which is the adjacent,
What page are you on, John?
2-16, the height maximum building heights.
And you indicated mixed use. There's two mixed use categories.
Mixed use with residential, but there, with a caveat that, and this is one of the things that was discussed, that residential only be permitted above the 4th floor. I think that was one of the, can we do that? That was one of the,
Well, you
that was a topic of discussion for,
can do it, whether it's economic. is-
So you're talking about another notation to that same overlay designation?
well, that was the discussion that went on at the steering committee, is that there were concerns about the particulates from the freeway.
On the lower
And-
levels.
Right, and the solution was possibly to allow housing, but only above a certain elevation.
Well, I mean, we have other areas along the freeway that have mixed use with residential where we don't have policies saying residential uses are not allowed below the 4th floor. So it sort of begs the equal treatment
Okay.
question.
And
Yeah.
I'll drop that.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see that the height raised, and accordingly, the FAR
The height raised to what?
to,
5 to 100.
yeah, 75 and 100 foot.
Moving
As a
hotel only.
base? As a base?
75
that's
to
what the-
100.
Right.
The category,
100.
the next category up above what it is.
I understand. So then the 75 to 100 feet for hotel only goes out, John?
Right, remove the restriction on hotel, make the whole thing,
75 to 100 mixed use.
right, right,
And drop the hotel thing?
right, requirement.
Basically just,
Sure,
yeah.
Mixed use with residential, right? Because it's already a mixed
But the
use with
hotel may be
non-residential.
permitted under the commercial, too.
What would the FAR be?
4.0 to 5.5. That would be the next higher category.
right.
I mean, it might be that just given how much discussion we've had on this, you may want to pick up the FAR and height motion separately from the use motion. I'm just a suggestion, yeah.
Okay, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
And my rationale for this is, if
I
there-
understand in your mind it's connected, but in some other
Yeah.
people's mind it's not necessarily connected. Yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
The rationale for this is prime property. This is like probably one of the best sites in Emeryville, as I see it, for a high-rise for residential. It has incredible bay views. It's got San Francisco views, views of the Golden Gate Bridge, aquatic park. To me, it is one of the prime places in Emeryville.
Well, it is after above the fourth or fifth floor. Otherwise, you're looking at freeway ramps.
And then
Well,
just having four
a developer's
floors
gonna
of
have to be
parking
smart enough,
anyway.
a developer's gonna have to be smart enough to figure that out.
Right.
I would second that motion. I think that's a wonderful, that's, on the steering committee, we were consistently outvoted. But I would like to see it to be I agree with you.
I think it's-
So the first motion would be the mixed use with residential. So that would be one motion.
Well, no, can't we include the FAR in that as well?
You
Well,
can if you
Rajiv's
want to.
suggestion was that we don't.
You can do it all together. I just have a fear some people may want the height but not the use, or some may be okay with one or the other, and
Yeah.
you're just better off.
This is all
giving
new
it
to
a-
me, so I need additional explanation here, what's going on. So you're talking about high-rise, and yet what you're suggesting is going to 75, 100 feet?
That's not
And you're
really a
suggesting
high-rise.
that 100, somebody going up to 100 feet is the tall, slender tower high-rise that you're
10
suggesting?
stories at
I don't
four,
see that, I don't
garage.
see that happening at 75 to 100 feet. What I see at 75 to 100 feet is a big, massive, blocky building at this location, which obstructs the views of everybody in PPP that we've heard of, not you, but we've heard from other people in PPP who don't want a big, massive, blocky thing there.
I think we can prevent it from being a big,
Well, let's go to
blocky,
100
massive thing. I
well,
think
let's go to 100 plus. That would be all right.
No, that's the wrong direction. Okay, so, and the reason you want to change the land use is because you want to see residential
Right.
there.
right.
And the steering committee majority didn't want residential there because it's not designated for residential, right?
They voted against
It's
This,
in
this
the-
was very controversial.
In the
This-
PowerPoint as the controversial.
Right, it's
I
one of the-
understand.
Oh.
Yeah,
I'm
this
trying
was,
to-
this was like split down the middle, and it depended on who was there that night, which
Was-
way it swung.
Okay, and why, to those steering committee members who didn't want residential there, was the explanation for why it
I
I
think
will
it was-
provide my explanation.
Sure.
I have concern with introducing any more residential between a freeway corridor and a train corridor. We've got air quality issues, we've got noise issues, and I just don't want to see any more of that. And I know you can design with triple pane windows, but that also factors into the cost. And I think if with a short blocky building, they're not going to be spending a lot of money on enhancements to minimize, you know, those kind of impacts. So I can't support it on that reason. And my other reason is I think it's very important that we have these transitions. And I've always pushed for the core of the high-rise development along Powell Street in that Shell Mound corridor. And I don't want to see this popping up at the city limits. So
The other
I
argument
can't
that we
support
heard
it.
also was that having residential use out there may foreclose the possibility of having a hotel later on, yeah.
There is no possibility of it.
Well, it's not a site for a luxury residential building.
It is a site for a luxury residential
Certainly
building.
Not unless it's
Not at 100
20
feet.
stories tall or
Not
something.
at 100 feet.
I think if you look at like the Pearl District in Portland, it's a perfect example of buildings that are about those heights, that they've done some really wonderful things. And I think this is an opportunity for those things.
Well, a 20-story building, I'd say yes.
I'd definitely like 20-story, but that's never going to fly. So this is my compromise.
Why don't you go all for the 100 story?
100 plus.
I'll support it.
Okay, we'll go for 100 plus.
At least, don't give up before you try.
Okay,
I
so,
agree with
so
Pat
you're
on
just
this.
discussing
I don't
heights,
think
or
it's
are
a
you
good site.
commingling that with residential?
Pardon?
Are you commingling the two motions now, so it's
Well,
mixed
what-
use with residential and height, or just the height right now?
Let's put them all together.
What was the motion, and was
What?
there a second?
Okay.
The first motion was mixed use with residential.
I withdraw my second.
tired.
No, go ahead.
Well, okay.
Wha-
Why don't we do that first?
Okay.
let- let-
So I'm proposing mixed use with residential. The designation be changed to mixed use with
okay,
residential for that
just
area.
Is there
deal
a
with
second?
that first.
Should deal with that
I'll
first.
second that.
Okay. That's where we were. Now- Oh, I need my cheat sheet. Hang on. Oh. I need the list of the,
So as part of that redesignation, does that mean we do away with the hotel
No, it's a
special
permission
designation?
use. It's
okay.
mixed use, so it's permitted. it's a
Hotels would be
permitted
allowed in either category, yeah.
Okay.
Are we ready?
use. Yeah.
Okay, on the motion to designate the northwest area as mixed use with residential, Commissioner Cardoza,
No.
Commissioner Donaldson,
No.
Commissioner Jeffrey,
No.
Commissioner Martin,
No.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Flores,
Yes.
and Chair Hoff.
Yes.
3 to 4, 3 ayes, 4 noes, the motion fails.
So it's not being rezoned to mixed-use residential. Well, then the second motion is useless.
Pretty moot.
Well, you can have a taller hotel, I guess. I don't know. I mean, just strive for it.
No, along those lines, I agree with Patty about the importance of transition. This is gonna be a major interchange, and, I don't want there to be one big huge tower there, and I don't want there to be a big massive building either. I'd like people to approach the town and reach this cluster of higher
Well,
height, so I
be-
wouldn't support
before,
that anyway.
before we leave the subject, I at least want to go on record as saying that I support mixed-use residential, and I would want it to be in the highest 100-plus category. I'd like that to be reflected in the record, please.
And if you could do the same for me.
And you second that thought? Maybe some wiser power than we will approve it.
Is that a motion?
No,
No.
it's just he wants stating for the record.
No, I mean, it won't.
Because this was a controversial thing.
I assume it won't get voted on, so, but I do want it on the record. Thank you, sir.
Well, then, I'm sorry.
Okay, the other things that I have, I believe are zoning, but let me just run them by you just to make sure. And they are response to the letters that we have, the email. The definition of public parking, would that fall into the zoning?
Yes, that falls into
Okay.
the zoning, and it is defined.
Okay, the multiple building heights, how we deal with that?
Yeah, that's more of a zoning
Okay.
issue, although I can respond if,
Because we're approving the interim
Well-
zoning ordinance as well.
yeah, but not yet.
Oh.
Let me just respond on that one. I think that feeling was that the steering committee had a long, as you recall, protracted discussion about the height limits between Hollis Street and the railroad. And I think, if I remember correctly, at first, it was just one height district. It was one district east of Hollis, and then it went up west of Hollis. And after considerable debate, the steering committee decided to slice that area between Hollis and the railroad into 3 segments with progressively increased height as you got closer to the railroad tracks. And they did that with full knowledge that those blocks are long blocks, and that you would have multiple height districts on some parcels on those long blocks. That's what the steering committee wanted. And to me, it was pretty clear what they were after there was a stepping effect from the railroad down towards Hollis Street. They didn't want an averaging effect. They wanted a stepping effect. So that's why in the interim zoning regulations that you have not seen, not reviewed with you yet, we don't allow for an averaging of the height. We do allow for an averaging of the FAR and the density so that you can spread your building, floor area and density around any way you want on the site, as long as you don't exceed the average. But the height is basically fixed. And that's what I believe the steering committee wanted.
Yeah, and it could be especially problematic on bigger sites. The bigger the site you get and the more you can average, the less control we have over height.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves because that is a zoning question, but that's my
We
recollection.
have to move along.
And then the last one is.
Who's next? Oh, you're,
One
go ahead.
last one, and I think it's a zoning one again, but, and this is the impact on existing buildings that Safeway brought up. And so is that also a zoning issue?
Well, kind of. I mean, it's, I have too much paper here. I think there was a concern that all of the general plan policies are going to kick in if they just try to make a small change to the building, and that's not really the case. You know, one thing I need to point out is that a general plan is general. I mean, that's the nature of a general plan, is it's general. And the details come in the implementing regulations in the zoning ordinance, or the interim zoning ordinance, or whatever it is. The general plan sets a vision for the East Bay Bridge Shopping Center as is reflected in those visual simulations, you know? A mixed-use neighborhood with structured parking and all that kind of stuff. That doesn't mean that if you come in for a use permit or design review to change the facade of your building that we're gonna make you build all that stuff, you know? It's, so I don't think that concern is well-founded. I'll just leave it at that.
To the Safeway people?
I got the Safeway letter at 5:45 tonight. So, no, I haven't, except right now.
And that's the end of my questions, comments.
Well, the Safeway was the only one that covered that.
Mr. Flores.
Really, everything was, I think everything was addressed. The FAR questions, the transit center, I'm glad that we were able to come up with consensus pretty much on especially the Triangle neighborhood, my neighborhood, where I felt lessening the FAR was going backwards, and I thought improvements to some of the single-family lots would require just a little bit more FAR. So, Jim, I appreciate the .6. I don't think even .9 wouldn't pass this commission. It would have to be a pretty beautiful project at this point. So I'm glad we were able to find some remedy there. And I just want to, I was going to make a comment that general plans are general. And in planning school, we worked on a couple of general plans, Vallejo being one of them, poor Vallejo. And it was always our teachings that these were just general, and you looked at them and they're pie in the sky stuff, and but then, you know, the meat is on the bones when it comes here, and the community comes out, and we sort of decide what these projects and what the merits are in each project. And so really for me, I applaud the steering committee and the staff and everybody that's worked on this for years and years. Obviously, everyone's done a great job. I look forward to some of these projects coming to our planning commission so we can scrutinize it and hopefully do some really good projects. That's all I have to say.
Well, thank you. I guess that takes care of all of the comments. I'm afraid all of my comments have already been spoken of.
Good.
I'm very pleased with everything we did. I'm really sorry that we could not do better on the northwest corner. I really believe.
You can do a general plan amendment.
I really
Okay,
believe.
Art.
Your northwest.
Okay,
Okay, we gotta move on.
no,
Gotta
but
move
just
on.
for that, I've got a couple more comments, because if you're pushing it that hard, then for the
Can I
record,
just finish my
I'm,
Can I finish my
okay,
sentence?
sorry.
I'm sorry they did not approve the maximum height for that area, because I believe that's an ideal residential area. So we're closing the discussion.
No, I got two more things to say.
All right, go ahead.
I've sat through this commission long enough. I'm going to continue to voice my concerns here. So I raised it as an objection, and I'm just going to make a motion that we reduce the maximum building height that exceeds 100 feet in the southwest corner of the town. I think, you know, back to my concern about consistency, I'd like to reduce that to the 75 to a maximum of 100, which is consistent with the maximum building height on either side of it. I don't think that's an appropriate location for a tower. I think a tower at that location is going to shade 40th. It's going to shade the Park Avenue district in winter, and I don't think the steering committee really thought through that well. It's next to a sewer treatment plant, and you're gonna get wonderful views in the tower of a sewer treatment plant. I don't think it makes sense.
I know that site is in Oakland.
And we have a map that designates it for over 100 feet.
Yeah,
It-
but
And
The
I don't
reason
think
it's on our
consistent.
map is that it's part of the JPA
Oh, it is? Oh, I
for
see.
East Bay Bridge Shopping
So,
Center.
Jim,
it's
are you-
within
My
the
motion is
jurisdiction.
that we
Go to
reduce the building
75?
height of that tower location from 100 foot plus to be consistent with the purple designation of 75 to 100 feet.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
What was the reasoning for putting it at
What?
100 plus?
The freeway.
Someone said the freeway
Oh, you
was,
could-
Freeway's at 80
the freeway was really
Freeway's
tall there.
80
Already
feet, so
Right.
don't see anything at all.
It's interesting.
Right. It just seems illogical.
Does
in my
anybody
mind.
want to comment on this?
I think the thinking was that in order to see over the I-80 flyover ramp, you have to get over 100 feet.
And you see the
And
sewer
anything
treatment
below
plant.
that is the
Then you're
slum.
looking under it.
And anything below that is living in the, under the freeway.
Right.
In the city of Oakland and Emeryville, and anything over that, you're looking at the sewer treatment plant.
Yeah, you're looking at the new bridge tower.
Look at the building. could
Okay.
be-
Eventually.
Anyway,
Well, you could be
since you
looking
guys
at
were
both.
pushing the northwest corner, I'm now gonna push the
They
southwest
lost.
corner.
But don't you see, if we had the northwest corner, then the city would be perfectly balanced.
Yeah, little matching towers.
This is-
Okay, so we got a motion and a second.
All right.
So
Call
this-
the roll.
Okay, this was Commissioner Martin and seconded by Commissioner Jeffrey. Wait, I'm sorry, I have to find my cheat sheet again. What'd I do with it? I need to keep it front
You
and
forgot who's
center.
on the
Here we go.
commission, huh?
Okay, I got it. Let's see, Commissioner Cardoza,
No.
Commissioner Donaldson,
Aye.
Commissioner Jeffrey,
Aye.
Commissioner Martin,
Aye.
Commissioner Sherman,
No.
Vice Chair Flores,
No.
Chair Hoff.
No.
3 ayes, 4 noes, motion fails.
Okay, and
Okay, all right,
so
you're buying drinks
then my,
afterwards.
my final comments are on some of the letters that we got tonight. And I appreciate the response that staff did regarding the Bay Trail. And I think it's very thorough. We are not talking about direct impacts. I don't think the intention was ever to fill in wetlands through there. And I would like, I'm not sure anyone representing those organizations is still here tonight, but it would, I appreciated that staff clarified those points. This is about an opportunity, a wonderful opportunity, not only to provide access, but to interpret those resources out there. I'm a biologist by profession. I've worked on the Bay Trail on miles of segments around the bay. This can be easily accomplished without affecting the sensitive resources, and mitigating those impacts is something that's achievable. It's too bad it wasn't done already. I resent the resistance that we've seen here. Albany got it through. Emeryville is being picked on here, and I'm really frustrated with it. The politics behind it are disappointing. They don't support the science, so I want to make that point. And then the letters from Cassidy, Schmicko, Dawson, Kwamakimi. I'm just really frustrated with, I would say overall, the nitpickiness of the comments we got from that organization. And I'd like to say, one of the major concerns was how difficult it's going to be, this idea of transitioning along Hollis and building height. Look at the map and what's allowed right now. You are getting 10 to 20 to 30 to 40 feet more over the existing entitlement. So to come in and complain about how you are going to have to somehow accommodate this transition that's supposed to respect the light and air and circulation along Hollis Street, which is a vibrant street and going in the right direction, a direction we want to see for the rest of the town, it infuriates me to see an attempt to create an argument around some complication for future use there when you don't acknowledge the additional entitlement you're getting as part of this general plan.
I just also
want to
want
make
to
that clear for
I
the
just also
record.
want to quickly clarify there was a misstatement in that letter which suggested that any reuse has to be a mixed use on page 2-13 of the general plan. It explains the regional retail overlay. This site has a regional retail overlay designation on it. It states it very clearly. For sites with this overlay, 100% of the building area can be retail, while the uses in the underlying classification are also permitted. So that's not factually correct, the statement
Can we get back
that.
to our agenda?
I'm sorry?
Can we get back to our agenda?
So it is part of the agenda, Art. We're gonna have to get through it.
Huh?
We are gonna have to get through that.
What?
We're gonna have to adopt a recommendation for adopting the interim zoning ordinance. It's all related to that.
Zoning or, wait a minute.
We're adopting that tonight.
But
Yeah, we
that's
have to do the
next.
general plan
That's not
first.
now.
Right.
General plans.
Ca-
we
May
fi-
I add one other thing to the mix? It has just been pointed out to me that if you look at the height map on page 2-16, there are 3 little yellow stars on it that indicate existing entitlements that are part of PUDs that are for buildings that are higher than what the height map
Right.
shows. We just realized there's one more that we neglected to indicate. That
Oh,
is at Bay
Site
Street.
B, yeah.
Bay Street Hotel is entitled for a height of 200 feet.
Right.
So that needs to be another little yellow star added to the map.
That's fine. We agree.
Okay.
Are we ready to pass a resolution on the EIR?
I'll pass the resolution that we recommend certification of the EIR with all the changes that we've covered tonight, both to the FAR and to the relevant policies.
Can I ask a question real quick? Are the letters that we received go into the EIR in the
No.
last few days? They do not?
No.
Mm, just-
They go into the record. I mean,
Go
they
into
go
the
into our
record, but
files, but
not
they're
into
not part of the EIR.
Jim has moved it. Is there a second?
A second.
Then there's a second.
Okay, excuse me
Please
just a second.
call
Let me
the
get that
roll.
down.
Charlie, I just want to go back to your star issue. That area already is a 100-plus area in Site B, and we haven't identified any other areas where there are 100-plus foot tall buildings, because they are within the 100-plus foot color on the map.
Yeah, but over 100 feet requires use permit and bonuses.
We haven't shown any other buildings like Pacific Park Plaza and so on either with those stars.
Those are existing. This is an entitled building that has not been built.
We just didn't show existing or entitled in the 100-plus areas just as a clerical, because it would be allowed in that zone. It was just a graphic.
Not by right. Anyway,
Anyway, yeah.
we'll take this up.
Sure, yeah.
We need to put it
And
in there.
follow.
Okay. Let's see.
Okay,
I'm
there's a
sorry,
motion
so-
and a second?
We have a motion from
certify.
Commissioner Martin, seconded by Commissioner Donaldson to recommend to the city council to certify the EIR
With changes
with changes.
to the language. Oh,
Appendix
Oh, the
A
findings.
yeah.
at a minimum.
Appendix A, and the findings were related to the general plan resolution.
Right.
Right,
So-
but there were some changes to the,
Whatever
Appendix-
findings you made that relate
Appendix
to the
A.
EIR, those
Right.
changes.
Mhm.
Okay, Commissioner Cardoza,
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson,
aye.
Commissioner Jeffrey,
Aye.
Commissioner Martin,
Aye.
Commissioner Sherman,
Aye.
Vice Chair Flores.
Yes.
Chair Hoff.
Aye.
7 ayes, the motion is approved to recommend certification of the EIR. Thank you.
Now we need another resolution on the general plan. Is that the idea?
I move
Yep.
we adopt the general plan as amended.
Mr. Cardoza,
We're recommending
Recommend.
adoption to the
Recommend.
city council
who would like to second it?
I'll second that.
with a caveat, with all the changes that we've suggested and agreed to tonight.
With all of our suggestions.
Do you want me to recap them?
No.
No.
All right, you're gonna have
They
to
better-
trust us.
But they better be right.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, you'll hear from us.
Yeah, that's for sure. Okay, you ready?
Ready.
Commissioner Cardoza,
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson,
Yes.
Commissioner Jeffrey,
Aye.
Commissioner Martin,
Aye.
Commissioner Sherman,
Aye.
Vice Chair Flores,
Yes.
Chair Hoff.
Yes.
7 ayes, it's unanimous. The general plan is approved by the Planning Commission. For adoption of the city plan.
City council could change it anyway.
Yeah, right, they will.
The next item is, does anybody want a 5-minute break?
No,
We can keep going.
let's get the general
keep
plan
going.
done.
I mean, the zoning ordinance.
The zoning ordinance, right.
All right, so the next item is the zoning ordinance. And are we gonna have a here we go.
Charlie's doing it.
Who's up?
You're up.
This is my baby. All right, well, now that you've adopted the general plan, or voted to recommend adoption of the general plan, we have to implement it. As you know, our existing zoning ordinance is not entirely consistent with this new general plan. We are working on a new zoning ordinance, but the new zoning ordinance will not be ready for adoption for another year or so. So in the meanwhile, in order to fill this gap, we need to develop some interim zoning regulations. And what our proposal is, what staff has come up with, is that we will, here are the key concepts. We will amend Title IX of the plan, which is called Planning and Zoning, of the Emeryville Municipal Code to implement the new general plan. Title IX is where the existing zoning ordinance resides. It is in Chapter 4 of Title IX. And we will use the existing zoning ordinance as the basis for these new interim regulations. We will add a new Chapter 6 to Title IX entitled Interim Zoning Regulations, and certain provisions of Chapter 6 will supersede the provisions of Chapter 4, the existing zoning ordinance. However, anything in Chapter 4 that is not superseded by the interim zoning regulations will continue to remain in effect. And I'll explain that in more detail in a second. So what the interim regulations in Chapter 6 would include are 5 basic things. First, new zoning districts based on the general plan land use diagram. Some of the existing zones would remain, and I'll explain that in a second. Secondly, regulations for the new zoning districts based on general plan policies. Thirdly, regulations related to residential density, FAR, and height based on general plan maps and policies. Fourth, required findings, new findings, additional special findings for conditional use permits based on general plan policies. And finally, definitions of terms and concepts that are used in the interim zoning regulations that either are not already defined in the zoning ordinance or that are a little bit different than what's defined in the zoning ordinance. Now, the provisions of the existing zoning ordinance in Chapter 4 that would remain are, first of all, the definitions of all the terms, except for floor area, which is modified a little bit. The existing use classification system, this is key. This is how we decide what's what, how we classify various activities under the code and what can go where. We use the use classification system. All of the development regulations and standards of the zoning ordinance would remain, such as yards, landscaping, parking, signs, etc. And finally, all of the procedures that are in the existing zoning ordinance would remain. How you get a use permit, how you get a variance, how you get a PUD, how we process general plan amendments, how we do appeals, our notification requirements, all those things would remain. So, as far as the 5 things that are proposed in the interim zoning regulations, first, with regard to the zoning districts. The zoning districts would be based on the general plan land use map. However, we would retain 4 existing zones from the existing zoning map. One is the shoreline management zone, which was approved by the voters as part of the shoreline protection ordinance in 1987. Only the voters can change that, and there's no reason to change it, so we'll keep the shoreline management zone. Secondly, all of the existing PUDs that are entitled, we would keep those. Those, as you may know, are shown on the zoning map, so we would keep those. And then the 2 overlay districts that we have that implement area plans, the North Hollis and the Park Avenue Overlay District. The general plan acknowledges those area plans and indicates that they should continue in effect. So we need these 2 overlay zones to continue to implement them. So these 4 districts would remain. Everything else would come from the new general plan land use map. So here's the general plan land use map, and these are all the districts, and basically they would now be the zones. This is the existing zoning map, and I just want to point out the 4 zones that would remain. One is the shoreline management zone, and that is here along the shoreline, which of course the general plan designates all of this for open space, so there's really no issue with retaining the shoreline management district. The 6 existing PUDs that are mapped on the zoning map, and those include Marketplace, Watergate Office Towers, Bay Street, Novartis, Pixar, and Promenade. So those would remain. And then the 2 overlay zones for North Hollis and Park Avenue. So that's this and this. So in order to determine the zoning of a particular parcel, we will for the interim period until we have a new zoning map, we will have to be looking at both of these maps. General plan land use map, but we have to look at this map to make sure it's not in a PUD or to see if it's in one of these overlay zones or if it's in the shoreline management district. So those are the proposed zoning districts. Now, in terms of the zoning district regulations, these would indicate what uses are permitted, conditionally permitted, or prohibited in each district. And that would be done through a matrix, which would show the existing use classifications down the side and the zoning districts, the new zoning districts across the top. And I'll show you that in a second. And these, as far as what's permitted or conditionally permitted or prohibited where, is based on the general plan policies and on the existing regulations. Existing regulations primarily in the areas of stability. Then there will be special regulations for each of the individual zoning districts, and those will be based on general plan policies and some existing regulations that give further details about what would go in each zone. And then finally, regulations and standards in all or several zones. These are, for the most part, these are simply cross-references for convenience to a variety of different provisions of the zoning ordinance or other provisions of the municipal code. So this is what that matrix looks like, and across the top here we have the zoning districts. These are the the land use areas from the general plan, and then we have the shoreline management that we've put over here that simply reflects the existing regulations for that zoning district. And then on the far right we have columns for the 3 overlay zones. I didn't mention this, but you're aware of it on the land use map. We have 2 new overlay zones, regional retail and neighborhood retail. Then we have Park Avenue. We have not included the North Hollis overlay zone on this matrix because there's no land use regulations in the North Hollis plan. But there are some in the Park Avenue plan. So in this matrix, there are letters and numbers. A letter in the box would indicate, a P would indicate permitted, a C is conditionally permitted, an X means it's prohibited, and whatever is over here in the overlay zones would supersede what is in the base zone. If it's blank in the overlay zone, then that means that the base zone is not modified. And finally, there are all these little numbers, and those are references to footnotes at the bottom of this table that indicates references to specific provisions, special regulations. Now, I want to point out that this is only a piece of this table. I've just put a part of it up here to illustrate it for you. The actual table goes on for about 5 pages. All the zones are up here, but you don't have all the uses. The use list goes on and on and on. This is just a section of some of the commercial uses. So just to quickly illustrate how this table works, if you look at one of the rows, for example, here we have gasoline sales, which is basically gas stations. As you can see, it's mostly X's, which means they're not permitted in most locations. It would be conditionally permitted in the mixed use, non-residential, and in the industrial zone. Would also be conditionally permitted in the marina, but you can see there's a footnote there, 12. And if you look below and look up that section, you'll see that what it says is that would be fuel docks for boats only. It would not allow gas stations for cars. Then over here in the overlay zoning districts, we have a C with a footnote for the regional retail overlay, which indicates that gas stations would be allowed in the regional retail overlay with a use permit, even if they're not allowed in the base zone. But there's some limitations on that which are indicated in the footnote. Similarly, or conversely, in the neighborhood retail overlay district, gas stations would be prohibited even if they were allowed in the base zone. And there's also an X over here under Park Avenue district. That's because the existing Park Avenue overlay zone prohibits gas stations. Now, if you go the other way and look at a column, for example, here's the mixed use with residential zoning district. And it indicates what uses are conditionally permitted or prohibited or permitted outright. So, for example, you can see restaurants, convenience and full service are conditionally permitted. Funeral, interment, and gas is prohibited. Lodging services, which are hotels, professional services, and retail sales would be permitted outright. So to find out where a particular use is allowed, you look at a row. And to find out what the regulations are for any particular district, you look at a column. And basically you have all of the regulations about uses in this one table for every zone. And personally, this is how I hope we will structure the new zoning ordinance, because I and my staff agree that this is a much more user-friendly and easier to use system than having to flip pages between all the different zoning districts. I don't know if you've had that experience, but we use it every day, and we find this much easier. That's really more a form than substance, but I just wanted to note that. Okay, concerning special regulations, I'm not going to go through everything that we've listed, but I do want to point out a few key ones. In residential zones, and this comes really from the general plan policies, just with a little bit more specificity, in the high-density residential zone, business, office, and retail uses of up to 15,000 square feet would be conditionally permitted on the ground floor, only on the ground floor. In the medium high-density residential zone, local serving business and retail of up to 10,000 square feet would be conditionally permitted on the ground floor. Smaller and has to be local serving. You may say, what's that? Well, under the definitions, as you'll see in a minute, local serving means with a market area basically of a mile. How we measure that, I'm not sure, but that's the basic concept. And then medium density residential zone, only local serving retail of up to 5,000 square feet would be conditionally permitted on the ground floor. And this is all, as I say, based on the policies or the descriptions of these districts that's in the general plan. In mixed use zones, projects of less than 5 acres may have a single use on them. Projects of more than 5 acres must have a mix of uses. And we have identified a series of use groups that is in the definitions that the mixes would have to come from, that the uses would have to come from. In the mixed use with residential zone, the uses would have to be from 2 or more use groups, one of which must be residential. That's, again, based on a general plan description of that district. And then mixed use with non-residential must have uses from 2 or more use groups, one of which may not be residential. Again, this is only for projects of 5 acres or more. And those projects of 5 acres or more must be processed as a PUD, and during the PUD approval process, the exact mix of the uses would be determined.
Where did the 5 acre threshold come from?
The general plan says large sites. So the question is, what's a large site? And we just picked 5 acres.
Rather than 2 or 3?
Right.
And how many 5 acre sites do we have left in town?
By my assessment, this would apply to the Powell Street Plaza and the East Bay Bridge Shopping Center, and maybe Sherwin-Williams, right. Yes, that's right. Thank you. Sherwin-Williams, Powell Street Plaza, East Bay Bridge. I believe those are the only 3 that would fall under this.
So, but your suggestion here is for 5 acre single use could all be office?
Less than 5 acres. Right. Yeah, that's right. The general plan says on sites, on large sites, you must have a mix of uses. On sites that don't meet that threshold, you can have a single use. So I don't know if 5 acres is the right number, but it's what staff came up with.
Okay.
So that's a policy decision. In the industrial zone, this is what we've kind of already beaten to death, but general industrial uses west of Hollis are conditionally permitted. East of Hollis, not permitted. Existing general industrial may remain subject to performance standards, but may not be expanded. Well, you change that tonight. So it will be expanded with a conditional use permit subject to performance standards. So we'll have to modify that. Live work, again, west of Hollis, only heavy live work would be conditionally permitted, and east of Hollis, only light live work would be conditionally permitted. And in the neighborhood...
Does that capture the clarifications to existing general industry that we defined earlier?
Yes. Up here, this? Yes.
And heavy live work and light live work are defined?
They are defined in the definitions. Heavy live work is basically anything that has the potential to have obnoxious odors, light, things like that.
Actually, Charlie, I think that's these are the edits. East of Hollis Street, what we agreed is that existing general industry may remain, period. But if they want to expand or modify it, it would be subject to performance standards.
Correct. And that's what I said. We'll have to modify this to reflect that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. This PowerPoint was done before you made that change. In the neighborhood retail overlay zone, here we're saying that retail and service uses are permitted by right. In other words, in the neighborhood centers, we want to encourage these little businesses to come in. So they're going to be allowed by right as long as they are local serving, meaning less than 1 mile market area. They're not more than 5,000 square feet. They have an entrance from the sidewalk that's open during business hours. They don't include alcohol sales except for full-service restaurants, which are allowed to have alcohol sales, and they don't include check cashing services. Now, I would point out that this is just the list of things that would be permitted by right. We want to make sure that it's what we want and that it's relatively benign if we're going to allow it without a discretionary review. If it isn't any of these things, then it would require a conditional use permit. And exactly which uses we're talking about are laid out in the matrix. But basically, if it was listed as a permitted use, but it, say, was more than 5,000 square feet, then it would need a use permit. And if it was local serving and no more than 5,000 square feet, regardless of whether it needed a use permit or not, it would be exempt from any parking requirements. So that's to try to encourage local serving, pedestrian-oriented retail uses in the neighborhood centers.
And there was a suggestion we go to 10,000 for that, and the reason staff has 5,000 is the idea, I assume, to have a variety of smaller locally.
5,000 is pretty big.
Yes, I would agree.
We thought 10,000 was a little too
And then the
big.
other
Well, if it's 10,000, you can still do it with a use permit.
Right.
It doesn't say you can't do it.
And then the other question was about whether we need to distinguish ground floor rather than something off ground floor in this particular.
Once again, these are uses that would be permitted by right if they were, actually, this doesn't say ground floor, does it?
No, so
Maybe-
there's a suggestion to include that, and I wondered what staff thinks about that.
Well, it would be hard to have an entrance from the sidewalk if you weren't on the ground floor. But we could clarify that it needs to be on the ground floor. Okay.
If I may.
You're
I
out of
know,
order,
I know
ma'am.
I'm out of order. But you know, there are people here for the study session, and it's almost midnight. And are you all going to still have the study session, or are you going to decide not to have it? So maybe we could go home, because this, I don't know when you're gonna be done with this.
Well, I plan to stay.
Could you maybe, make a decision on that, if you're gonna have the study session?
My plan is to have the study session.
And it seems to me the study session may be briefer than otherwise
Really?
would be expected, given some
I
of the
think there are
decisions
some
we
people
made to
here
the general
who
plan tonight.
Want a decision and not put it off for a month. I think as a courtesy.
I had no idea it was so late.
But we're not making a decision, we're only.
It's a study session, we're not.
I know, but.
Gosh. I should have pointed out to you, if I had realized what time it was, that under your bylaws, you are required to vote to go past 11:30.
Well, I vote we go past 11:30.
I second.
Retroactively.
Is that without objection?
Let's see how long it takes us to get through the zoning ordinance.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'll pick it up here. So, moving on to the dimensional intensity and density regulations, we have setbacks, or yards as they're known, and this is simply a chart that summarizes those provisions for all zones, and they're the same as in the existing zoning ordinance, so there's no change in those. The residential density would be based on the general plan density map. Building intensity would be based on the general plan FAR map, with a cross-reference to the new definition of floor area, which includes above-ground parking and loading, but excludes public parking. And height would be referred to the general plan height map. So here's the density map, here's the FAR map, here's the height map. Now, bonuses, the bonus increment, and I won't explain what that is because you already know. To qualify for the bonus density, FAR or height, public benefits would have to be provided except in the RM zone. These public benefits must be significant and substantially beyond normal requirements. As you know, we're working on a point system. We have not yet developed the point system. We don't want that to hold up the interim zoning regulations. Therefore, we're kind of throwing it in your lap and saying that it's up to the Planning Commission and City Council, as the case may be, on an interim basis anyway, to determine whether these benefits are significant and substantial enough to warrant giving the bonus. So that's what this says. And what we're saying is...
I would like to say that that is probably the most significant part of the entire zoning ordinance.
I agree.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry we don't have a point system yet, but we're
It's
gonna
coming.
have to punt until then. And what we've settled on, because of the way the point system is evolving, is that it looks like under the point system you're going to have to get at least 3 benefits in order to get the full bonus. So we've said 1 benefit qualifies for 1/3, and you need 3 bonuses to get the full bonus. 3 benefits to get the full bonus. And the bonus categories include, as listed in the general plan, and we've actually added one: public open space, family-friendly development, sustainable design, transportation demand management, public right-of-way improvements, and underground existing utility, overhead utility wires. We added that because we wanted to call that out separately from public right-of-way improvements. We feel that that by itself is significant enough to warrant bonus. And that would be not in front of the project, but in the next block over or across the street. Public parking and neighborhood centers. Neighborhood centers meaning providing neighborhood center amenities. And recycle water, that is plumbing for dual plumbing for recycle water. Okay, now findings. We have certain findings that we're requiring in the interim zoning regulations, and these are based on the policies in the general plan. I just want to say that in Oakland, where I worked for many years, they have special findings in different parts of town or in different situations. So you always have to make the standard use permit findings. But in an area that has special features or something, you have to make some other findings in addition. So it's, to make sure that it complies with the intent of the regulations. So we're proposing some special findings to reflect the general plan policies. But as I said, all conditional use permits must make the general findings required in Article 82 of the zoning ordinance, and those include compatibility with the neighborhood, that there's adequate infrastructure to support the project, that it's consistent with the general plan, that is the new general plan, that it provides service or facility that contributes to the community, that it complies with the zoning ordinance, and that the CEQA determination has been made. These are the findings that you make every time you approve a use permit. So you'll still have to make them. But in addition, under the interim zoning regulations, you need to make special findings in certain circumstances. One is where there are special regulations in a zone that is qualitative. It's something that staff can't just measure it and say, yeah, it meets this or no, it doesn't. It's something you have to make a judgment about, and we would couch that as a finding. Secondly, uses in the regional retail and neighborhood retail overlay zones. And thirdly, the density height and FAR bonuses. And I'm just going to quickly go through these findings. I'm not listing all the findings for the special regulations, but I just want to give you a couple of examples. Office uses in the industrial zones. You'd have to make a finding that they didn't interfere with other nearby uses that were permitted or conditionally permitted. That comes out of the general plan policy. Retail and recreation and food in the marina must have a waterfront orientation. Restaurants and retail in the park open space zone must be oriented to park users and limited to no more than 20% of the park area. The 20% we can probably measure, but the oriented to park users is more of a judgment call. So we've included that as a finding. Now, in the regional retail overlay zone for a conditionally permitted use, in addition to the standard findings, you'd have to find that the use will enhance Emeryville's role as a regional retail destination, that the use will provide adequate access by all travel modes, including automobiles, pedestrians, bicycles, and public transit. This is the whole regional retail access route philosophy, and that the use will conform with any applicable area plan. And in the neighborhood retail overlay zone, conversely, you must make a finding that the use will enhance the area's role as a neighborhood center, and that it will provide a pedestrian orientation, including a main entrance facing the sidewalk, open during business hours, and that it would conform with any applicable area plan. As far as the bonuses, in the RM district,
How much longer, Charlie, are you going to be? So I have some perspective in my mind. that's fading.
about 3 minutes.
Did you bring any candy?
No, but somebody brought some brownies.
I know. Okay, that's good. 3 minutes. I just needed some. I needed to know how much longer to hold my breath.
Okay.
You might need them later.
So as I said, in the RM district, there's no public benefits required, but you would still have to make a finding of excellent design quality, that it's compatible with the neighborhood in terms of scale, form, materials, and street orientation, and that it's designed to minimize the appearance from the street of driveways, parking spaces, and maneuvering aisles, and garage doors, and at least 30% of street frontage is devoted to active non-parking related uses. We kind of took a chance that you might approve that language tonight, so we put it in the regulations. In all other zones, to get the bonuses, there must be a finding of excellent design quality, and you must determine that the project provides significant public benefits substantially beyond the normal requirements. And once again, one benefit would earn a third of the bonus, 2 benefits would earn 2/3, and 3 benefits would earn the full bonus. And finally, in the height district, in the 100+ height district, for heights over 100 feet, you must make a finding of excellent design quality. The project would be required to provide 3 or more public benefits and must minimize impacts on public views, winds, and shadows at the street level, and must be separated by an adequate distance from other buildings over 100 feet tall. Finally, the last section of the interim zoning regulations is definitions. I'm certainly not going to list them all here, although there's really not very many, because most things are already defined in the zoning ordinance. But floor area, this supersedes the definition in the zoning ordinance. It includes all gross floor area above ground, including parking and loading, excluding public parking. Heavy live work, here you go, Frank. This is live work where the work activity may be objectionable due to odor, dust, noise, bright lights, vibration, hazardous materials, or products. Local serving means having a market area generally not more than 1 mile. Conversely, regional serving means having a market area generally more than 1 mile. And finally, we have the use groups. There's 6 of them: residential, retail, office, hotel, recreational, and industrial. And those are groups of uses that are similar in character. Retail, for example, doesn't just mean the use that's called retail sales. It includes several other uses that are retail-like in nature. So, and those use groups are just for use in the mixed-use zoning districts. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Are we going to have an opportunity to approve the bonus system and classification?
This is that opportunity. I mean, this is only interim.
So we're going to see the refined final
Because my point
zoning
is that,
ordinance.
like on the things that you listed that can provide for getting the bonus, some of them are more valuable to me than others.
I
So,
understand.
We may want to weight them or say that some of them have to be included.
Well, you can do that. We didn't want to get into all those nuances in this interim period.
No, but this will be with the final.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
The final point system will take all of that into account.
Okay, so
This is
Controls
until the new zoning ordinance is adopted. I mean,
When is that anticipated?
a year, hopefully not more than a year.
So does staff see any complication with potential applications where we don't have definition to say the bonus? Or it would come to the commission anyway and you'd provide an explanation
It's
there.
up to you to decide.
It's an off year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
That's true.
So essentially, we've got,
recommend this to the city council.
I second.
Did you have a question, Commissioner Donaldson?
Well, there were a couple corrections.
Wait a minute, don't we have to have a public hearing?
Yes, you do. Minor detail.
Please withdraw yours.
And
If you're done, let's go to the public hearing.
Okay.
We'll open the public hearing and ask for any comments or suggestions.
wow.
Mr. Martin.
Good evening, George Martin Company. I guess I kind of feel like Mr. Smith goes to Washington. I missed the boat here. I thought that my issues and what I was writing the letter about really dealt more with zoning than it did with land use, so I missed that. So I'm going to guess that I really don't, since you voted on it and it was all approved, I don't have an opportunity then to readdress some of the issues because as Charlie rewrote it and I didn't get a chance to really comment on it. I do have some.
Go ahead and make a comment
Can,
now?
can I then make some comments? Okay, thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity because you guys are tough. I mean, come on, it's already tomorrow, so I mean, it's amazing. My first comment is it seems as though this body and even the General Plan Committee has a real phobia or problem with general manufacturing as opposed to, or general industrial as opposed to light industrial. And the in Emeryville, particularly northern Emeryville, I don't think there really is any general or at least heavy industrial in that area, and everything kind of is more toward light and maybe a little bit of some overlap into the general. But I guess my comment on how, as it was rewritten by Charlie, is that I would seem to ask that there be maybe a fourth classification, and that simply being north of 66th Street. And then that district then would be allowed general manufacturing, because if you go along 67th Street, which is north of 66, at least on the east side of Hollis Street, we're just about it. There really isn't an awful lot of other, I mean, there's other manufacturing there, but nothing of any significance. And if you go to the west, I don't know, I guess my question is there even general manufacturing west of Hollis Street? So anyway, I make those comments, and obviously this has been passed and put forth, so like I said, I've kind of missed the boat. And I guess my question then to this committee, I guess my next shot then is with the city council,
Yeah,
and perhaps be a little more prepared.
But
I think all of life is a compromise.
Yeah, well, that's true.
And I think we tried as best we could to accommodate you, and I'm sure you'll find that the Planning Commission is very open to expansion. So it gives you the opportunity to expand your business. It's just you need one more step. It doesn't give you an absolute right.
I totally agree,
So,
and life, it's true, but I guess my only problem was while I did write the letter, when it came to public comment, I didn't get a chance to really explain a little bit more, because again, I thought it was going to come to the, it really was more of a zoning as opposed to a general plan.
Can I make a comment here? I don't know if you're aware, but as I'm sure you're aware that your property currently is in the general industrial district.
Right.
In that district, under the current zoning regulations, general industrial uses require a conditional use permit. So under the current regulations that are in effect right now, if you wanted to expand your business, you would need to come to the commission for a
I'd have to do it
conditional use
anyway,
permit.
yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Under the new language that they approved tonight, if you wanted to expand your business, you would have to come to the planning commission for a conditional use permit.
Right.
So it really isn't any different.
Okay, and I guess my point was simply that it was just a hang-up of this light industrial versus general industrial, and
I think you came out okay.
no, again, I'm not complaining. I just simply said, boy, I didn't get a chance to speak, so at least I got my 2 bits worth.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and again, you guys are tough.
Well, we appreciate your interest in the process. We've seen you there month after month.
Oh, it
after
is. It's a
month,
fascinating-
And it's good
it
to
is
have
a-
a citizen participation.
Well,
I think
thank you for
George should get the attendance award for our steering committee.
And I will
meetings.
say, as you know, those of you that are members of that, my hat's off to you all. It's an amazing process to keep it all together and keep it going in order.
Once in a while, they give us a free dinner.
If you
Thank
agree to stay late.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, where's the dinner, Charlie?
You have to come early, too.
Okay. I think we've seen this young lady before.
You have. I apologize. I will try to speak very quickly, but I would hope that if I need 6 minutes, could I take it for the 2 clients that I'm speaking for?
Do the best you can.
Okay, I'll do the best I can. First of all, just with Safeway, again, I'd like to reiterate our request for continuance, although it does seem like that train may have left the station. But these interim zoning regulations are really, really important, and we do feel like there are still things that need to be worked out before they go into effect. But that being said, there are a couple questions we have about it. The first is that the interim zoning regulations have a list of planned unit developments in the beginning of the section. And it seems to us that the East Bay Bridge Center, if we're not mistaken, is also within a planned unit development. And so we're wondering
No, it isn't.
why that would be the case.
Charlie, is that a planned unit development?
Yes and no. It's a little bit complicated. That was approved long before I came here. And it's a funny animal. It isn't like the other PUDs. First of all, it was approved by...
That's a joint use.
First of all, it was approved by the Oakland Emeryville JPA, so it wasn't really approved by Emeryville. And our normal process for PUDs is that a PUD is approved as a preliminary development plan, and then subsequent phases come in as final development plans. The PUD is approved by ordinance, and it becomes a change on the zoning map. That PUD was not approved by ordinance, and it was not mapped on the zoning map. And in fact, the JPA had a planning body, which consisted of most of you and some of their planning commission, and an appellate body, which consisted of our city, some of our council members and some of their council members. That project was approved by the planning body, and then it was appealed to the appellate body. Under our procedures, a PUD could never be appealed because it has to be approved by the city council in the first place. So it was a really different animal, and it does have conditions of approval that actually are entitlements that, you know, like any other conditional use permit or planning approval, whatever you want to call it, it is entitled. It's got conditions. Those run with the land. So, you know, whether or not to call it a PUD or not, it's not on our zoning map. That's why we didn't include it on the new zoning map. So that's all I can say about that.
Shorter answer is no.
Okay, well, that explains it at least. But we would, clearly love to see that on the map as well, even though it does not appear that's in the cards, because it does seem to regulate the uses similar to any other PUD that exists within the city of Emeryville. The only other comment Safeway has is a somewhat circular logic that appears to apply to the neighborhood retail overlay zone in one particular aspect. Charlie noted earlier that uses that may only be permitted by right if, among other things, they have a sidewalk entrance that's open during daylight hours. If they don't, you need to go get a conditional use permit at that time. However, one of the findings for the conditional use permit that you have to make is that it has a sidewalk entrance that's open during daylight hours. So we would request clarification. We'd request that the finding be taken out simply because you still have control over the development in a conditional use permit setting, and otherwise it seems a little bit duplicative to have that requirement in both places. Moving on to Wareham, the major concern that Wareham has is regarding the regulation of uses in mixed-use districts. A lot of the mixed-use districts in Emeryville are full of uses that are basically in three different use categories. One is medical services, which is things like dental laboratories, health maintenance organizations, and medical offices. Another is research services, which are things like pharmaceutical research laboratories. And the last is high technology, which includes biotech. A lot of the mixed use areas, or the areas that will be designated mixed use either with or without residential, will already have many of these types of uses. However, in both of those districts, under the interim zoning regulations, those uses are classified as conditionally permitted only, which means basically people would have to get a conditional use permit to fit in with the uses that are already prevalent in those areas. So what Wareham is requesting is that these three categories of uses be redesignated as permitted as of right, rather than having to get a conditional use permit for them in those two mixed use areas. The other request that we have respect to that is some sort of regulation of size. Right now, there are a lot of small users that would want to come into the mixed-use areas and take space in various different buildings. It could be as small as 300 or 400 square feet, but they may require conditional use permits, which, as you know, takes a long time. It's not a sure thing at all. It's a lot of effort to go through by a landlord or a tenant for a small space. So our request would be that perhaps with the conditional use permit process, that uses under a certain square footage be exempted from the conditional use permit, and it can be a small size, but something that would allow major uses, still control over the major uses, but allow the smaller, more benign uses perhaps to be installed without having to go through this entire process. It also encouraged landlords and tenants to take these spaces rather than being discouraged by having to go through the process. The only other major comment that we have is with respect to various references to developments and lots and projects. For instance, the averaging of FAR over lots, or PUDs being required for sites that are over 5 acres. It's confusing to the reader as to what exactly constitutes a lot or a site. Is it a single legal parcel under subdivision? Is it what Charlie referred to the East Bay Bridge Retail Center, for instance? So is it the entire center? Is it just a portion of it? What if you're just wanting to redevelop one lot within that? So we request that you consider clarifying what that would mean. We have provided a suggested definition in our comment letter. And that is pretty much it. Thanks for the time. And
You're welcome. Anybody else wish to speak on this subject? I guess we'll close the public hearing.
I move we approve.
We already have a motion on the floor to approve. Who
Well-
seconded it? Does anybody want to comment?
So does staff have any concerns with the points that were raised in public comment tonight?
Yeah,
that
I'd like to-
wouldn't be addressed as part of the zoning ordinance refinement?
I would like to respond to some of those points. I already responded about the East Bay Bridge Shopping Center, but concerning the Wareham comments, with regard to the uses that we indicated as being conditionally permitted in the mixed-use zones, mixed-use with and without residential zones, those uses currently are conditionally permitted in those, in the existing mixed-use zoning district. So to allow them by right would be a departure from our current practice. And I would also note that the existing uses in those areas that the speaker was talking about fitting in with all had to get conditional use permits. And all of the existing Wareham buildings in Emeryville had to get conditional use permits. So I see no reason to change those uses to outright permitted.
Good.
So I would not recommend making that change. Let's see, it's getting late. With regard to the issue about an exemption from a use permit for small uses, I would just like to point out that it is now our practice in approving conditional use permits, especially for large projects that have multiple tenant spaces. As you may know, in our standard conditions of approval, there's a section called future land uses or something like that. And it lists a whole bunch of use classifications that are covered by that use permit. So, and we try to think of every use that the developer might ever want to have in that building, and we run it by them to make sure we haven't left something major out. And then when you approve the use permit, it's got that list of uses in it that are allowed. So if a retail store wants to come in, or a lab tenant or something, you know, as long as it's on that list of uses that was already approved as part of the overall use permit, they don't have to come in for another use permit. It's only if a use comes in that wasn't anticipated, that nobody thought about. And then I think it's appropriate for it to come back to you to consider whether or not it needs a use permit. So I wouldn't make that change either.
Okay. And I have a couple more questions.
There were a couple other points.
One was about the request for specifying ground level for the smaller uses in the neighborhood overlay, which you acknowledged during your presentation made sense. So
For permitted, it should be, for permitted by right, it should be ground floor.
Right. So I think that clarification probably makes sense.
Yeah.
Isn't that what you suggested
Yes.
earlier?
Yes.
And then also clarification with regard to the change to the general industry that we discussed earlier as part of the general plan.
But well, back to a couple more things that Wareham had to say. The point about the circular logic on the sidewalk orientation in the neighborhood retail zone, I acknowledge there is some circularity there. It kind of occurred to me as these were being drafted. I think the point there was that some uses are not permitted by right, ever, then they would need a use permit, and we want those to have a pedestrian orientation with facing the sidewalk too. However, I take the point, you know, that if you have a use that would otherwise be permitted by right, except the one criterion it doesn't meet is that it doesn't have a front door facing the sidewalk, and then in order to get a use permit, it has to have a front door facing the sidewalk, that kind of doesn't make sense. So I would suggest in that finding, which if you have them before you, the interim zoning regulations, it's on page 23 of 31, section 9-6.507B, that we delete most of that finding and just say that the use will provide a pedestrian orientation, period. And then you can decide what that means, if you follow me. So then it wouldn't necessarily require a front door facing the sidewalk, but it would have to provide some sort of pedestrian orientation.
Well, I'd still like, you know, frankly, I'd like to acknowledge that part of accomplishing that includes a main entrance on the side.
Well, the problem is, though, what if you have a use that would be otherwise permitted by right, and the one thing it doesn't meet is this, I mean, basically, you couldn't ever allow a use if it didn't have a door facing the sidewalk, and there may be some circumstance where
How about we
you might wanna
take out the
allow that.
words "but not limited to" and insert "including consideration
Okay. Consideration
of a main entrance facing the blah, blah, blah."
Okay.
That way it's not a requirement, but the issue about trying to activate the sidewalk is still there.
Okay.
Does that
Trying
make
to
sense
think
to
if there were
everybody?
other concerns that they raised that I wanted to respond to.
I think that's it.
Could you talk to the, about the parking, the public parking?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, I will. Just a second, though. Concerning the definitions of lot,
Oh, right.
development, and project, there is already a definition of lot in the zoning ordinance. Basically says it's the development parcel. It's not the individual assessor
gone through
parcels
that
that make
quite a
up it,
bit.
it's the whole development parcel. And that definition was amended as a result of the Oak Walk project not too long ago. We don't have a definition of either project or development. Frankly, we've never had a need to define those terms. I mean,
Okay.
project is defined in CEQA. I think we all know what a project and a development is. If we really need it, we can put it in the new zoning ordinance, but I don't really think we need it now. And the public parking, those terms, the definition of floor area on page 24, 9-6.602B, says excluding spaces having a height of less than 7 feet and parking areas classified as public parking services or commercial parking. Those are use classifications in the existing zoning ordinance. So public parking services is one use classification. That's a publicly owned parking garage or structure or lot. Commercial parking is a privately owned commercial parking lot or structure. And they are defined as uses in the use classification system. So if we determine that that's what that portion of that project is that use, then that would be excluded from floor area.
I guess, if we look at the future and we want to combine parking and shared parking, how does this impact that? What becomes public and what's private?
Well,
because we want to encourage.
I understand. I would say that is probably an issue that the General Plan and Zoning Update Steering Committee should wrestle with in September, when you talk about parking regulations, and that that's too thorny of an issue to try to resolve in this interim period. And frankly, I doubt if it will become a concern during the interim period. And if it does, we can wrestle with the definition then, but over the next year, I doubt that it's going to come up with a project approval.
I don't know, maybe it might come up tonight.
Well,
I mean, as far as consideration of it, I think the transit center is kind of a perfect example of where we're running into the public and private, and there's no clear delineation between the two.
Well, if it's parking that's generally available to the public to park in, that's not meeting the parking requirement of the building, then it's either public parking services or commercial parking, depending on whether it's owned by the city or owned by a private developer. And in either case, it would be exempt from FAR.
Okay.
So,
Up to a certain maximum.
So, John, which section are you talking about that you have concern over?
It was really a response.
Definition of floor area on page 24.
And really response to Wareham's question on the public parking.
Well, I agree that that's something we need to figure out, but it's just too complicated to try to figure out in the interim zoning regulations, I think. That's all.
So how do we handle it? in
The
the
General
meantime?
Plan and Zoning Update Steering Committee will
Right.
spend many quality hours together in September discussing these
But in
issues.
the
John,
interim.
is there something you want to acknowledge in this definition that you hope to have resolved as part of the process? Because I think that's the best way to handle it. If there's something in this definition on page 2431 that you want addressed, put it in text and make sure that there's a focus on having it resolved.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that, honestly.
Can
I
staff,
see what the issue is, but I don't really know what a solution is. I don't know a text to create a solution.
Well, I mean, if you're concerned about the transit center, we've done an analysis of the transit center under the new general plan, and we've taken this into account. So I don't think it's going to be an issue for that.
isn't it about incentives? That you want to incentivize the floor area so that you have, you're supporting public transit and all of these related uses?
That's part of it, but what I'm looking at, I guess, in down the road, what we're trying to do is when we look at like the North Hollis parking study, that has shown that there's a lot of unused parking in private places. And if that becomes available to the public, now is that a public or is that private? And does that count against FAR? And I guess that's my quandary. And
Well, if we determined that it met the definition of public parking services or commercial parking, then it would not count against FAR.
And they can make an argument around that issue.
Yeah.
Let them make the argument.
And, I mean, really, the interim period is a time to test some of these concepts and see if they work or if they don't work. And if they don't work, then we need to modify them in the
I
permanent
suggest we put
regulations.
this off as part of the update as planning commission.
You mean, defer it to the permanent zoning ordinance update?
Right.
Yeah, and we will
Yeah.
discuss it at our
Right.
zoning committee.
Right.
What are we calling it now?
General Plan and Zoning Update Steering Committee. Same
So
name
we
it's
have a
always had.
motion and
But
a second.
I didn't get to ask my other question. So, Charlie, you had a 5-acre threshold
Right.
for the quote larger site. Which
Mhm.
section is that referring to?
Let's see.
Because I have a problem with 5 acres. 5 acres in Emeryville is huge, and I'd like to set that threshold lower.
Page 12, 9-6.305.
9.6305. So this is about special regulations in mixed-use zones. So basically what we're saying is that somebody can have a 4.99 acre site and they can do one use on the entire site. For me, that's not what we're trying to encourage in this general plan with mixed use. I think anything over an acre is a huge site in Emeryville. And I'd like the threshold, if they want to do a single use over a whole acre in Emeryville, I think they need to come to the commission to explain why they want to take up an entire site with a single use. 1 acre is big in Emeryville. 5 acres is enormous in Emeryville for a single use. And it's not to say they can't have a single use there, but isn't this the threshold we're going to use for what has to come before the commission?
No, what this says is if it's more than whatever the size is that you determine, it must have multiple uses.
Which subsection is this? Where
B.
it says it must?
B,
B.
B1 and 2.
on sites of over blank acres or larger in the mixed-use zones, a mix of uses is required.
Okay, but on
As
A, it says, on sites of less than 5 acres of mixed use, a single use may be allowed.
Right.
And for me, that's way too large.
I understand.
And so
But-
what
But
I'd
what
like,
you're saying is that if you set that limit at 1 acre, and they have a site that's, say, a little over 1 acre, and they want to do a single use, they would have to come to you and explain why and get you to
Yeah.
approve it. This doesn't allow that. This says that if it's over 1 acre, if you change the 5 to 1, a mix of uses is required.
okay,
period,
Well,
and must be approved as a PUD.
first off, the standard, if we're ending up with uses that are 5 acres with a single, or 4.99 acres with a single use,
Okay.
you know, we may see those in the next year, a major redevelopment project. That's unacceptable to me. So whether we modify this so that we have a trigger, anything over that comes to us with an explanation for why they want to do a single use, that's fine with me. But anything over an acre, in my mind, is huge in Emeryville, and I'd like the planning commission to see an explanation for why they want to do a single use. It could be, and the solution there is it could be office with a ground level pedestrian restaurant or commercial, some other way to activate that, but.
Okay, I have a suggestion.
Okay.
You could sort of create a 3-tiered approach, where sites of under an acre, you can have a single use. Sites of over an acre but less than 5 acres, a single use would be allowed with a conditional use permit, but otherwise it must have a mix of uses. And on sites of 5 acres or more, then you have to have a mix of uses and it has to be a
Good.
PUD.
Yeah.
That's good.
Does that
5
work?
acres or 5 acre or more, you have what?
If it's basically, it would be just as it is here, except that we would introduce a new tier between 1 and 5 acres. If you want a single use, you have to come to the planning commission for a use permit.
That's perfect.
Of course, you're gonna need a use permit for the mix of uses too, probably, but it would have to be a use permit process.
So does the rest of the commission understand the concern and support it? Okay. And then well, I won't get snippy. I was gonna say something about Safeway and the parking lot and the condition of the parking lot, whether the applicant and property owner there have an obligation to keep that parking lot in a decent condition. But I won't go there.
It's all right, go there. It's bad.
What was the question? Yeah, it's filthy.
Can we have a motion? We have a
You
motion.
have a
in
motion.
second.
I have one last comment.
Can't get out
On the
of it.
live work D 25 of 31, heavy live work and light live work, you know.
Which page?
It's 25 of 31.
Okay.
I kind of feel like, and I'd mentioned this at a planning commission before, where this should just be considered work live. If you've got heavy live work and you're doing all this offensive odor, it's not really a living environment. But we know artists who do live in this environment, and it becomes more of an emphasis on work, not live. And like I said, in Oakland, they just require a business license to operate a work-live unit. And I think Emeryville we should start moving towards recognizing work-live units as opposed to heavy live work units. They should be looked at a little bit differently and have different restrictions than just regular old live work. You're just giving it a heavy and a light, but
Doesn't
if
this,
it's
doesn't this accomplish the same thing though? By distinguishing the problem uses?
well, not with the I mean, adding a business license and that you have to go through.
If you're working in Emeryville, you already have to have a.
Not in the live work units. Or live
Right,
work
but if
units
you're
do
doing
not
all this
have to.
nasty stuff,
But if you're doing all this nasty stuff and you're just in a live work unit, you still don't have to get a business license, not technically, at least not in this definition, but in a work live unit, if it was defined that way.
okay, so these are just the definitions we're looking at.
I mean, this
So-
could be something that could be brought up during the, and I will, I just
think-
wanted to make a comment about
I
it. It
think
doesn't
that's
have
the
to be
appropriate
changed now.
time to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So Buzz made a motion, I second it. It was a
And we
long
had a
time
couple of
ago.
changes which we have noted.
Oh, as and amended by John and Jim.
Yeah, what was your amendment, John?
What was my amendment? I don't know.
You didn't have, I don't think you had an amendment, you had
I
a
don't think I
question.
did.
No, he had a concern
I just had
about,
comments on
he had a
Questions,
concern about
you didn't-
fluoride.
yeah,
Oh, it's just
okay.
a concern.
Definition.
So we're gonna add
There's the amendment regarding the industrial use, there was the amendments regarding the floor area ratios that have been changed in the general plan.
And the ground, recognition of ground use.
ground floor
for-
and the changing the wording of that finding for neighborhood retail center.
And the threshold, the 3-tiered threshold.
And the 3 tiers for the mixed-use zones.
And then the edit to 9.9-6.507 on 23 of 31.
What was that? Yes, that's the finding
E.
on the neighborhood retail overlay zone. Right.
Right.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes.
Commissioner Cardoza,
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson,
Aye.
Commissioner Jeffrey,
Aye.
Commissioner Martin,
Aye.
Commissioner Sherman,
Aye.
Vice Chair Flores,
Yes.
and Chair Hoff.
Aye.
7 ayes, the motion is approved. The resolution is adopted to recommend City Council adoption of the interim zoning regulations. Thank you very much.
Before we move on, I have a comment for Wareham's benefit. I think this commission, in my experience, is very judicious and very concerned about its use of conditional use permits. I think we're very conscientious about it. I think we work well with developers. And I don't think there's anybody in this city that has, Wareham has the least concern to express concern about it. Nobody in this city, I feel, has been treated better than he has. And for him to want to give up all of our control, I think is not reasonable. And I wish you'd pass that on to him, that we're not going to give him blank checks. And I don't think he needs it. He has been treated so well in this city that I think he should be happy the way things run. Thank you. Now,
Are we taking a break, or what are we doing, Art? What are we doing, Chair? At 12:41.
no break, we're just going forward.
Okay.
You want a break?
I think we're starting a break here. I see some people breaking. In fact, I see several people breaking. Oh,
It runs better from the desktop.
I think we can't, I don't,
Have to.
but I think we
Oh.
should ask for an abbreviated presentation, because they can take 45 minutes in their presentation, and, no, from the applicant. And frankly, I think we're pretty clear about what's gonna happen. Two, what was your request? What was the request? That you didn't like the regional retail there? At the gas station there?
Heritage Square Garage. This is sort of a revised version of what used to be known as the Transit Center. The mound parcel is what has been known in the past as Transit Center, so it's basically a redevelopment of two surface parking lots. You have the mound parcel, and this is the Heritage Square parking lot, surface parking lot. To reorient Horton Street right here, 59th, and the railroad is to your south. So the proposal is to build two buildings. One is one on the mound parcel next to the Amtrak station. Between the Amtrak station and the post office is the Emery Station West building. This is about 358,000 square feet of building. There are 3 levels of parking with 6 levels of lab office space. There are also about 2,300 square feet of ground active space as well. At the Heritage Square Garage, it contains about 600 spaces with 7 levels of parking and about 1,600 square feet of ground floor office, retail, commercial space. In addition to these two buildings, there are some site improvements that will also occur around the Amtrak station, and this include widening of Horton. You can see this. It also includes widening of the platform. At the Amtrak station. There will be a reconfiguration of this plaza area here. This is the entry to the building here. Right here is also accommodation of pickup and drop-off of cars, and here you have the taxi queuing. This is the Emery Station West ground floor plan. These are the active space. This could be used for various transit functions or retail or commercial uses. It contains, like it mentioned, 300 parking spaces on 3 levels. Out of this, about 125 are replacement of the existing public parking spaces, and there will be 100 new public parking spaces, and there will be 90 replacement of private spaces. So from the ground floor to the 3rd floor, it's all parking. From the 4th floor onwards, you have the lab space, and the key distinguishing feature here is the landscape terrace that you have on the 4th floor plan. This would be around roughly about 30 feet that this would occur. So between the 5th and the 10th floor, the floor plan is more or less the same. Each floor contains roughly between 35,000 square feet of lab space, totaling about 219,000 square feet of lab/office space. And at the 11th level, or the penthouse levels, this accommodates the mechanical equipment. There'll be no lab space here. This is kind of the cross section. The G stands for garage, O/L stands for office, and office/lab. And this is where the terrace is. Like I said, it's about 30 feet. Top of the roof is 135 feet. The extra 30 feet accommodates the mechanical penthouse. These are some of the elevations, and this is the rendering. Now going to the Heritage Square Garden, ground level, the entrance is into the garage from Horton, and the exit is on 63rd Street. 600 spaces, out of which 170 would be the replacement spaces that already exist at this surface parking lot. So the net increase would be 430 new spaces. There's some little active space fronting Horton. Here are the sections. It's a 7-level with the height reaching at 64 feet. These are some of the more elevations that you'll see a little bit more of. In terms of what is existing, the existing zoning today, the land uses are allowed with conditional use permit. The height, the Emery Station West height of 135 feet would require rezoning under current zoning ordinance. The FAR of Emery Station West would also need a general plan amendment. We anticipate this project coming for entitlements after the new general plan is adopted. And in terms of land uses, they would still need a conditional use permit. And in terms of height, now this has changed given what occurred today. So in terms of height and floor area ratio, Emery Station West would not comply with what the commission is going to be recommending to the council. In terms of the Heritage Square complex, nothing was changed from what was presented in the draft general plan, and this site will need a bonus for the FAR. Charlie went through the bonus.
Its height conforms.
The height of this is within the height limit. The Heritage Square?
Yeah, it needs a bonus for height.
It needs.
Without a conditional use.
It's a bonus for
It's a
height.
bonus.
Yeah.
No conditional use.
Bonus conditional use, yeah.
Right, right. It's
above by
The
right.
Heritage
It
Square
is,
garage needs a bonus for both height and FAR.
Okay.
that is correct.
Right.
So Charlie talked about bonus points, and the key thing is that the point system has not yet been developed, so there is a certain amount of a discretionary basis that would be needed to be applied. But typical categories of bonus that would apply for a project, a non-residential project, is public open space, sustainable design, TDM measures, public parking, and things like dual plumbing for recycled water use. In terms of parking, if the office parking requirement is used, which is 3 per 1,000 spaces, then in addition to the replacement parking, what would be required is 527 new spaces for the proposed lab/office building. In the past, in the recent past, for example, the Emery Station East building where lab was used, the commission has used a lower parking figure of 1.5 per 1,000 spaces. And if that is used, then the proposal would require 430 new parking spaces. What is being proposed is, of course, the replacement parking, which is 385, and 100 new public parking spaces in the Emery Station West, in addition to the replacement of the public parking spaces, and 431 new private spaces. So it would comply with the requirement of 1.5 per 1,000 spaces. In terms of CEQA review, we are currently doing an initial study, and a mitigated neg deck is anticipated. We also asked Nelson Nygaard to review the project site plan, and that memo has been attached to the staff report. And the traffic study that is being conducted under CEQA review will also peer review Nelson Nygaard's recommendations. It went to the Bike Ped Committee earlier this month. Some concern was expressed regarding the width of the drive into the garage, and they also voted support to eliminate the yellow zone on the east side of Horton at Emery Station North and create yellow zone for loading on the north side of 59th Street, where the taxi stand is currently located. It went through the DCC meeting last month, and staff unanimously agreed that the connection of the proposed plaza on the 4th level needed to be connected with the existing bridge over the railroad track. There was concern regarding design and functionality of the turnabout in front of Emery Station West building, and for this reason, staff has hired Sudesh Mohindru, he's an architect some of you are familiar with, to look at the design and work with the project architect to make that area more workable for both not only just auto movement, but as well as pedestrian movement. There was also concern expressed regarding massing and design features of the Heritage Square building. There was concern regarding lack of details regarding both loading and unloading for the proposed buildings. It was noted that there were no preliminary landscape or stormwater plans that were presented at this time. It went to the City Council study session last week. There was some concern expressed regarding project's exclusion of the existing pedestrian bridge over the railway tracks and the lack of connection of the proposed plaza with the bridge. There was some concern regarding reduction of transit elements from the earlier design that was presented at a study session maybe 2 years ago. A comment was made regarding need to incorporate green elements, and a comment was also made by a council member regarding the project should be able to adapt to transit functions in the future. At this point, at the time of drafting this PowerPoint, it was anticipated that the environmental document would be published in mid-September, and the project would would tentatively come to the Planning Commission for the October meeting. So that concludes my presentation, and our recommendation today is to provide comment and direction. So if there are any
5 minutes.
questions? Was that?
Are there any
Took a 10-minute.
questions?
There's a negative declaration that's going to be needed for this. Is that what you said?
Yes. That's what we anticipate, a mitigated negative.
That would only take 2 or 3 months.
I'm sorry?
And that's anticipated that would only take 2 or 3 months.
It is under preparation right now.
It's under preparation.
So we are tentatively scheduled to publish it next month.
Is that the what?
The neg deck, the mitigated neg.
Let's see, you say they're planning to be,
I guess my comment on that is, how can we assess the environmental impacts when we don't even know what the bonus system is? I mean, this project is anticipating the bonus, you know, and we don't even have a list of defined categories for the bonus. So how can we assess impacts when we haven't even defined what the parameters are going to be?
Like the interim zoning ordinance that you recommended for approval today, it does recognize that the bonus system is not developed. So what you would be using in terms of criteria is what is defined in there, which states significance.
So we would be.
There would be
well, we would be doing based on the criteria that we began to lay out tonight for a transit center.
Are you, I'm a little confused. Are you talking about the CEQA environmental review?
Yeah,
Or
I
are you
mean, I don't know
talking-
how we can assess impacts when we really don't know what the project is at this point.
Well, the project is what's proposed. How it gets approved is another matter. But the project is what the applicant is proposing. And we do the CEQA analysis on
Yeah, I
that.
guess it
And are they,
seems sort of moot
is
to
the
me.
suggestion that they use the existing general plan and zoning ordinance, or that by the time this is approved, the new general plan and interim zoning ordinance are adopted and approved?
We anticipate that the new general plan and interim zoning regulations would be in place by the time this project is ready for
so
entitlements.
we have a problem.
Yes, we have a major problem.
Based on our recommended general plan,
Mhm.
this building could not qualify.
That is correct.
It absolutely is.
That is correct. Well, based on what the commission has
We have
approved today,
100-foot maximum.
this project does not comply with. If the general plan gets adopted by the council as recommended by the commission today, this project would not comply with the new
And
general
could
plan.
not be- no conditional use could be issued.
No.
And given that,
It would, yeah.
And given that, how can you suggest that it qualifies for an MND when it doesn't even comply with the general plan?
Well, I mean, like I said, it is an
General
initial.
It hasn't been, we haven't, don't have an adopted.
I understand, but the assumption is the project is going to, the assessment that's being done is on the suggestion that it's going to comply with the new general plan.
That
based
is
on everything.
Well, right.
And we don't know what
Previously,
that
We
is.
don't know
have
that.
it.
So if it is not going to comply, then, you know, it's not going to get published. I mean, this is a schedule that we have right now.
Chair Hoff, may I suggest that you hear from the applicant and just hear their presentation, and perhaps some of these points might be clarified and you can discuss
What
these
points?
nuances later? All the points you're discussing right now.
That's fair.
Well, I just wanted to caution the applicant that he may be talking about a project that can't be approved.
I think he's aware of that.
So if we want to go forward, we'll go forward. Thank you. Let's have a 5-minute.
No.
No. Please. Who's going to make the presentation?
And how long is the presentation?
5 minutes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
We turn the lights off.
Good evening, Commission. Chair Hoff, we don't feel poorly treated here.
Thank you.
We think we've had a good working relationship with you all and with the city in general. Maybe we've been overly concerned that 5 years of thinking has gone into the general plan, and that anything that isn't sort of clearly allowed by that is going to be clearly disallowed.
Why don't we
And
do-
so we're
why-
going to
why
rely
don't
on
you
your
and- why don't
discretion.
you and I have a discussion about this afterwards?
Yeah, that's fine.
And concentrate
So let
on
me
the
try to
building.
bottom line, use your time effectively at this late hour. You've seen this before, the council's seen it a lot, but it has changed some. But let me remind you sort of what I think are the major tenets of it. This was a site that was asked to be redeveloped by the city, and they set out an RFP and picked us as the developer. So this was something the city wanted to see happen. And there were some major goals that we believe existed that caused them to do that. And I think they were to abate an extremely toxic site, probably the second most in the city, where the conditions are somewhat unique and different than Sherwin-Williams because the responsible party has effectively a get-out-of-jail-free card from the EPA. So you don't have the same similar ease of Plonka, which may not be easy when you don't have a get-out-of-jail-free card. So dealing with that and bringing that counterparty, that responsible party to the table in a way that you can see an abatement and have most of it accomplished with private money and not city money was a goal that looks like it's been achieved. So that's important, and that's a big part of this project. Second is to support the very successful commuter rail capital corridor. Now that is doing gangbusters. It's a national example of success. They believe their continued success depends on some more public parking. Now, they're in that business. They've asked for the extra parking, and they've put money where their mouth is because they've helped secure state funding to help accomplish that. So it is parking, and parking is sort of a bad word, but this parking is for the train. So please just understand that. We are making a lot of other transit improvements. We'll discuss them tonight. You've said we want to emphasize that more than you think we have. So we've heard a lot of those comments over time. We heard a lot last week, and our architects are going to show you and describe in more detail a lot of that. Now, regarding what you've discussed, the bus space, one of the issues that caused us to take them out of the building was there aren't that many buses that want to use the place now. And in fact, an increase in frequency in the trains doesn't mean more buses at the same time. It means the buses leave and others come because there will be more frequency of train, but it's not like the trains will be 4 times as long. So there was a challenge of the extra bus capacity isn't needed today. And we had a plan that has ways of expanding the bus capacity in front of the station over time that you've seen. But we hear that you'd like to see that capacity for the future increased inside the building. And that's not so hard, actually. I mean, we've thought about it because we heard that a week ago. And probably we can accomplish it by lifting the ground floor deck 5-6 feet. And whether that happens now or in the future may be less important as long as the opportunity's there, because now the public parking is wanted. And it's the lower levels are the public parking. In fact, this whole podium's almost all public. We've moved all the private and separate those things, which is, we think, a big improvement. So it could be parking today and the buses in the future when more people are in the trains and in the buses and not in their cars. So it would allow for that evolution. Maybe you want that evolution sooner. I mean, I'm not running the trains. I'm not running the buses. I'm not sure you are, but we can make that happen with our existing design and a few more feet. Regarding the pedestrian bridge, there's been a discussion of that. We know it's a challenge, and we aren't averse to exploring connecting our project to it in a way that works, which would have to be seismically separate. We're not going to be able to hang on to it. And we would certainly commit to doing everything we can to try to accomplish that, but we wouldn't want our project premised on it only because it involves the railroads, and it took 5 years of planning, which we were a big part of, to get that bridge built in the first place. And we don't control the ability to connect to it. You don't. But we're working together, we think there's a good chance for that. And there's a lot of benefits there because we have a grand stair you'll see and you have seen, and our podium's lower and a big green space, and that could be a really nice thing. So we're committed to try to do that subject to the fact that we can't unilaterally deliver it. So the transit stuff, it has a lot of the things you've talked about tonight, and we'll explore that more. I mean, today we operate a car share pod on that site today. And we also have 2 rental car agencies right there, which is just a different, it's the old school car sharing. It means a small group of cars shared by the maximum number of people. So that's happening today. We imagine a transit, what we call a transit resource center, which would be a place where you could go for information. The Emeryville information would be there, and a next bus readout, a rideshare 511 discussion, hopefully ticket purchasing abilities. You know, the transit agencies are working on sort of a universal ticket. So we devoted a space for that. It would also include sort of bike valet, and we're looking at the Fruitvale bike valet operation as a model and trying to explore that. So we imagine that already there, and you'll hear more about it. Again, getting back to the park, people say, oh my gosh, we heard this is a lot of parking. And so I just wanted to say, we got about 900, I'm going to round, but 900 spaces. Almost 400 are replacing what's there now. So you can't say we're adding that. That's there. Some of it's public too. But so 400 are already there. 100 are going to be new public. So really, what are we adding that's sort of the bad kind of parking, which is 400 spaces, round numbers. And for our building, that's a ratio of 2 per 1,000, which is less than your current code. So we think the project is actually doing what you want, which is discouraging cars, discouraging parking. The world isn't to the point where you can have none. But this project is suggesting it's pushing the things the way you want it. So then the other thing is it's one project, but we've put it on 2 sites. And we did that because when you saw this before, we had a huge parking podium that was, we didn't like it. It was sort of oppressive. And we had this landscape plaza on top, and the comments were made, you can be publicly accessible, but no one will go up there because it's too hard to know it's there and so forth. So by splitting the parking, one, we pretty much put public parking separate from private. We bring that podium down, which we think is a major planning improvement. Bring the landscaping down so it actually could be used publicly. Have a big stair that signs it. It has an elevator too, so you can get there if you don't want to take the stair. And at that lower level does provide the opportunity to connect to the bridge. So these are all things, we're out listening. We've been to the community before. It's been a while. We're going back in the next couple weeks. We're seeing you again, and we're very interested in your input. We've seen the council last week. Nelson Nygaard, we got that report in the last week. So we've incorporated a lot of things that you haven't seen, and I'll turn it over to our architects to try to walk you through some of that.
I have one quick question for you. I've heard from several sources that the amount of mitigation that you have to do on the site is either none or has been substantially reduced. Is that correct?
Well, thank you for asking, because that's an important thing. So we're working with the city staff, who really have been a key player in this for years. One, trying to bring this responsible party to the table, because if they don't want to play ball, it's very hard to make this happen. So we've brought them to the table.
They?
CBS, Westinghouse. So the abatement is significant enough that the analysis was of several different options, like a CEQA. You have to say, do nothing, do this, do that. And there were several options reviewed. And one was dig a deep hole, and to some degree it was deep because we were taking the opportunity to put some subterranean parking in. And one was dig a shallower hole because the worst of the worst is at the top. Even if you dig a deep hole, you don't get it all out. But you put this big, huge improvement on, and it can be safe that way. So the EPA actually has changed their approach to abatement to think about the whole carbon footprint. And they now are biased towards, you can dig in a deep hole means you put it all in trucks and you haul it away, and they're creating other pollution. And so they actually were the primary driver to say, we really would like you to investigate a smaller abatement to reduce the overall carbon footprint, because we think that's the best combination. So that was the derivation of it. And in fact, that makes it a little easier for us to do the bus thing. Because one of the problems with a below-grade garage was With buses on top, it'd be a massive slab, much more expensive, because the expense is part of it for buses that don't really need that today. So if you're reserving something for the future, you got to make the price tag today make sense. So does that answer your question?
Thank you, it does.
I'll
Please.
turn it over to our architects from Emeryville.
You've used part of his time, but.
Well, we're doing our best.
Hi, good morning. I'm Bob Bracamonte with LRB Beckett. I kind of feel like a preacher on Super Bowl Sunday right now. Everybody wants to leave. So I'm going to try to be really quick and try to give you the essence of what has changed in this project, and not take you through every slide, but only the ones that really need to be communicated. So I think you know the sites. Let's see, now that's what I need. It's not a technical problem here. The advance, here we go. All right. So the site plan. This is Emery Station West, located here. It's on the northerly portion of the site. So that's an important consideration in that the building has taken and put public space on the southerly portion of the site that gets more sunshine. Also, the things that you begin to see here with the shape of the building is that the walls are curving, allowing sunlight to get through to Emery Station North. So those are some important considerations. The Heritage Square parking structure is located here, and one of the features about it is that it's separated from Emery Station North. It terraces on the south side, and this will be landscaped. So the people in this building are not viewing a parking structure, they're viewing landscaped edges. So that's another important consideration. You can see as well here in the site plan, this is overall, that we've developed canopy connections. You've seen that before to the Amtrak station, and that's something that's still consistent in the design. One of the things that Nelson Nygaard had really focused on in his report was the issue of bicycle traffic and how do we optimize it, how do we not compromise it with this development. And you can see here that in the case of this development, the only areas that we have any interruption along the frontage of Emery Station West are at the entry to the drop-off. That's one interruption of the bicycle path, and here at the access to service. At the Heritage Square parking structure, we'll have one in the driveway that circulates around the parking structure to give access to service to Emery Station North and to Heritage Square, and then at the entry to the parking structure. So we, in fact, as part of this project, are looking at the extension of these bike lanes to the south. And then pedestrian. One of the things that we've done is backed up and taken a little bit broader look of pedestrian traffic and making sure that we're optimizing and really energizing the ground plane. And so these are the major kind of pathways that this project and this project would really be based upon. And again, you can see that the interruptions of where those pathways go are minimized in the direct vicinity of the project. So a little bit of detail now. Blow up and we look at the site area of Emery Station West. I think it was mentioned that the area south here is the elevated terrace. It's up at about 30 feet, accessible by a stair that's here, a monumental stair that would be visible at the corner, accessible to people, pedestrians that are walking on the sidewalk, people that might get dropped off here, people that might be coming back across from lunch or going to lunch, being able to use this terrace. And then you see the canopies that would provide protection for people out of the sun, out of the rain, to be able to get from parking to the train station.
Is this an elevator right here?
This
No, it's
elevator is here.
for that?
Yes, elevator is here that would give you access, and a stair that would give you access to the parking. And again, you can begin to see here the shadow lines of the building. That's something that we're looking at now, is exactly the shadows and how they do affect and how they might affect Emory Station North. But again, one of the reasons we pushed it north was to help mitigate that, and also the curving lines help to allow the sun to get through. What we've done on the site plan is annotated, and we have hard copies to pass out. You can't read this. But this outlines some of the things that Jeff was talking about. And I think I'll just point out a couple of them right now. The fact that we have active space on the south side is a complement to the function that occurs here in terms of drop-off. The fact that this whole edge of the street along this edge has been widened as opposed to the other width of sidewalks. So we really see the development of these two edges really optimizing the pedestrian experience. We're thinking about the potential of water features, landscape elements that would allow someone the ability to take a pause during a walk and sit in the shade and relax. The drop-off here will accommodate people that are dropping people off to go to Amtrak, the potential of the taxi stand being located here. You can see that we are still providing for the buses, and we know that there's a couple of different ways that buses can be accommodated here. The issue was brought up about potentially in the future buses inside. The main lobby for the building is at the ground level, and it's located here. And so access would be, if you're dropped off, you would walk and enter the lobby at this location. If you're parking in Heritage Square, you'd come across and cross Horton at this point and come to the building in that direction. The Heritage Square parking structure is located here. You can see that what we've done, I explained about the drive around the south and the east, and the fact that we would have our entry off of Horton. It's right turn in, and then the exit would be onto 62nd, right turn out only. And we expect to affect a landscaped edge all along Horton and on 62nd, and then to the extent that we can continue that on the borders of this drive is intended. And so this is a perspective view now, aerial perspective view of conceptual development of that entry plaza. So we see paving materials that would help us slow traffic down. We studying permeable pavement that would surround the plaza to the extent that we can implement it with the soil conditions. And then this shows the extent of the canopy structures that provide shade and weather protection. The active spaces obviously would be along here and access directly from the pedestrian way. Here's the stair that takes you up to the terrace, and then this is the elevator element and stair that provides a vertical circulation.
That's it.
Okay, so these are just a little quick in terms of circulation. I think we've kind of covered this. I think one of the key differences of this scheme is that the vehicle circulation in and out of the parking structure is via this plaza. The bus circulation remains unchanged. I mentioned the bike traffic. We expect, of course, to have bike facilities within this area, and that's being defined as to what, but obviously we're taking Mr. Nygaard's recommendation seriously. Service access. I think there was some concern about service. Service is accessed off of Horton, but completely off of Horton to a service area here, so that the trucks are not parked along Horton, but they're pulled off, and they can hammerhead in and then take off. And then the pedestrian circulation, obviously something that I mentioned already. The access points to the building. This is the elevator and stair core. Access points to the lobby. if you're coming to the building and you are a guest or a guest, you would enter the parking structure and then enter the lobby from the parking structure. A little bit about the architecture. You can see here we're standing at the corner of Horton and 59th, and we're looking at the building. So some of the inspiration for the form of this building was really about movement. And so we were trying to give the building a real personification of a transit center in terms of the railroad, the locomotive, the movement of a train. You know, if you see pictures of that, one of the things that you'll see is curving lines. You'll see curving lines if you see sailboats that you can see from the bay. And so those were some of the reasons that we kind of began to look at curving the taller element and then bringing those curves down to the ground plane. We're looking at materials that would be primarily metal panels and glass for the taller portion of the building, and then warmer, more, I guess, human-type materials for the podium that would be precast concrete.
Okay, thank you.
That's enough?
I think that's fine.
Okay.
I think most of us know the project quite well.
Very well.
This is not a public hearing, but is there any citizens that wish to speak on this subject?
Hi, my name is Joe Sellers. I'm a citizen, taxpayer, and resident and homeowner in Emeryville. And I've been here before at previous city council meetings and planning commission meetings. I own at the Terraces, my first and only home I've ever owned, and was proud to buy it 6 years ago when it was first opened. But I have to say, since then, the joy has sort of diminished greatly about how I feel about Emeryville overall. I was thrilled. I remember appearing before the City Council and Planning Commission about 6 years ago and saying I was the new ambassador for Emeryville, that nobody could sell and tout Emeryville's benefits more than me. Well, sadly, that's no longer the case. I mean, it's really sad to me that all of this development has gone on without any concern or any real serious discussion that I've ever heard of planning an infrastructure to support it. I mean, to me, it's like erecting a building with a roof, walls, and a foundation, windows, doors, paint, and landscaping, and then realizing you forgot to plan and incorporate the plumbing, the electrical, the walls, and the floors. It looks good on the outside, but it's impractical and somewhat useless, and it's a hard sell. I live in the Terraces, and I got to tell you, I commute by car to work every day, in and out of that building. I sometimes sit there in the driveway a good 30 seconds or 40 seconds, sometimes a couple of minutes, just to get out of my garage. And that's now. And you're going to add another 900 parking spaces, plus the Bay Street project, which is going to bring untold hundreds of more traffic, and then a proposed project at the Woodfin. I don't know where that stands. But I mean, it's absurd. I can't believe that you think people aren't going to drive their cars. I mean, I'm a big supporter of mass transit and bicycles and pedestrian traffic, but let's get real. Americans love their cars. I mean, I'm really thrilled with the development in Emeryville in one respect, but I feel, and at first when I moved here, I was very excited about it. But I think it's just gotten out of control. It's like a monster that's feeding on itself. And, you know, I've sat here tonight and used 6 hours of my very precious and very limited resource, which is time. I work a lot and I don't have much of it. And I'm very disappointed. You know, build it and they will come. They have, they do, and they will, and in large numbers. And you know, it's amazing to me, all this talk and discussion and posturing about building heights and quality of life and benefits for citizens of Emeryville, but I've never, in all the meetings I've ever attended, heard any real discussion about the infrastructure to support it. You know, I've sat here for 6 hours. I'm going to take a couple more minutes. I'm sorry. But, you know, Emeryville had so much promise and a rare opportunity as recently as 10 years ago. to build a new city by drawing and planning first the roots, the skeleton, the infrastructure to require sufficient setback for future street widening, to support and enable flexibility of growth for development of Emeryville. And instead, sadly, that has not happened. And there is no excuse for it. So here we are, and we have...
Could you please summarize and finish?
Yes. We have an opportunity here. What I'd like to say is, you know, we're not Vegas, we're not Manhattan, and we're not downtown San Francisco. And at some point, you have to take into account that you just can't build and build without the infrastructure of streets to support it.
We understand.
Or you're looking at gridlock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak?
Okay, first I just got a call from Virgin America. They said you build a runway, they'll take it. That thing is monstrous. I mean, that's huge. You guys are nuts to even think about something that size. I have no problem with building something there, but let's be reasonable with what we're gonna build. That one entryway with the 4 points of traffic right there, what do you think that's gonna do but back up? As she said, just in the garage where we're at alone, it backs up. And you add those directions like that, and you're going off of that direction, what's going to happen but back up? It's insane. And then I really want to know, we have 101 units in our building, and we have 6 parking spaces that are on that lot that are our guest parking spaces. Where are those going to go? They're already inconvenient enough. Where are they going to go now? I really would like to know that answer. Because like I said, we live on the other side of Amtrak, and they're already over here. Where are they gonna go? So, I mean, I wanna know that answer, and I really just don't understand how this can even be taken seriously. I mean, like I said, I don't have any problem with building there. I really do not. That's fine, I think it would be fine, but there's a certain size limit for a city this size. As she said, we're not.
You finished?
No, it didn't go off.
No, go ahead, finish.
Tell us your name, please.
My name is Craig, last name is Windsor. I've already spoke once tonight. But like she said, we're not Las Vegas. We're not downtown San Francisco. Let's keep in mind what size we really are, and let's build that way. I know we can build for the future too, but we don't have to go overboard. And I think that's overkill. I mean, it's a really pretty building, but I think it belongs elsewhere.
Were you here when we voted to limit the building to 100 feet?
I wasn't here that night,
Oh, no,
but I've been tonight. Yeah.
Yeah.
When you didn't you limit it, but they're gonna, if they have any added thing, they can go bonus 100 plus.
No,
Yeah.
no, it's a maximum of 100.
Wait a minute. No. That's not true.
Oh, yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
So, I would be okay with under 100 feet. I was kind of tickled pink when Patricia started talking that direction. But then when the added bonus part got put into there and 100 plus, then I got worried again. Because that's overboard. That's overkill, big time. So just please think about where you live and think about what this city needs and not what you're trying to be, if that's what the case is. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Good morning. My name is Parisa Paimani. I am a business owner at Emery Station East and have been living in the terraces since February of 2003 and working at Emery Station East from March of 2000. I'm a big supporter of Mr. Rich Robbins. I very much appreciate the architect that he has used in the city. I have to say is one of the best and the prettiest I have seen. I haven't seen any residential unit being built since then that is as attractive as the terraces. And the landscape that he uses is marvelous, and I have to, again, thank him for the fact that he has maintained a very good keep up on that. Nevertheless, living and working, talk about someone who has just to go across the street to go to work. I really walk the walk and talk the talk of living and not using the car. Nevertheless, being in that corridor almost all day and having 900 cars extra. Mr. Sears made a clarification that is not 900 in addition to what it exists. Nevertheless, I cannot imagine with the traffic as it is, and sometimes if for Joe takes 30, 40 seconds or up to a few minutes get out of the traffic, getting out of the parking lot, it takes me sometimes a few minutes just to cross the street and not get hit. And I can't imagine that many parking space, that many cars in addition to a very narrow street. And I'm not opposing the plan, but I just oppose the number of cars and as well as the height of the building. It adds a huge congestion, and the shadow study the gentleman just introduced is just one side. It wasn't a complete shadow study, and it's also a big concern of mine. The next one is the 6 parking spaces that we have for 101 units. During the construction, where are the guest parking spaces going to be, and where are the guest parking spaces going to be after that? It is as hard as it is to the guests to give directions. That's where you need to park. How about after? And sometimes, the blight building that exists in Watergate community that has a little 2-story building with a small grocery store. Why can a building of that magnitude go in that area and revamp that community? Because it's desperately, desperately needed. Perhaps you want to ease up on the terraces a little bit with the marketplace that is going to have another 1,000 cars in that corner, and then you have the mall that has on the side B that has going to have probably got another 1,000 cars. Pretty soon the terraces will be consumed and cars will be running all over our place. So please help us and do everything you can to minimize the congestion of car in our neighborhood. Thank you.
And anybody else? No? So that's it for public comments. Now, what is the commission's pleasure? Should we start at the other end of the table this time?
Oh.
John, you want to go first?
Sure. And we've already hit on some of the major points for me. Bringing the bus bays inside the building is very important. And one of the things that does is frees up the space in front of the existing train station for future transit, which could be a streetcar at some point, or right now could be the Emeryville. One of the problems that we have that we need to fix is right now the Emeryville stops at the corner right across from the train station, and it stops in the bike lane and cars back up behind it. So it really creates an unsafe situation for the bikes. So if we can route the Emeryville for now into where the buses are shown on the plan in front of the station, I think that would be something that would fix things. Overall, we have to look at how we can get the service vehicles off of Horton, and I think you've done some things to help that. Certainly, adding a loading zone under the Powell Street Bridge is going to help that. Connecting to the pedestrian bridge is another big thing for me. One of the things that when I look at Emeryville around noon, I look at that bridge and say what we're doing is working. We're getting pedestrian traffic. We're really getting a flow of people here. But that bridge as it is right now is really dysfunctional. It's a nightmare for pedestrians, the way it circulates down there. It's a collision course, it's blind corners, it's a creepy feeling. I think that this is the opportunity to fix that. And it's also, if we could extend the bridge over to the new building and provide some sort of access. It doesn't necessarily need to go through the green space. If it could go adjacent so people could enjoy it. I understand that there are security concerns that have to be dealt with. The ability to close it off at night, perhaps. But some way if we could route the pedestrians over the bridge to the building. And what that does is opens up a vista when you're walking across the bridge itself. Right now it's a dead end, visually a dead end. What I'd like to see is that the pedestrian is drawn to go towards the greenway. So there's a clear visual path that says there's something out there. There's a way to connect. Connecting the the bridge to the building, I think would allow you to do some gradual ramping down towards Horton. And that's one of the things that's really not so pleasant as a pedestrian right now. It's like 52 stairs that you have to climb all at one time. If we could break up that ramping and make it less painful, I think that would be helpful. I think I hit on the keeping the space in front of the building open for future future transit options. One of the things that Jeff talked about at the city council was making the Heritage Square garage a non-building. And that really resonated with me. I think maybe there's some opportunity to do something really creative with that. Parking garages are in general terms pretty ugly. I think Scott Donahue made a comment about the Novartis garage, and I think that is pretty exceptional. But perhaps this is a chance to do something sculptural and make it non-building like. And one of the things that I've seen in Mission Bay recently is using perforated metal to do some sort of sculptural thing. If there is going to be green planting on it, I haven't really seen that work very well on a parking structure like this. And what I would ask is that it look good without the green. And if the green fills in, that's all the better. But in the time that the plants are growing, make it look decent. One of the things that we can do to I think help the standalone garage would, in terms of green, would be to provide solar on the top of the roof of that. I think that is a way to make the whole thing green. I fully support all the comments that Nelson Nygaard made. I think they made some really good comments. There was only one that I didn't really quite understand. They're talking about the main entry to the transit center. I don't really understand what their comment is, so I can't say that I really totally support that. But the rest of them I think were like really spot on. Another thing to look at is the pedestrian walkway to the existing Heritage Square. Right now, I think there's some emergency generators off in the corner and stuff like that. And I'd like to see this as an opportunity to break up the mega block and create another nice pedestrian path to get through there. And I know that the quality of the landscaping that's going to be there, and I know that it is going to be a nice thing. I'll leave my comments at that.
Well, I think this is a huge step ahead from what we saw the last time. Architecturally, it's very handsome. I would like to see a real connection with a bridge over the railroad tracks and hopefully a possible bicycle ramp down this side from that bridge when the development goes ahead on the other side of the tracks. It would be easy to incorporate that sort of thing into that side of it, and it would also work for pedestrians, and it would be better than climbing that stairway, which isn't very pleasant now. Also, is it possible to put a bridge across the street to the Heritage Square parking structure? You know, apparently there is problems with pedestrians slowing down the traffic on the street. Is it possible to put another bridge across to the Wareham project that's on the other side of the street? At any rate, those are my comments.
Mr. Flores?
I don't think that's funny. I think that's very cool. I was also at the city council. I was also at the city council study session. A lot of good comments that night about the Capitol Corridor parking strategy, more pedestrian street enhancements and active spaces and so on. I think a lot of those answers are here tonight, so it seems like the developer is reacting quickly. It's a shortened schedule, so I guess that's why. This is a much better project, not just in architecture, but in form and circulation than what we've seen for sure. We can all agree on that. I guess it really comes down to height and number of parking spaces, which will hopefully work itself out. I don't really have to say it. It seems everyone is in agreement that connecting to that bridge, I've taken that bridge, I would say hundreds of times on my bike or walking, and it is creepy and smells really bad, and it's just poor. I don't even know how it got there. It would be easier just to race across the railroad track and take your life into your hands and go over that thing. I know we didn't build it. Let's see. They didn't talk too much about LEED certification. I think he got cut off, but this project looks like it's going to be LEED certified, and that's a really great step towards getting bonuses. I'm personally okay with the height because of the architecture and the way it's passively solarly set. I think there could be a lot more accessibility to the open areas. If being on the third floor isn't going to really generate a whole bunch of pedestrian activity from people outside of the biotech or whatever the office space use is. So tiering the stairs sounds like a great idea. Creating linear paths to the bridge and along the greenway is also a great idea. John brings up a lot of great ideas. And I guess that's all I'll have to say right now.
Ms. Donaldson?
Okay, I don't see the 30-foot in the air plaza as being a really viable public space. I think it's a nice amenity for the people in the building, and it would be used by the people in the building and looked down on as a piece of decoration, but I can't see people coming from street level and going up there. It just doesn't. There are those kinds of plazas on the second floor in San Francisco and in Emeryville, and they just are really, really underused. So unless they're programmed pretty seriously and have things going on that people will be attracted to go to, they really end up being desolate space or just being decoration, and I don't think that's useful to the community. The pedestrian plaza at street level, I'm having a hard time seeing where the plaza is other than as an auto entry. It really looks like looks like a garage entry with some circulation around it. I also do have a hard time envisioning Horton Street. I really would like to see more of traffic information on this with an extra 400 or 500 cars coming through there. Horton is not even a through street at this point. It's circuitous, routing traffic in ways that I think could really be problematic. And there's probably a lot of other things that could be done to improve the transit qualities of the place, and I think that the comments that John has made are really useful. And I'm tired, so I'm going to quit now.
Yeah, we're all tired. So I'm going to back up here. I don't think that I can support this on any level based on the earlier discussion for the general plan. I feel like this was I'm sure it wasn't, but it feels like a bait and switch, where for years we've been presented with two basic criteria for why we need to make an exception to this site. And one is the extreme cost of remediation, which is no longer going to happen, and the other is all the improvements associated with transit. They're both, in my opinion, they're both gone from this, and yet we're still talking about something that's 165 feet, and with tweaking and sticking like some bikes here and something over there. I don't buy it. I think the height has to go all the way back down. I think we need an explanation for what happened with the cost and the remediation and how that translates into what we're looking here and the additional entitlement in terms of the height. And I'd like to see how this is going to be retrofitted for some major transit hub, because I don't see it being accomplished in the future. I don't think it's going to be retrofitted in the future. I don't see that as viable with suggestions of ramps and turnarounds. It needs to be planned for now. or it doesn't meet that simple criteria we talked about earlier tonight. You know, as an example of just, you know, the overall design is interesting, but it doesn't support the change that we've talked about, that the steering committee has used as justification for this location. And it just, it really bothers me that we're even looking at this point and not being clear with the applicant about the disappointment here. You know, the important connection here heading west on 59th is that pedestrian link in the bridge over the railroad tracks. And they put the trash in the center of that physical connection. That entire area around the turnaround, if that ends up staying there, should be completely redesigned. All the utility boxes should be put underground or taken out of that area. The landscaping should be completely opened up. And the last thing you want to do is put the trash container in the center of what's supposed to be a big open invitation to go over the pedestrian bridge. The points about the physical linkage to the bridge are important. There's been all sorts of presentation over the years about how we were going to extend the large plaza over the entire railroad track, and now we don't even have a connection to the bridge. And we're facing once again the idea of having this exclusive plaza on a third floor, similar to Emery Station East, where as wonderful it is for the people there, it's not a public benefit. And it needs to be brought down to the street level. Having, quote, active uses that are 14 feet wide on the entire building for the transit center building, and then a 15-foot frontage on part of Horton Street for a parking structure that's going to be 65 feet and have nothing on the roof but parking. So you're getting rid of a surface parking and saying, see all these wonderful things we're doing, and yet we still end up with surface parking on the roof. Something else has to happen here in terms of alternative design. The parking structure is hideous, let alone the issue about how many stalls are going to be installed in that location. I don't know who came up with it, but it is god-awful, ugly. Whether the use has to be extended up to the second floor so there's something vibrant on there, it has to wrap around to 61st Street and complement what you already have in the old building there with all those smaller active spaces. Putting a 15-foot wide unusable space on Horton is not my idea of activating at the street level, and it doesn't accomplish the goal that I suggested and I think the rest of the commission concurred with in terms of activating the street. I'm just really disappointed with this entire process, and I can't support the idea of going 165 feet, even if the top 30 feet are to a, quote, penthouse. It doesn't work. It doesn't provide the important ground level activation that's essential. It doesn't demonstrate that whether it's going to be part of an initial or a future retrofit, they're going to be able to accomplish those essential transit services. And it doesn't provide the pedestrian linkage over the railroad track. All these things that we've heard about, the wonderful things that this project was going to bring to this part of town, are missing from this design. And I'm bothered that the process is already moving forward, that we've already got an environmental assessment and MND going forward on this thing. I'm tired and I'm bothered. We've seen this so many times, and for me, it's just a big disappointment.
Thanks, Jim. I'll keep my comments very brief. Well, I just want to say that my understanding of a transit center is that you arrive and depart via transit. I would want to see a significant reduction in the amount of parking, and a transit center to me means you design it as a transit center from the get-go. You don't retrofit it at some undetermined future date. Everyone else has had a lot of good comments about improving circulation and access, so I don't want to go there, but I do want to say I don't want to see another 2 to 3 story podium that the folks that live in Emeryville and perhaps don't work in this project don't really feel that they have access to. That's a long stairway. I would prefer that podium be cut in half at least, and at least half of that space be at ground level, and you move your entrance to the plaza area. And that you also put in, and that whole circulation area needs to be reworked, and Nelson Nygaard has some good ideas, and I think they would be a good team member to have as you modify your site plan. And I'd also like to see something in this plaza to activate it, and maybe you have a small building that's glass, it's open, you have a cafe, there's some public restrooms there. You could have a kiosk that provides information on transit and smart cars, you know, the shared use of cars, something there with some tables and chairs on the outside to really activate that space. And then you can pull back and have a podium open space level farther back to the tracks that links to the bridge. I don't want to see another podium like we've been seeing. It's not a public amenity in my opinion. And this isn't a transit center in my opinion. I can't support it as it's currently proposed.
Thank you. One of the problems of being the chairman is everybody says what I want to say. But you're going to have to bear with me because I want to reinforce some of the comments of the other commissioners. It says in our general plan ordinance that if you want a bonus allowance to build a building, I want to quote, provide significant public benefits substantially beyond normal requirements. I think it's there's an obligation on the part of the developer to prove that point. I don't think there's anything in this presentation which even comes up to normal expectation, let alone beyond normal. Number one, there's no transit component to this. I agree with the commissioners that say the buses must be under the building. Number two, the pedestrian bus-car conflict is atrocious. You talk about a plaza at ground. That's not a plaza. It's a turnaround for cars. And pedestrians are going to have to maneuver in there to get to the garage or to the transit station. Very bad design, in my opinion. The podium, I couldn't agree with Patty more. We have to stop having gardens in the sky. Tell me for what reason someone would want to walk up the stairs. There's nothing up there. There's no activity. There's no business. There's no playground. Why would anybody walk up the stairs? Why would anybody care? That park is for the benefit of the people in the building. You don't even have entrances from your building onto the podium. You have to go around the corner to get into to your own building. Last but not least, the building is too bulky, too big. And because of that, you've had to put the podium in the sky. If the building was half the size, we would have two immediate benefits. You would have a ground level park, and we could get rid of the heritage building, which to me has no redeeming social value. I've never seen a building so ugly and such a waste of effort. And with those mild comments, I will ask if any commissioners have any additional things they want to
I just
say.
have one follow-up, and I'll try and end it on a positive note, that I didn't say I got involved in all the things that I was concerned about, but I absolutely love the look of the building. I don't have a problem with the height. I really like the fact that the parking level has been dropped down. I think it's a stunning building. If we can just make it function as a transit center and resolve some of these other things.
And have a usable park.
But the building itself, I think you did a great job on the structure.
And as far as the parking is concerned, Art, 2/3 of it is for people using the train station. So
No.
it is serving them.
You know, many years, many months ago.
Unless you don't say you can't ride the train if you come by car.
No,
that's
but I'm
fine.
saying if you don't have a lot of parking, people are going to have to look to alternative modes. That's the whole point.
Well, if you want to encourage more people to ride the train, then you have to provide parking for them.
What I don't want
You
to.
don't want to provide the
I
train,
know,
then
I
don't
know,
provide the
or convenient access to.
You know, what I don't want to build is a parking lot for the East Bay. I asked
Exactly.
many months ago if we could do an origin destination study. I suspect that people come to that parking lot from all over the East Bay, park in Emeryville, take the train and go to some other city. So we're not benefiting from the parking. We're creating a place for non-Emeryville residents to take the train.
Why don't we shut the train station down and let them go to Oakland?
I'm not saying that, but I think it's important. I think it's important for us to know who's using the station.
Take a taxi.
Anyway,
And I
Or ride
think
the
one of the things
bus.
that would be helpful maybe is to get Amtrak involved. You know, if they're requesting these many parking spaces, I think they should be part of the dialogue
Well,
here
they're
somehow.
paying for part of them too.
Yeah, they are, but they
think-
should be talking to us, not.
in view of the lateness of the hour, we'll cut off discussion and
Good idea.
Thank
conclude
you
this
for coming in.
study session.
Thank you for
Or
staying late.
was there some comment?
No, just want to make sure you don't forget about commissioner comments before you adjourn.
That's right. Thank you. Are there any commissioner comments?
Thank you to staff and everybody who stayed late.
And forgetting the general plan done.
Yeah.
I like,
Yes.
good job.